55616. The Mammoth Book of Best New Horror, Volume 13. Edited by Stephen Jones. Collection and editorial material, copyright Stephen Jones, 2002. Read by Roy Avers.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress Annotation. 23 short stories from the year 2001, written by Paul McAuley, Tanith Lee, Elizabeth Hand, Chico Kidd, and others. Includes an overview of horror fiction writing and publishing, and Necrology 2001. A listing of writers, artists, and performers who died in 2001 and had contributed to the horror genre. 2002. From the Book Jacket. The multiple award-winning Best New Horror series reaches Volume 13. Lucky for fans of contemporary dark fantasy and the supernatural. To mark the event, this latest edition of the world's premier annual showcase, devoted exclusively to excellence in macabre fiction, includes only the very best short stories and novellas by today's finest exponents of horror fiction. Among the contributors to this volume are Dennis Etchison, Charles L. Grant, Elizabeth Hand, Paul McAuley, Chico Kidd, Kelly Link, Richard A. Lupoff, Conrad Williams. Also featured are the most comprehensive yearly overview of horror publishing, lists of useful contact addresses for aspiring writers and fans, and a fascinating necrology. This really is the only book all lovers of the supernatural and psychological terror will want on their shelves. About the editor. Stephen Jones lives in London, England. He is the winner of 2 World Fantasy Awards, 3 Horror Writers Association Bram Stoker Awards, and 2 International Horror Guild Awards, as well as being a 13-time recipient of the British Fantasy Award and a Hugo Award nominee. A former television producer, director, and genre movie publicist and consultant, the first 3 Hellraiser movies, Nightlife, Nightbreed, Split Second, Mind Ripper, Last Gasp, etc. He is the co-editor of Horror, 100 Best Books, The Best Horror from Fantasy Tales, Gaslight and Ghosts, Now We Are Sick, H.P. Lovecraft's Book of Horror, The Anthology of Fantasy and the Supernatural, Secret City, Strange Tales of London, and the Mammoth Book of Best New Horror, Dark Terrors, Dark Voices, and Fantasy Tales series. He has written Creepshows, the Illustrated Stephen King Movie Guide, the Essential Monster Movie Guide, the Illustrated Vampire Movie Guide, the Illustrated Dinosaur Movie Guide, the Illustrated Frankenstein Movie Guide, and the Illustrated Werewolf Movie Guide, and compiled the Mammoth Book of Terror, the Mammoth Book of Vampires, the Mammoth Book of Zombies, the Mammoth Book of Werewolves, the Mammoth Book of Frankenstein, the Mammoth Book of Dracula, the Mammoth Book of Vampire Stories by Women, Shadows over Innsmouth, Dancing with the Dark, Dark of the Night, Dark Detectives, White of the Moon, Keep Out the Night, Exorcisms and Ecstasies by Carl Edward Wagner, The Vampire Stories of R. Chetwynd Hayes, Phantoms and Fiends, and Frights and Fancies by R. Chetwynd Hayes, The Conan Chronicles by Robert E. Howard, 2 volumes, The Emperor of Dreams, The Lost Worlds of Clark Ashton Smith, James Herbert by Horror Haunted, Clive Barker's A to Z of Horror, Clive Barker's Shadows in Eden, Clive Barker's The Nightbreed Chronicles, and The Hellraiser Chronicles. You can visit his website at www.herebedragons.co.uk/Jones. Contents. Acknowledgements. Side 1, Tone 2. Introduction. Horror in 2001. Side 1, Tone 3. Mark of the Beast. Chico Kidd. Side 3, Tone 1. Crocodile Lady. Christopher Fowler. Side 4, Tone 1. All for Sale. Ramsey Campbell. Side 4, Tone 2. The Two Dicks. Paul McAuley. Side 5, Tone 1. By Her Hand She Draws You Down. Douglas Smith. Side 5, Tone 2. O Death, Where is Thy Spatula? Poppy Z. Brite, Side 5, Tone 3. Got to Kill Them All, Dennis Etchison, Side 6, Tone 1. No More a Roving, Linda E. Rucker, Side 6, Tone 2. First, Catch Your Demon, Graham Joyce, Side 6, Tone 3. Pump Jack, Donald R. Burleson, Side 7, Tone 1. Outfang Thief, Gayla Blau, Side 7, Tone 2. The Lost District, Joe Lane, Side 8, Tone 1. Simeon Dimsby's Workshop, Richard A. Lupoff, Side 8, Tone 2. Our Temporary Supervisor, Thomas Legatti, Side 8, Tone 3. Whose Ghosts These Are, Charles L. Grant, Side 9, Tone 1. Shitehawks, Muriel Gray, Side 9, Tone 2. Off the Map, Michael Chislett, Side 10, Tone 1. Most of My Friends Are Two-Thirds Water, Kelly Link, Side 10, Tone 2. City and Aspic, Conrad Williams, Side 10, Tone 3. Where All Things Perish, Tanith Lee, Side 11, Tone 1. Sturvilphelter, Glenn Hirschberg, Side 12, Tone 1. Cleopatra Brimstone, Elizabeth Hand, Side 13, Tone 1. Cats and Architecture, Chico Kidd, Side 14, Tone 1. Necrology 2001, Stephen Jones and Kim Newman, Side 15, Tone 1. Useful Addresses, Side 17, Tone 1. Acknowledgements. I would like to thank Kim Newman, David Barraclue, Nick Austin, Andy Cox, Mandy Slater, Roger Turner, and Wayne McLaurin, sfsite.com, Andrew I. Porter, Harris M. Lentz III, Richard Dolby, Bill Congreve, Gordon Van Gelder, Robert T. Garcia, Tina Rath, Joe Fletcher, Sarah Broker, Mick Sims, Alan M. Clark, Michael Parry, Brian Mooney, Stephen Gallagher, Robert Morgan, Barbara Roden, David Pringle, Jason Williams, and John Peelan for all their help and support. Special thanks are also due to Locus, Interzone, Science Fiction Chronicle, Variety, and all the other sources that were used for reference in the introduction and the necrology. Introduction, Horror in 2001, copyright Stephen Jones, 2002. Mark of the Beast, copyright by Chico Kidd, 2001, originally published in Second Sight and Other Stories, reprinted by permission of the author. Crocodile Lady, copyright by Christopher Fowler, 2001, originally published in Crime Wave 5, Dark Before Dawn, and The Devil in Me, reprinted by permission of the author. All for Sale, copyright by Ramsey Campbell, 2001, originally published on Gothic.net, November 2001, reprinted by permission of the author. The Two Dicks, copyright by Paul McAuley, 2001, originally published in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, number 598, August 2001, reprinted by permission of the author. By Her Hand She Draws You Down, copyright by Douglas Smith, 2001, originally published in The Third Alternative, issue 28, autumn 2001, reprinted by permission of the author. O Death, Where Is Thy Spatula? Copyright by Poppy Z. Brite, 2001, originally published in The Spook, issue 1, August 2001, reprinted by permission of the author. Got to Kill Them All, copyright by Dennis Etchison, 2001, originally published in Cemetery Dance, issue number 34, reprinted by permission of the author. No More a Roving, copyright by Linda E. Rucker, 2001, originally published in Darkness Rising 1, Night's Soft Pains, reprinted by permission of the author. First Catch Your Demon, copyright by Graham Joyce, 2001, originally published in Brutarian, number 34, fall 2001, reprinted by permission of the author. Pump Jack, copyright by Donald R. Burleson, 2001, originally published in Bare Bone, number 1, reprinted by permission of the author. Outfang Thief, copyright by Gayla Blau, 2001, originally published in The Mammoth Book of Vampire Stories by Women, reprinted by permission of the author. The Lost District, copyright by Joe Lane, 2001, originally published in The Third Alternative, issue 27, summer 2001, reprinted by permission of the author. Simeon Dimsby's Workshop, copyright by Richard A. Lupoff, 2001, originally published in Necronomicon, 2001, program book. reprinted by permission of the author. Our Temporary Supervisor, copyright by Thomas Ligotti, 2001. Originally published in Weird Tales, No. 325, Fall 2001, reprinted by permission of the author. Whose Ghosts These Are, copyright by Charles L. Grant, 2001. Originally published in The Museum of Horrors, reprinted by permission of the author. Shite Hawks, copyright by Muriel Gray, 2001. Originally published in The Third Alternative, Issue 27, Summer 2001, reprinted by permission of the author. Off the Map, copyright by Michael Chislett, 2001. Originally published in Supernatural Tales No. 2, reprinted by permission of the author. Most of My Friends Are Two-Thirds Water, copyright by Kelly Link, 2001. Originally published in Stranger Things Happen, reprinted by permission of the author. City in Aspic, copyright by Conrad Williams, 2001. Originally published in Phantoms of Venice, reprinted by permission of the author. Where All Things Perish, copyright by Tanith Lee, 2001. Originally published in Weird Tales, No. 325, Fall 2001, reprinted by permission of the author. Struwwelpeter, copyright by Glenn Hirschberg, 2001. Originally published on sci-fi.com, reprinted by permission of the author and the author's agent, Anderson Grinberg Literary Management, Incorporated. Cleopatra Brimstone, copyright by Elizabeth Hand, 2001. Originally published in Redshift, reprinted by permission of the author. Cats and Architecture, copyright by Chico Kidd, 2001. Originally published in Supernatural Tales No. 2, reprinted by permission of the author. Necrology, 2001, copyright 2002 by Stephen Jones and Kim Newman. Useful Addresses, copyright 2002 by Stephen Jones. In memory of Cherry Wilder, 1930 to 2002, who was always a delight to work with, and Harry Nadler, 1940 to 2002, who gave me my first break as a writer. Introduction. Horror in 2001. In 2001, book sales in the UK were boosted by the success of the Harry Potter series to more than £1 billion. Almost 130 million titles were sold by booksellers, although a higher proportion of books are now purchased over the Internet. Horror titles were up in America for the first time since the mid-1990s. However, the number of horror books published in Britain dropped to its lowest since the late 1980s, and, according to the bookseller, accounted for just 2.4% of the total books published. In February, the Crown Books chain filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy again, having only emerged from bankruptcy protection in November 1999. Books A Million bought the inventory and property leases on a number of stores, while the remainder closed down. Crown was once the third-largest book retailer in America. With the failure of its online book-selling business, Borders Group Incorporated turned over its website, Borders.com, to rival Amazon in April. Meanwhile, according to a Gallup poll, 2/3 of Americans read 10 books or fewer a year, and 13% read no books at all. Even more disturbing is that more than half of adult Americans spend less than 30 minutes every day reading printed matter of any kind, and that includes newspapers and food labels. Britain's Bloomsbury Publishing announced a 10-fold rise in profits in September, mostly due to the continuing success of the Harry Potter books. Pre-tax profits rose from £273,000 to £2.85 million in the first 6 months of the year, and turnover was up 100% at £22.7 million. With worldwide sales passing 100 million in May, Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling became the highest-paid female author in the world, earning a reported £45 million and bringing her estimated worth to around £220 million. She was invested as an Officer of the Order of the British Empire by Prince Charles in March for her contributions to children's literature. However, young fans were disappointed to learn that there would be no new adventure of the Boy Wizard in 2001. Rowling broke a promise to produce a Harry Potter adventure every year for 7 years because she was reportedly too busy with the movie version and supervising merchandising deals. In Stephen King's Alien Contact novel Dreamcatcher, the survivors of a bizarre encounter 25 years earlier were reunited as adults on an annual hunting trip, where they came upon a disoriented stranger who gave birth to something with very sharp teeth. Black House, King and Peter Straub's much-anticipated sequel to their 1984 collaboration, The Talisman, featured a grown-up Jack Sawyer on the trail of a child-eating serial killer known as the Fisherman. He was aided in his quest by blind DJ Henry Leyden and the Thunder Five, a group of Harley bikers. The novel also included references to a number of other King books, including the Dark Tower sequence. The two authors were reportedly paid a $20 million advance, and the book went to the top of the bestseller list in the U.S. with a first printing of 2 million copies. A 1 million-copy mass-market paperback reissue of The Talisman contained a teaser first chapter from Black House. Clive Barker's Cold Hard Canyon was a big Hollywood ghost story dating from the 1920s. The author himself appeared on the cover of the American edition, suitably attired in period costume and earring. Somewhat aptly, HarperCollins designated October as Ray Bradbury Month in America, with the publication of the author's latest work, From the Dust Returned, A Family Remembrance. First conceived more than 55 years ago, this beautifully written novel about the weird family, the Elliots, who live in October Country, was constructed around 7 previously published stories, including the classic Homecoming. Along with an afterword by the author, the U.S. hardcover also featured a dust jacket illustration by Charles Adams. An audio version was released simultaneously, read by actor John Glover. In another honor, Mayor James K. Hahn of Los Angeles declared December 14th Ray Bradbury Day. James Herbert's Once was an adult fairy tale about the dark side of magic, a clever promotion involving the placing of chained elves around London landmarks had to be scrapped on September 11th after the terrorist attacks on America. The beautifully illustrated and designed hardcover, which included 4 full-color plates, was published in 2 editions by Macmillan with complimentary black-and-white dust jackets. One Door Away from Heaven by Dean Koontz had 500,000 copies in print after 3 printings. It involved a woman on a quest to save a disabled child from the girl's strange stepfather, who believed that she would be taken by aliens before her 10th birthday. The Paper Doorway, Funny Verse and Nothing Worse, was a young adult poetry collection by Koontz, illustrated by Phil Parks. In Britain, Headline published a paperback omnibus of Koontz's Watchers, Mr. Murder. Anne Rice's Blood and Gold, The Vampire Marius, the 10th book in the Vampire Chronicles, featured one of the oldest members of the undead and his meeting in the present day with a creature of snow and ice. The End of the Rainbow by V.C. Andrews, literature trademark, was the 4th in the Gothic Hudson series, while Cinnamon, Ice, Rose, Honey, and Falling Stars comprised the 5-volume Shooting Stars sequence. They were all still probably written by Andrew Niederman. A paperback omnibus of Andrews's 4 1999 Wildflower novels was also published. Meanwhile, Niederman's own novel, Amnesia, was a twist on the Circe myth. Ramsey Campbell's The Pact of the Fathers was about the daughter of a dead movie producer who discovered that her father had made a diabolical deal involving his firstborn. Neil Gaiman's American Gods was the author's most assured novel to date, about an impending war between the old and new gods and a quest to the dark heart of the United States. An audio version was read by George Guidall. Despite reusing the title of a Roger Zelazny novel, itself a quote from Edgar Allan Poe, Richard Lehman's Night in the Lonesome October involved a young man's encounter with a mysterious girl while taking a scary stroll at night. Lehman's posthumously published novel, No Sanctuary, was about a couple's meeting with a serial killer during a vacation in the wilderness. Graham Masterson's Swimmer was the 5th volume in the Jim Rook series, while When the Cold Wind Blows was the 5th volume in Charles Grant's Black Oak series. This time, Grant's paranormal investigators followed up rumors of a wolfman in the Georgia swamps. Caitlin R. Kiernan's much-anticipated second novel, Threshold, a novel of deep time, dealt with a woman who was recruited by a strange girl with alabaster skin to battle an ancient evil. Authorized by the late author's estate, Simon Clarke's The Night of the Triffids was a disappointing sequel to John Wyndham's classic 1951 novel, set 25 years after the events of the original. Much better was Tim Lebbon's apocalyptic chiller, The Nature of Balance, in which most of mankind were destroyed by their own nightmares, and the few remaining humans tried to survive in a world seeking vengeance. It was published as a deluxe limited hardcover by Prime Books and in paperback by Leisure Books. Dorchester Publishing launched its leisure hardcover line with Douglas Clegg's The Infinite, yet another haunted house novel involving a ghost hunter and psychic investigators. Broadcaster Muriel Gray's third horror novel, The Ancient, came with a recommendation from Stephen King. It involved the raising of a demon amongst the piles of garbage in Lima and a supertanker loaded with terrifying trash. The Fury and the Terror was John Farris's long-awaited sequel to The Fury, involving a young psychic and a government mind-control conspiracy. It was the most dangerous game time, again in John Saul's The Manhattan Hunt Club, as a secret society hunted human prey in the tunnels beneath New York. Graham Joyce's impressive Smoking Poppy was set in a spirit-haunted Thailand and involved a father's search for his wayward daughter. Whole Wide World by Paul McAuley was a murder mystery and conspiracy thriller, set in a future London monitored by a computer surveillance system. In Simon R. Green's Drinking Midnight Wine, bookseller Toby Dexter followed a mysterious woman through a door in a wall that was not there into a world of magic and monsters. Green's 1994 novel Shadows Fall, about the eponymous supernatural haven threatened by a serial killer, received a welcome paperback reissue from Gollancz. Robin Cook's Shock was another medical thriller from the author of Coma. Alan Dean Foster's Interlopers involved archaeologist Cody Westcott investigating the cause of random acts of evil, while a man learned he was to be possessed by demons in Richard Calder's Impacto. A Crown of Lights and The Cure of Souls were the third and fourth volumes, respectively, in Phil Rickman's series featuring female exorcist Marilee Watkins. The prolific Christopher Golden's Straight On Till Morning was a reworking of the Peter Pan story, as a teenager's girlfriend was stolen away to a nightmare Neverland. An illustrated version was also available from CD Publishing, limited to 1,000 signed copies in a lettered edition. Past the Size of Dreaming was Nina Kiriki Hoffman's sequel to A Red Heart of Memories, about a haunted house in a small Oregon town, and Evil Whispers by Owl Goingback was set in Florida's backwater lagoons. The Hauntings of Hood Canal by Jack Cady took place along the eponymous waterway in Washington state and involved the disappearance of a number of vehicles into its murky depths. The Leisure imprint continued to churn out attractive-looking paperbacks every month. The Lost by Jack Ketchum, a.k.a. Dallas Mayer, and Wire Mesh Mothers by Elizabeth Massey were both non-supernatural horror novels, as was Mary Ann Mitchell's Ambrosial Flesh, about a devout cannibal. Gerald Hauerner's The Beast That Was Max featured a demon-possessed assassin, while The Evil Returns by veteran Hugh B. Cave involved voodoo in Haiti. Tom Piccirilli's A Lower Deep featured a satanic coven, and a man discovered that his memories were not his own in Affinity by J. N. Williamson. A living edifice built over a murder site was the location for House of Pain by Sephra Giron, and a writer found evil on his doorstep in Donald K. Beeman's Dead Love, also from Leisure. Jeffrey E. Barlow's The House in High Wood, which mixed Dickens, Lovecraft, and Poe in its tale of a 19th-century haunted manor, was the second volume in the Western Lights series about an alternate England. In Gregory Maguire's ghost story Lost, a writer searching for her cousin in London invoked the spirits of Jack the Ripper and Dickens's Scrooge. Sherlock Holmes and the Terror Out of Time was a Lovecraftian novella featuring Conan Doyle's consulting detective and H.G. Wells's Professor Challenger, from Griffin Books. Randall Silvis's On Night Shore was a Thomas Dunn mystery featuring Edgar Allan Poe. A couple moved into a bizarre community in Bentley Little's The Association, and a woman had a premonition about her own death in Fear Itself by Barrett Shoemaker. A contemporary murder was linked to ancient Egyptian magic in The Alchemist by Donna Bird, while an archaeological team in the Amazon jungle discovered The Altar Stone by Robert Hackman. Bone Walker was the third volume in Kathleen O'Neill Gear and W. Michael Gear's anthropological Anasazi mysteries, and genetically engineered chimpanzees went wild in the same author's Dark Inheritance. There were more biomedical experiments gone awry in Alan Naze's Gargoyles. A dark god was reborn in Los Angeles in D. A. Stern's Black Dawn, and the dead were reborn on an alternate Earth in Eugene Burns' Things Unborn. The restoration of a haunted house in Maine awakened past nightmares in The White Room by A.J. Matthews, a.k.a. Rick Hotela. Will Kingdom's second suspense novel, Mean Spirit, involved 4 people trapped in a Victorian neo-Gothic castle in the Malvern Hills, menaced by a psychopathic killer and voices from beyond the grave. Tananarive The Living Blood was a sequel to the author's My Soul to Keep and involved a race of African immortals, and an immortal killer menaced a small mountain community in Tamara Thorne's Eternity. The Burning Times by Jean Calogridis, a.k.a. J.M. Dillard, was an historical horror novel about witchcraft and the Inquisition. A man's girlfriend disappeared in front of his eyes in T.J. McGregor's Vanished, and the owner of a successful construction business discovered that his past was about to come back and haunt him in Lucy Taylor's Nailed. An executed serial killer returned to possess a married woman on the brink of death in the paperback original Ghost Killer by Scott Chandler, a.k.a. Chandler Scott McMillan. Scottish writer Anne Perry's Come Armageddon was a sequel to Tathia and continued the battle between good and evil as the great and final war approached. Australian author Kim Wilkins's Angel of Ruin was based on Milton's Paradise Lost and featured that writer's daughters and their collective relationships with a dark angel they had conjured up. The Family, Special Effects Book 1 by Kevin McCarthy and David Silva, was the first volume in a new series packaged by Techno Books for DAW. Full Moon, Bloody Moon was the second in a horror mystery series by Lee Driver, a.k.a. Sandra D. Tooley, featuring hero Chase Dagger. Full Moon and Grave Peril were the second and third books, respectively, in Jim Butcher's series The Dresden Files, as Chicago's only professional wizard and paranormal investigator discovered that werewolves turned up in different guises and something was stirring up the city's ghosts. Mark Ramsden's kinky characters Matt and Sasha became involved with animal rights fanatics, a midwinter neo-Nazi festival, and a satanic cult known as the Black Order in The Sacred Blood, the author's S&M sequel to The Dungeon Master's Apprentice, also published by Serpent's Tail. Vampires were as popular as ever in 2001. An Interpol agent was on the trail of the undead Miriam Blaylock in The Last Vampire, Whitley Strieber's long-awaited sequel to The Hunger. Necroscope, Avengers, was the third and final volume in Brian Lumley's E-Branch trilogy, in which Ben Trask's team of talented psychics, including Necroscope Jake Cutter, pursued 3 powerful Wamphiri lords who had joined forces. Narcissus in Chains was the 10th volume in Laurel K. Hamilton's popular Anita Blake Vampire Hunter series, once again given a classy-looking hardcover release in America. This time a changed Anita had to call on both her rival vampire and werewolf lovers to search for a kinky were-leopard who had disappeared from the eponymous S&M Club. An excerpt from the novel appeared in the paperback anthology of Paranormal Romance, Out of This World, which also included original novellas by J.D. Robb, Susan Kernard, and Maggie Shane. A Feast in Exile was Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough's latest novel of Saint-Germain, this time set in 15th century India. Karen Taylor's The Vampire Vivienne featured vampire Deidre Griffin and her ex-cop husband in the 5th in the Vampire Legacy series, and P.D. Kachek's Night Players was the second book featuring new vampire Alison Garrett. Laws of the Blood, Companions, was the third volume in Susan Sizemore's paperback series. This time undead Enforcer of Enforcers Istvan and his unwilling companion, Chicago homicide detective Selena Crawford, uncovered a more serious motive behind the murder of a vampire. McFarren's More Than Mortal was a follow-up to his novels The Time of Feasting and Dark Lost, in the series of Victor Rehnquist Lovecraftian vampire thrillers. Set in 1899 London, a doctor investigated a series of apparent vampire murders in Sam Siciliano's Darkness. The London Vampire Panic was the sixth in the series by Michael Ramsey, set in Victorian Europe, and P. N. Elrod's Quincy Morris Vampire was yet another sequel to Stoker's Dracula. Stephen Gresham's In the Blood was a Southern Gothic about a cursed family of vampires. Clairvoyant cocktail waitress Sookie Stackhouse discovered that her new boyfriend was a bloodsucker suspected of murder in Charlene Harris's, a.k.a. Charlene Harris Schultz, Southern vampire mystery Dead Until Dark. Psychologist Megan O'Neill encountered a vampire in Crimson Kiss by Tricia Baker, while James M. Thompson's Nightblood featured a vampire doctor infected with Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, CJD. A senior in high school who fell prey to the family curse of vampirism and a billionaire industrialist, fighting his own battle with mortality, confronted each other in Billy Sue Moseman's Red Moon Rising, packaged by Techno Books. A woman working in a health resort discovered that her employers were vampires in Tamara Thorne's Candle Bay, and Australian author Stephen Dedman's Shadow's Bite was a martial arts mystery set in Los Angeles involving vampires, demons, and the Yakuza. Bound in Blood was a gay erotic novel by David Thomas Lord about a 19th-century vampire in modern New York. Vampire Vow by Michael Schiefelbein was another gay vampire novel. A book critic in Venice investigated vampires and werewolves in Shannon Drake's Deep Midnight. Alice Borchart's The Wolf King was the third volume in the historical werewolf series by Anne Rice's sister, while a man in Saxon times became involved with a trio of shape-changing siblings in Susan Price's The Wolf Sisters. Gillian Bradshaw's medieval thriller The Wolf Hunt contained elements of lycanthropy and was based on Les de Bisclavret by Marie de France. Bitten was a debut novel by Kelly Armstrong, about the first female werewolf. In Sarah A. Hoyt's debut novel, Ill Met by Moonlight, a young Will Shakespeare was drawn into a realm of elves and fairies in pursuit of his missing family. The book's prologue and first two chapters were self-published as a chapbook sampler. A vengeful spirit haunted a modern housing development in Ringland by newcomer Sally Spedding. The Music of Razors marked the debut horror novel of Cameron Rogers, a.k.a. Penguin Australia children's editor Dimitri Kakmi. It was a coming-of-age story involving a fallen angel and the tools it fashioned from bones. In Jonathan Carroll's The Wooden Sea, the 17-year-old self of middle-aged Chief of Police Franny McCabe turned up and told him that he had lived his life all wrong just before he got a glimpse of the day he was going to die. Jeremy Drawnfield's The Alchemist's Apprentice was about the eponymous best-selling novel written by Madagascar Rhodes, which nobody appears to remember having read. J. Russell's offbeat detective Marty Burns returned in Greed and Stuff, a novel set in the Los Angeles TV industry and involving a classic noir film, The Devil on Sunday. Steve Aylett's comedic Only an Alligator was the first book set in the demonic city of Accomplice, situated one step to the left of reality. A new trade paperback edition of Bram Stoker's Dracula from Random House included an introduction by Peter Straub, plus various review extracts and a reading guide. The Library of Classic Horror was an instant remainder hardcover featuring the complete novels Dracula, Frankenstein, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and The Island of Dr. Moreau, along with 2 other stories by Robert Louis Stevenson and 6 by Edgar Allan Poe. Published as a slightly updated trade paperback in Dover's Thrift Editions series, A Bottomless Grave and Other Victorian Tales of Terror was a welcome reprint of editor Hugh Lamb's superior 1977 anthology Victorian Nightmares, featuring 21 stories by Ambrose Bierce, Guy de Maupassant, Richard Marsh, Erkman Chatrian, Guy Boothby, and others. The collected ghost stories of E. F. Benson was a new edition of the 1992 volume edited by Richard Dalby that contained 54 tales, an essay by the author, and an introduction by Joan Aiken. From Dutch publisher Coppens and Franks, The House on the Borderland was a limited edition of William Hope Hodgson's 1908 novel, with a new introduction by Brian Stableford. Là-bas, A Journey into the South, was a new translation of the 1891 literary black magic novel by French decadent writer Joris Karl Huysmans, published by Daedalus with an introduction by Brendan King and an afterword and chronology by Robert Irwin. From the same imprint, Geoffrey Farrington's The Revenants was a revised edition of the author's 1983 vampire novel with a new introduction by Kim Newman. Black Seas of Infinity, the best of H.P. Lovecraft, was a collection of 19 stories in 3 non-fiction pieces from the Science Fiction Book Club, edited by SFBC editor Andrew Wheeler. Edited by S.T. Joshi, The Thing on the Doorstep and Other Weird Stories was the second collection of H.P. Lovecraft's fiction published as part of the prestigious Penguin 20th Century Classics series. With David E. Schultz, Joshi also edited and annotated H.P.L's The Shadow Out of Time, a trade paperback from Hippocampus Press that contained the restored text of the original manuscript discovered in 1995, along with an early draft and notes. The ubiquitous Mr. Joshi also edited and introduced The Mark of the Beast and Other Horror Tales by Rudyard Kipling, a collection of 17 stories from Dover, and The Three Impostors and Other Stories, the first volume of the Best Weird Tales of Arthur Machen from Chaosium. Along with 3 other classic stories, this trade paperback also included the complete text of Machen's 1895 linked novel. The Conan Chronicles, Volume 2, The Hour of the Dragon, was the second omnibus volume in Gallance's Fantasy Masterworks series, collecting Robert E. Howard's 8 remaining Conan stories, including the title novel, edited with an afterword by Stephen Jones. Richard Matheson's The Incredible Shrinking Man was a reissue of the omnibus from Tor containing the eponymous short novel and 9 classic short stories. R.L. Stine's young adult series, The Nightmare Room, continued with They Call Me Creature, The Howler, Shadow Girl, and Camp Nowhere, some of which may have been written by George Xinjiang. A famous YA horror writer apparently inspired a school-based mystery in The Mysterious Matter of I Am Fine by Diane Stanley. Murder victims were found mysteriously incinerated in Burning Bones by Christopher Golden and Rick Hotela, 7th in the Jenna Blake young adult mystery horror series. Golden's own Prowlers, Laws of Nature, and Prowlers, Predator and Prey launched a new series about a group of teenagers investigating reports of werewolves. Tartable's Throw was a time-travel novel about werewolf detective Cyrus Nagurski, and the third in the series by Henry Garfield after the adult books, Moondog and Room 13. Dr. Franklin's Island by Anne Halem, a.k.a. Gwyneth Jones, involved a group of teenage plane crash survivors who were genetically altered into shapeshifters. A giant bat attacked researchers in the Amazon in Paul Zindell's Night of the Bat. In Pete Johnson's The Frighteners, a new girl in school was befriended by a strange boy whose drawings had the power to call up the eponymous supernatural creatures. Dark Things 2, Journey into Tomorrow, by Joseph F. Brown, once again featured Jared, who had the ability to make what he imagined real. Musician Chris Wooding's The Haunting of Elizabeth Cray was a gaslight romance set in Victorian London and inspired by Gormenghast and H.P. Lovecraft. Margaret Mayhew's The Riddle of the Frozen Phantom was a Vanessa Hamilton book. In Eva Ibbetson's comedic Dial a Ghost, the eponymous agency mixed up its hauntings, and a teenager believed that ghostly phenomena may have had something to do with the arrest of his father in Nick Manz's Operating Codes. A girl who didn't realize she was dead looked after the children living in her house in The Ghost Sitter by Penny R. Griffin, while a young boy encountered a Civil War phantom in Ghost Soldier by Elaine Alphen. My Brother's Ghost was a novelette by Alan Alberg. A girl's dreams seem to hold the answer to her parents' disappearance in Joseph Bruchack's Skeleton Man, and a young girl attempted to help her missing friend in Jonathan Stroud's The Leap. Vampire Mountain was the fourth volume in the Saga of Darren Shan, and the first in a three-part sequence. The character returned in Trials of Death. Eponymous schoolboy author Shan is a pseudonym for Darren O'Shaughnessy. A young witch discovered that one of her classmates was a vampire in Amelia Atwater Rhodes's Shattered Mirror, while Witch Hill was a time-travel fantasy by Marcus Sedgwick. With the help of a strange sea captain, two children battled the night witches in Michael Molloy's The Witch Trade. Kate Tiernan's Sweep 1, Book of Shadows, 2, The Coven, 3, Blood Witch, 4, Dark Magic, 5, Awakening, 6, Spellbound, and 7, The Calling, were the initial volumes in a packaged series about a teenager who discovered she was a witch. Silver Raven Wolf's Witch's Night of Fear and Witch's Key to Terror were the second and third volumes, respectively, in the Witches' Chillers series of occult murder mysteries from Llewellyn Publications. Isabel Bird's Circle of Three series about a trio of modern-day teenage witches included 1. So Mote It Be, 2. Merry Meet, 3. Second Sight, 4. What the Cards Said, 5. In the Dreaming, 6. Ring of Light, 7. Blue Moon, 8. The Five Paths, 9. Through the Veil, 10. Making the Saint, 11. The House of Winter, and 12. Written in the Stars. T-Star Witches No. 1, The Power of Two, by H.B. Gilmore and Randy Reisfeld, was about twin sisters separated at birth who meet in a theme park and discover that they share strange powers. It was followed by 2, Building a Mystery, and 3, Seeing is Deceiving, from the same authors. Australian Kim Wilkins's Bloodlace was the first volume in a new young adult psychic detective series featuring Gina Champion, who investigated a mystery based on a past murder set in a seaside suburb of Sydney. Ninth Key and Darkest Hour by Jenny Carroll, a.k.a. Megan Cabot, were two new titles in the ongoing series The Mediator, about a girl who talked to the dead. From Headline Australia, Shades 1, Shadow Dance, 2, Night Beast, 3, Ancient Light, and 4, Black Sun Rising, was a young adult horror adventure series by Robert Hood, about a group of teenagers trapped in a ghost-like existence who battled an invasion by creatures from the shadows. Scholastic's Point Horror Unleashed continued with Celia Reese's The Cunning Man, about the eponymous shipwrecker. Paul Stewart's Fright Train involved a ride through hell, and a young girl paid a high price for consulting the Bearwood Witch in Susan Price's novel. Hair Razor by Graham Masterton and Flyblown by Philip Wooderson, the latter about intelligent mutated blowflies, both appeared as Mutant Point Horror titles. Decade, 10 Years of Point Horror was an omnibus containing the novels Trick or Treat and April Fools by Richie Tankersley Cusick and Blood Sinister by Celia Reese. Bruce Colville's The Monsters of Morley Manor was significantly revised and expanded from its 1996 serialization. Shadows and Moonshine was a new collection of 13 stories by Joan Aiken, while Vivian Van de Velde's Being Dead collected 7 stories about ghosts and the undead. R.L. Stein's The Haunting Hour featured 10 stories, each illustrated by a different artist, including John Jude Palancar and Art Spiegelman. Spiegelman and Françoise Mouly edited Little Lit, Strange Stories for Strange Kids, a graphic anthology of 16 stories by such authors as Jules Pfeiffer and Maurice Sendak. Brian Lumley's The Whisperer and Other Voices collected 8 reprint stories, plus the short Cthulhu mythos novel The Return of the Deep Ones, and a new introduction by the author. Published in trade paperback by Serpent's Tail, The Devil in Me was the latest collection from Christopher Fowler, containing 12 stories and a new foreword by the author. From the same imprint came a welcome reissue of Fowler's 1998 collection, Personal Demons, in a matching edition. M. John Harrison's travel arrangement collected 14 stories, and Ed Gorman's The Dark Fantastic collected 17 stories with notes by the author and an introduction by Bentley Little. Faithless, Tales of Transgression collected 21 stories, one original, by Joyce Carol Oates. Meanwhile, the author's psychological Gothic novella Beasts was published as a trade paperback by Carolyn Graff. HarperCollins produced a special sampler for the UK edition of Peter Straub's collection Magic Terror, containing the story The Ghost Village. The second of Dorchester Publishing's hardcover leisure titles, The Museum of Horrors, was presented by the Horror Writers Association. Although perhaps not up to the quality of some of editor Dennis Etchison's previous compilations, it was still one of the best anthologies of the year. Even though most of the 18 original stories did not appear to fit into the loose theme of the book, and a few were surprisingly similar to each other, it still boasted some memorable contributions from Joyce Carol Oates, Ramsey Campbell, Peter Atkins, Tom Piccarilli, Joel Lane, Conrad Williams, Charles L. Grant, Lisa Morton, S.P. Sumtow, and a stunning but annoyingly incomplete tale by Peter Straub. It was all the more a shame that such a fine volume and its editor became embroiled in a totally unnecessary controversy, publicized through the HWA itself. Although subtitled Extreme Visions of Speculative Fiction, editor Al Sarantonio's massive new anthology Redshift actually contained some excellent dark fantasy stories amongst its 30 all-new contributions by Dan Simmons, Ursula K. Le Guin, Michael Moorcock, Thomas M. Dish, Stephen Baxter, David Morrell, Elizabeth Hand, Michael Marshall Smith, Gene Wolfe, and the editor himself, who was responsible for yet another self-congratulatory introduction. Edited by P. N. Elrod and probably an uncredited Martin H. Greenberg, Dracula in London contained 16 stories about the vampire count living in some very peculiar interpretations of the city by Tanya Huff, Fred Saberhagen, Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough, Nancy Kilpatrick, and others, including a collaboration between the editor and actor Nigel Bennett. Vampires, Encounters with the Undead was a huge 600-page hardcover from Black Dog and Leventhal publishers, edited and with commentary by the erudite David J. Scow. Along with classic short stories by J. Sheridan Le Fanu, Bram Stoker, M.R. James, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Robert Bloch, Fritz Lieber, Richard Matheson, David J. Shaw, Kim Newman, Caitlin R. Kiernan, and others, this value-for-money volume also contained articles, essays, and extracts, all profusely illustrated with film stills and artwork. Lords of Night, Tales of Vampire Love, contained 3 romance novellas by Janice Bennett, Sarah Blaine, and Monique Ellis. Hammer horror star Ingrid Pitt graced the cover and contributed the introduction and an original story to The Mammoth Book of Vampire Stories by Women, an anthology of 33 stories, 14 original, and 1 poem edited by Stephen Jones with illustrations by Randy Broker. Other contributors included Anne Rice, Poppy Z. Brite, Tanith Lee, Lisa Tuttle, Connie Willis, and Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough. Mike Ashley's excellent The Mammoth Book of Fantasy reprinted 23 classic tales by Robert E. Howard, Clark Ashton Smith, Fritz Lieber, Tanith Lee, Harlan Ellison, A. Merritt, and many others. Published in hardcover by the British Library, Meddling with Ghosts, Stories in the Tradition of M.R. James, was a handsome reprint anthology selected and introduced by Ramsey Campbell. Among the 16 authors included were J. Sheridan Le Fanu, F. Marion Crawford, Sabin Baring-Gould, Fritz Lieber, L.T.C. Rolt, A.N.L. Munby, T.E.D. Klein, Sheila Hodgson, Terry Lamsley, and Campbell himself. Rosemary Pardo also contributed a useful guide to writers who followed in James's literary footsteps. Edited by Don Hutchinson, Wild Things Live There, The Best of Northern Frights, reprinted 16 stories from the Canadian anthology series by Nancy Kilpatrick, Nalo Hopkins, and others. Into the Mummy's Tomb, edited with a long introduction by John Richard Stevens, contained 15 reprint stories, 2 excerpts, and an abridgment by such authors as Louisa May Alcott, Tennessee Williams, H.P. Lovecraft, Agatha Christie, Mark Twain, Sir H. Rider Haggard, Edgar Allan Poe, Ray Bradbury, Rudyard Kipling, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Elizabeth Peters, Sax Rohmer, Anne Rice, and Bram Stoker. Edited by Marvin Kay, The Ultimate Halloween contained 17 stories, 5 reprints, about the horror holiday by Esther Friesner, Ron Goulart, and others. Isaac Asimov's Halloween was edited by Gardner Dozois and Sheila Williams and reprinted 10 stories from Asimov's science fiction. Andy Duncan, Lawrence Watt Evans, Howard Waldrop, Stephen Utley, and Ian R. MacLeod were amongst the authors included. Winning Tales of the Supernatural, edited by Joyce Booth O'Brien, contained 11 prize-winning stories, while Nor of Human, edited by Geoffrey Maloney, was an Australian anthology, published by the Canberra SF Guild Writers Group. Published in trade paperback by Polygon, Damageland, an anthology of new Scottish Gothic fiction, edited and introduced by Alan Bissett, contained 20 stories, 6 reprints, and a bibliography. The busy Martin H. Greenberg teamed up with John Helfers to edit the all-original Villains Victorious and The Mutant Files. The former contained 14 stories of evil triumphant, the latter 16 tales about the next step in human evolution. The contributors, many of whom were featured in both books, included Charles DeLint, Tanya Huff, Alan Dean Foster, Janet Berliner, David Bischoff, Nina Kiriki-Hoffman, Christine Catherine Rush, Ed Gorman, Peter Crowther, and Peter Tremaine, with a new Sherlock Holmes story. Greenberg was joined by Brittany A. Corrin for Single White Vampire Seeks Same, an anthology of 12 stories based on paranormal personal ads from such familiar names as Rush, Crowther, Hoffman, DeLint, and Huff, a Henry Fitzroy vampire tale. With Gene Raby, Greenberg also edited Historical Hauntings, featuring 18 original stories by Andre Norton, Bruce Holland Rogers, and others. The Mammoth Book of Best New Horror, 12, edited by Stephen Jones, contained 22 stories and novellas, along with the usual comprehensive overview of the previous year in horror, a detailed necrology, and a list of useful contact addresses for aspiring writers and horror fans. Ellen Datlow and Terry Windling's The Year's Best Fantasy and Horror, 14th Annual Collection, reprinted 44 stories and 9 poems. Plus the annual summations by the two editors, Ed Bryant and Seth Johnson, obituaries by James Frankel, and a list of so-called honorable mentions. The Datlow, Windling, and Jones books overlapped with just 4 stories from Ramsey Campbell, Kathy Koja, Terry Lamsley, and Paul McAuley. After much ballyhoo in the small press world, and to the anger of many of its contributors, the year's Best Dark Fantasy, 2000, the first in a proposed new annual series announced by editor Steve Saville, was abruptly cancelled by print-on-demand publisher Cosmos Books. HarperCollins globally launched its e-book imprint, Perfect Bound, in February, with titles by Raymond E. Feist, Joyce Carol Oates, and an omnibus of The Nightmare Room by R.L. Stine, containing 6 novels. Following the May launch of AOL Time Warner's digital imprint, I Publish, the Authors Guild warned its 8,000 members that the new company's publishing contract was among the worst the Authors Guild has seen from a publisher of any size or reputation. The Science Fiction Writers Association agreed, describing the publisher's non-negotiable terms as rights-stealing. Ignoring the criticism, I Publish announced a new popularity contest, in conjunction with a monthly publication of 3 works discovered through its website. However, in an unexpected move in December, AOL Time Warner pulled the plug, citing a slowdown in the overall economy as its reason for the decision. The company concluded that a separate electronic publishing division was not currently viable at that time. While I Publish titles remained available for the time being, electronic book sales were moved to other groups within Time Warner Trade Publishing. In a landmark decision in June, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled 7-2 on the New York Times v. Tassini case that publishers must obtain consent for the electronic reproduction of work originally created by freelancers for print. This resulted in thousands of articles being deleted from electronic databases and on the Internet. After buying exclusive electronic rights to around 100 backlist titles by authors such as Kurt Vonnegut, new e-book publisher Rosetta Books was sued by Random House, who claimed that their existing contracts with the authors giving them the right to publish the works in book form included digital rights. In July, a federal judge in U.S. District Court in Manhattan ruled against Random House's request for a preliminary injunction, and the publisher subsequently appealed. Barnes & Noble Digital debuted on September 11th with an original e-book by Dean Koontz, The Book of Counted Sorrows, but delayed the launch of its other titles until mid-October. Economic fallout from the 9/11 terrorist attacks may also have caused Random House to fold its At Random electronic imprint, launched in June 2000. At the beginning of the year, editor Paula Guerin announced that it had become obvious to her that the only way for her weekly electronic newsletter, Dark Echo, to evolve was for it to head directly into extinction, which it did. However, after publishing more than 300 issues since 1994, Guerin did revive the title occasionally as a once-in-a-while informal newsletter. Along with co-sponsoring a story contest, Leisure Books began sponsoring original fiction by new and established authors on Brett Savory's quarterly webzine, The Chiaroscuro. Delirium Books' website was removed by its host server in November after a complaint about the site's graphic content. As a result, certain features, such as the Gross Out tournament, were moved to another server. The Spook was a fully downloadable electronic horror magazine in Adobe Acrobat PDF format, launched in June by publisher-editor Anthony Sapienza, featuring short fiction, celebrity profiles, reviews, cartoons, and poetry. Among the featured authors were Ramsey Campbell, Poppy Z. Brite, Dennis Etchison, Damon Knight, John Shirley, Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough, Jonathan Carroll, and Joyce Carol Oates. Features included interviews with Neil Gaiman, Jonathan Carroll, actress Linda Blair, and artist Alan M. Clark, plus articles on Halloween's Michael Myers, The Zodiac Killer, The Witchcraft of Shirley Jackson, and the truth behind Disneyland's Haunted Mansion. Ramsey Campbell's opinion column, originally in Necrophile, began running from the second issue onwards. Because it was sponsored by advertisers, the full-color monthly magazine was free to readers and received more than 4,000 hits in the first 48 hours. Gothic.net underwent its annual makeover, and the $15 subscription entitled readers to get the premium short fiction, change the color scheme, post comments, and receive regular updates. Among the authors whose stories were featured on Ellen Datlow's Sci.Fiction on sci-fi.com in 2001 were Charles Beaumont, Terry Dowling, Ian R. MacLeod, James P. Blaylock, Jeffrey A. Landis, Lucius Shepard, Gerald Kirsch, Glenn Hirschberg, Richard Matheson, Pat Cadigan, and many others. After 6 issues as a print publication, Paul Lockey's Unhinged, subtitled Disturbing Fiction for Discerning Adults, became a twice-yearly online magazine in May with articles, reviews, and fiction by Sean Russell Friend, Mark Howard Jones, Michael Chant, T.M. Gray, Ray Clark, and others. Paul Fry's Peep Show, published by Short Scary Tales Publications, featured erotic horror fiction by David J. Shaw and others, and more horror stories could be found on John Urbanchik's webzine Dark Fluidity. The Zone SF, a non-fiction site, went live in mid-September with interviews with Dan Simmons and Simon Clark, and a list of the top 10 heavy metal albums with SF themes. Edited by Sarah Creasy, Aurealis Express was a monthly science fiction and fantasy e-bulletin for subscribers to Australia's twice-yearly Aurealis magazine. The electronic update was issued 11 times a year, except January, and you could subscribe to both magazines by visiting the website and printing off an application form. Pam Kesey's MonsterZine.com looked at monster movies and was linked to the related site BioHorror.com, while Ghoul Britannia was a tribute site for Hammer Films and other Brit horror movies. Douglas Glegg's The Infinite Road Diary debuted on the Cemetery Dance website. While the author traveled across America promoting his new hardcover novel, The Infinite, with bookshop signings, he updated his electronic diary every few days. Neil Gaiman's electronic diary was also credited with boosting sales of his latest novel, American Gods. Stealth Press marked Halloween on its website with a free downloadable PDF e-anthology, All Hallows-E, Halloween Tales from 7 Masters of Terror, compiled by Paula Guerin. It featured reprints by such stealth authors as Ray Bradbury, F. Paul Wilson, Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough, John Shirley, William F. Nolan, Al San Antonio, and Peter Straub. Stealth's e-freebie page also featured a downloadable e-chapbook of Nolan's 1967 Playboy short story, The Party, from his new collection Dark Universe, and a sample from Wilson's novel An Enemy of the State, featuring a new introduction by the author, along with a prologue and 5 chapters. A follow-up to the previous year's impressive electronic anthology, Brainbox 2, Son of Brainbox, edited with an introduction by Steve Fowler, featured contributions from 18 writers, including Brett A. Savory, Charlie Jacob, Brian A. Hopkins, and Mort Castle. Another CD-ROM anthology was Lone Wolf Publications' Extremes 3, Terror on the High Seas, edited by Brian A. Hopkins and illustrated by Thomas Arensberg. The UK print-on-demand publisher, House of Stratus, which reissued much of Brian Aldiss's backlist along with many other titles, ceased trading in June and apparently went into administration in September. Booksellers had apparently complained of late deliveries and poor billing. After the cancellation of Enigmatic Tales, editors L. H. Maynard and M. P. N. Sims pretty much recreated their magazine as the first 2 volumes of the trade paperback anthology series Darkness Rising, Volume 1, Night's Soft Pains, and Volume 2, Hideous Dreams, from Cosmos Books, an on-demand imprint of Wildside Press. Along with obscure reprints by Howard Jones and Wan Mi, introduced by Hugh Lamb, the books included original stories with notable work from Linda E. Rucker and Donald Murphy. Also from Cosmos, Similar Monsters was a decade-spanning collection of 15 stories, 5 original, and an afterword by Steve Saville, while City of Saints and Madmen, the Book of Ambergris, collected 4 novellas by Jeff Vandermeer with an introduction by Michael Moorcock. Dan Clor's The Unspeakable and Others was a collection of 47 Lovecraftian tales and non-fiction pieces with an introduction by S.T. Joshi. Stephen Mark Rainey's Balak from Wildside Press was a Lovecraftian novel involving a woman searching for her missing child. Fluid Mosaic collected 13 horror stories, 1 original, by Michael Arnzen. Gemini Rising, Downward to Darkness, and Worse Things Waiting were substantially revised versions of Brian McNaughton's novels Satan's Love Child, 1977, Satan's Mistress, 1978, and Satan's Seductress, 1979, while McNaughton's Nasty Stories and Even More Nasty Stories collected 25 stories, 8 original, and 21 stories, 2 original, respectively. Strange Pleasures was an anthology of 14 stories edited by Cosmos Books' Sean Wallace and featuring contributions by Keith Brooke, Adrian Cole, Barrington Bailey, Maynard and Sims, John Grant, and others. Wallace also announced a new imprint, Prime Books, which would include a number of titles originally announced by Imaginary Worlds. These included books by Tim Levin, Jeff Vandermeer, Brett Savory, and Michael Lemo. Subsequently, Jeff Vandermeer's Ministry of Whimsy Press became a print-on-demand imprint of Prime. Ado van Belkom's Teeth, from Misha Merlin, was an erotic police procedural about vagina dentata, introduced by Richard Lehman. From the same publisher, Lee Killoff's Blood Games was a 3rd in the series featuring vampire detective Gareth McCallion. David Norhouse's online imprint Dark Tales launched the collections Dial Your Dreams and Other Nightmares by Robert Weinberg, Cold Comfort by Nancy Kilpatrick, and the erotic 6-inch Spikes by Ado van Belkom at the Seattle World Horror Convention. Later in the year, the publisher released the novels Soul Temple by Stephen Lee Clymer, A Flock of Crows is Called a Murder by James Viscosi, and the 2nd volume in the Asylum anthology series, The Violent Ward, edited by Victor Heck and featuring stories by D.F. Lewis, James Dorr, Gerard Hauerner, and others. Harlan was a new novel by David Whitman, while The Charm was the first book in the reissued Shaman Cycle series of Southwestern supernatural thrillers by Adam Niswander. It was followed by The Serpent Slayers and The Hound Hunters, with more volumes in the projected 13-volume series due from Dark Tales. Harry Houdini, and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle teamed up to battle dark magic in Harry R. Squires' print-on-demand novel, What Rough Beast? Published in a signed and numbered 500-copy hardcover by Oregon's IFD Publishing, Escaping Purgatory, Fables in Words and Pictures by Gary A. Brownbeck and Alan N. Clark, contained 7 thematically linked stories, 5 original, and a foreword by Peter Crowther, illustrated throughout by Clark. From the same imprint, Flaming Arrows was a collection of short stories by Bruce Holland Rogers, published in both trade paperback and hardcover, with an introduction by Kate Wilhelm. Set in a ridiculously huge typeface, the 27 tales, many of them reprints, were illustrated by Jill Bauman and publisher Clark. Edited by Elizabeth Engstrom, Imagination Fully Dilated Volume 2 contained 29 stories by such authors as Ramsey Campbell, Poppy Z. Brite, and Charles DeLint, based around Alan M. Clark's artwork. With an introduction by Paula Garan, the hardcover was limited to 600 signed copies from IFD. Independent Texas imprint Clockwork Storybook was founded in 2001 by a writers' collective and published 9 titles in its first year. These included the trade paperback collection Beneath the Skin and Other Stories, containing 6 original stories and a somewhat pretentious introduction by Matthew Sturgis, and Chris Robertson's Cybermancy Incorporated, a collection of 2 stories and 2 linked novellas introducing modern-day pulp hero John Benaventure Carmody and his associates. The Clockwork Reader was a trade paperback sampler containing work by the above-mentioned authors, along with Mark Finn and Bill Willingham. Hundreds of short stories, novels, and sample chapters were also available for free download on the publisher's website. William E. Rand's Painted Demons was a collection of 9 linked horror stories available from iUniverse/Writers Club Press. Rand's That Way Madness Lies and Rita Dimitra's The Blood Waltz were vampire novels from the same imprint. Gus Smith's Feather and Bone was a debut novel from British print-on-demand publisher Big Engine, and involved an ancient spirit loose in a Northumberland farming community beset by BSE. Edited by Forrest J. Ackerman, Rainbow Fantasia, 35 Spectromatic Tales of Wonder from Sense of Wonder Press, featured stories with colors in their titles by Ray Cummings, Robert W. Chambers, and others. From Subterranean Press, Douglas Clegg's Naomi was originally published as an online serial novel about a man pursuing a ghost into the underground world that exists beneath New York City. It was limited to 1,500 signed copies. Clegg's other novel from Subterranean, Dark of the Eye, involved a woman whose healing powers made her a target for evil forces. Joe Lansdale's Zeppelin's West was a wild parody of westerns, alternate universes, and pulp stories, involving a cast of historical characters, the Frankenstein monster, and Captain Nemo and his intellectual seal, Ned. Illustrated by Mark A. Nelson, it was available in a signed hardcover edition limited to 1,500 copies, with full-color end papers. Ray Garton's Sex and Violence in Hollywood lived up to its title, while John Shirley's novel The View from Hell was published in a signed edition of 1,000 copies and a 26-copy lettered edition. Published as an attractive hardcover limited to 750 signed and numbered copies, Thomas Tessier's novella Father Panic's Opera Macabre concerned a successful historical novelist who stumbled upon a remote Italian farmhouse filled with supernatural secrets. The story was unfortunately marred by some extremely graphic depictions of Nazi tortures. Delayed from the previous year, David J. Shaw's collection, I, contained 13 stories, 2 original, and a witty afterword by the author, limited to 1,000 signed copies. An extra new story was included in a lettered state edition. Edward Bryant's The Baku, Tales of the Nuclear Age, contained a new introduction by the author, 3 short stories, and a previously unpublished teleplay, bought by The Twilight Zone but never produced. It was limited to 500 signed copies and a 26-copy lettered edition. Guilty but Insane was a collection of Poppy Z. Brite's nonfiction, limited to 2,000 signed hardcover copies with a full-color dust jacket and autograph page art by J.K. Potter. Brite and Caitlin R. Kiernan each had a new story, plus a collaboration in Wrong Things, an attractive hardcover illustrated by Richard Kirk and published in a signed edition of 1,500 copies, and a lettered edition. Subterranean also revived the old Dark Harvest Night Visions series with a 10th volume. Edited by Richard Chismar and illustrated by Alan M. Clark, it contained new novellas by Jack Ketchum and John Shirley, along with 5 original short stories by David B. Silva. The volume was available as a trade hardcover and a 500-copy limited edition. Simon Clark's new novel, Darkness Demands, appeared from Cemetery Dance in a signed edition limited to 1,000 copies. It involved a writer of true crime stories faced with choosing between the survival of his daughter or the rest of his family. A reissue of Clark's 1995 End of Civilization novel, Blood Crazy, was also available from the same publisher in a signed edition of 1,000 copies. The signed limited edition of Christopher Golden's The Ferryman came with a quote from Clive Barker and involved a woman who spurned the eponymous soul-taker during a near-fatal medical ordeal. The book's prologue was published as a chapbook, with illustrations by Eric Powell. Tim Lebbon's short novel, Until She Sleeps, was about a young boy's battle against a resurrected 300-year-old witch who released her suppressed nightmares on a quiet village. It was available in a deluxe limited edition of 1,000 signed copies. Edward Lee's City Infernal was a Southern Gothic horror novel set in hell and also limited to 1,000 copies. The Cemetery Dance hardcover of Richard Lehman's Night in Lonesome October was the first U.S. edition of the late author's Halloween novel. Also from CD, Friday Night at Beast House, was a short novel that was nominally a sequel to the author's previous 3 books in the series. Lehman's fable The Halloween Mouse was a thin, oversized hardcover, illustrated in full color by Alan M. Clark, and limited to only 300 signed and numbered copies inside a handmade cloth slipcase. Richard Matheson's Camp Pleasant was possibly an early novel about a murder at a children's summer camp, while a limited edition of 1,500 copies of Jack Ketchum's The Lost was published by Cemetery Dance simultaneously with the Leisure paperback. Edited by Richard Chismar, Trick or Treat was the first in a new hardcover anthology series celebrating Halloween. It collected 5 original novellas by Gary A. Brownbeck, Nancy A. Collins, Rick Hotela, Al San Antonio, and Thomas Tessier. It was also available in a signed edition, limited to 400 slip-cased copies. F. Paul Wilson's Sims Book 2, The Portero Method, was the second in a new series of hardcover novellas published exclusively by Cemetery Dance and a limited edition of 750 signed copies. Wilson's latest Repairman Jack novel, Hosts, appeared from Gauntlet Press in a signed limited edition of 475 copies, with cover art by Harry O. Morris. It introduced the enigmatic Jack's sister, Kate Iverson, and featured an insidious virus that threatened to deprive humanity of its individuality. Originally published in 1991 as a paperback original, Nancy A. Collins's second novel, Tempter, appeared from Gauntlet Press in a completely rewritten version that the author considered the preferred text. It was available as both a signed and numbered hardcover and in a lettered, leather-bound, and tray-cased edition priced at $150. Edited by Don Albright, Ray Bradbury's classic collection, Dark Carnival, was limited to only 700 numbered and slip-cased copies signed by Bradbury and Clive Barker, who contributed the afterward. This edition added 5 stories not contained in the 1947 Arkham House edition, along with several black-and-white pulp cover reproductions and an archival section featuring photos of manuscript pages, letters, and some other rare items. Bradbury produced the dust jacket art and interior illustrations himself. A lettered, leather-bound, tray-cased edition of 52 copies containing an extra 25 pages sold for $1,000 apiece. For those who purchased the book directly from the publisher, there was also a chapbook of Bradbury's story Time Intervening, limited to 752 copies. The deluxe reissue of Richard Matheson's classic The Shrinking Man contained a new afterword by David Morrell, photos from the movie, and several pages of facsimile script. It was limited to 500 numbered copies signed by Matheson and Morrell. Gauntlet's New Edge imprint concentrated on publishing mass-market trade paperbacks and hardcovers. Released as an Edge title, Barry Hoffman's serial killer novel Judas Eyes was the third in the series about bounty hunter Sheriff Harris, with an afterword by Jack Ketchum. The Gauntlet Press Sampler was a chapbook featuring new stories by Richard Christian Matheson, Barry Hoffman, Rain Graves, and Richard Matheson, along with a poem by Clive Barker, illustrated by Harry O. Morris and David Armstrong. Launched in November 2000 by Craig Spector and a venture capital company to sell books directly through the Internet, Stealth Press consolidated its publishing schedule in 2001 with a raft of nicely produced hardcover volumes that were not initially available in bookstores. Celebrating the 40th anniversary of Dennis Etchison's first professional short story sale, Talking in the Dark, Selected Stories was a handsome collection of 24 tales, one original, the earliest dating back to 1972. Unfortunately, despite being a commemorative volume, the book contained neither an introduction nor any story notes by the author. Darkness Divided collected 22 stories, 4 original, by John Shirley, presented in 2 sections, one featuring stories set in the past and the present, and the other set in myriad futures. The book included collaborations with Walter Gibson and Bruce Sterling, plus a short introduction by Poppy Z. Brite. Dark Universe contained 41 stories that author William F. Nolan considered to be amongst his best work from the past 50 years, with an introduction by Christopher Conlon. Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough's Tempting Fate, her third Saint-Germain vampire book from Stealth Press, weighed in at more than 600 pages. In December, Stealth published an 800-page-plus edition of Clive Barker's Books of Blood. The massive collection was available as a trade hardcover, a 500-copy signed edition, and as a lettered edition of 52 copies that sold out pre-publication. Featuring a cover photograph by the author and a new preface by Peter Atkins, it was the first and only edition containing all 6 books in one volume, including the final story, On Jerusalem Street, previously unavailable in any North American printing. However, having gone through a reported $1.3 million in venture capital, Stealth suspended all publication at the end of the year and let its consulting staff go. Amongst those who found that they were out of a job were Craig Spector, Pat Labruto, Peter Schneider, Paula Garan, Douglas Clegg, and Peter Atkins, while eminent editions of Ray Bradbury's poetry collection, They Have Not Seen the Stars, and Tabitha King's Small World were left in limbo. Sporting a jokey dust jacket by Gahan Wilson, Acolytes of Cthulhu was the third Lovecraftian anthology edited and introduced by Robert M. Price and published in hardcover by Fedigan and Bremer. It contained 28 stories, 2 original by Joseph Payne Brennan, C. M. Eddy, Manly Wade Wellman, Henry Hass, Edmund Hamilton, David H. Keller, M.D., Jorge Luis Borges, Randall Garrett, S. T. Joshi, Dirk W. Mosig, Don Burleson, Peter Cannon, Gustav Meyrink, Neil Gaiman, and others. Fedigan also reissued H.P. Lovecraft's Fungi from Yuggoth as an audio CD containing 35 sonnets and with an accompanying booklet. Inspired by Lovecraft and the Cthulhu mythos, Strange Eons from Wiltshire's Rainfall Records was an atmospheric 2-disc CD collection of words and music produced and directed by artist Steve Lines. Contributors to the audio anthology included Ramsey Campbell, Brian Lumley, Simon Clark, John B. Ford, Joel Lane, Robert M. Price, and Tim Lebon. Robert T. Garcia's American Fantasy imprint published a 600-copy signed and slipcased edition of Michael Moorcock's The Dream Thief's Daughter, A Tale of the Albino, in which Elric of Melnibone, Count Oldzik von Beck, and other characters battled the evils of Hitler's Nazi Germany. The beautifully designed volume, illustrated by Randy Broker, Donato Giancola, Gary Gianni, Robert Gould, Michael Kaluta, Todd Lockwood, Don Mates, and Michael Whelan, was also issued in a 26-copy lettered and tray-cased edition. Ranging from Lovecraftian horrors to hard SF, Claremont Tales was a collection of 12 recent stories, one original by Richard A. Lupoff, illustrated by Nicholas Janeshig, and published by Golden Griffin Press. Peter Crowther's P.S. Publishing released Tracy Knight's impressive and offbeat debut novel, The Astonished Eye, originally scheduled to appear from the now-defunct Pumpkin Books, with an introduction by Philip Jose Farmer and dust jacket illustration by Alan Clark. The hardcover was limited to 500 signed and numbered copies and 26 deluxe lettered editions. Introduced by Paul DiFilippo, Eric Brown's novella, A Writer's Life, concerned an apparently immortal author whose previous incarnations included Ambrose Bierce. Conrad Williams's Nearly People included an introduction by Michael Marshall Smith and concerned a woman's quest through a decaying and dangerous landscape. Both were published by P.S. and limited signed and numbered editions of 500 paperback copies and 300 hardcovers. Manchester's Savoy Books reprinted Anthony Skeen's, a.k.a. George Norman Phillips, 1886 to 1972, incredibly rare 1936 pulp detective novel Monsieur Zenith the Albino, as an attractive hardcover with an introduction by Jack Adrian, a foreword by Michael Moorcock, and numerous black-and-white illustrations and cover reproductions throughout. From the same publisher, David Britton's Baptized in the Blood of Millions was the third Lord Horror novel, with illustrations by the author, set in a bizarre alternate England spanning World War II and featuring the traitorous Lord Haw-Haw, British film star Jessie Matthews and poet Sylvia Plath as characters. From editor David Sutton's Shadow Publishing imprint, Phantoms of Venice was a solid anthology of 10 tales, 2 reprints, by Peter Tremaine, Cherry Wilder, Conrad Williams, Mike Chen, Tim Lebon, Brian Stableford, and others, including one by the editor himself, set in the serene republic of dark canals. The hardcover also included an informative foreword by Joe Lane and dust jacket art by Harry O. Morris. Produced in conjunction with the British Fantasy Society, Telos Publishing was launched with Urban Gothic, Lacuna, and Other Trips, edited by David J. Howe, a trade paperback and hardcover anthology based on the disappointing Channel 5 TV series. Along with a very brief introduction by actor Richard O'Brien and interviews with the creators of the show, it included 3 original tales about London, the first 2 of them reprints, by Christopher Fowler, Graham Masterton, and Simon Clarke, and a trio of stories by Paul Finch, Steve Lockley and Paul Lewis, and Debbie Bennett, based on previously produced scripts by Tom DeVille. Telos also began publishing a series of original hardcover Doctor Who novellas. The first, Time and Relative, by Kim Newman, appeared as a standard hardcover and in a deluxe signed edition featuring a color frontispiece illustration by Brian Talbot. Published in trade paperback by Brooklyn's Small Beer Press, Stranger Things Happen was the first collection from the talented Kelly Link, containing 11 quirky, spooky, and smart stories, 2 original. Meet Me in the Moon Room, from the same imprint, contained 33 often surreal tales, 6 original, by Ray Vukovich. California's Dark Regions Press issued the attractive trade paperback collections Strange Mistresses, Tales of Wonder and Romance, containing 14 stories, 2 original, and 13 poems by James Dorr, with an introduction by Marge Simon. Winter Shadows and Other Tales, featuring 20 stories, 4 original, by Mary Soon Lee, and Saltwater Tears, a collection of 10 stories, 1 original, by Brian Hopkins, with an introduction by Gary A. Brownbeck. All 3 volumes featured cover art by A.B. Word. Gary Brownbeck's This Flesh Unknown was an erotic ghost novel from Foggy Windows Books Chimeras, while D.G.K. Goldberg's Doomed to Repeat It, published by the Design Image Group, was about a woman with an abusive, ghostly boyfriend. From Overlook Connection Press, Gary Razor's Graven Images appeared in various signed editions with an introduction by Edward Lee, who also, somewhat predictably, supplied the introduction for Duet for the Devil, a hardcore horror novel by T. Winter Damon and Randy Chandler, about serial slayer the Zodiac Killer. It was published by Florida's Necro Publications in a signed and numbered edition of 400 trade paperbacks and 100 hardcovers. Necro's Bedlam Press imprint, dedicated to bizarre, weird, and darkly humorous fiction, was launched with Tangy Bonanza, a collection of 2 novellas by Doc Solomon, published in a signed and numbered trade paperback edition of 300 copies and a 52-copy signed and lettered hardcover. Published by Delirium Books, Scott Thomas's Cobwebs and Whispers collected 26 stories, 17 original, of quiet horror with a foreword by Jeff Vandermeer and an introduction by Michael Pendragon in a signed hardcover edition limited to 250 numbered copies. Also from Delirium, Greg F. Giffoon's Heretics contained 8 short horror stories with an introduction by Brian Hopkins and was limited to just 50 signed and numbered hardcover copies. This also became the first title in Delirium's new trade paperback line. From the same publisher and edited by Shane Ryan Staley, The Dead Inn was an anthology of hardcore horror subtitled Gross Oddities, Erotic Perversities, and Supernatural Entities. It featured stories by Don DeMassa, Charlie Jacob, Steve I, Mark McLaughlin, John B. Rosenman, Trey R. Barker, Jeffrey Thomas, and others, including the editor. 4x4 contained 8 stories by Michael Oliveri, Jeff Cooper, Brian Keene, and Michael T. Hewick, Jr., with an afterword in which the authors' collaborators discussed why they write horror. From Shadowlands Press, Tom Piccirilli's The Night Class involved a college student who found his life unraveling around him, while Stephen R. Cowan's Gothica, Romance of the Immortals, was a time-travel tale from Southern Charm Press involving vampires. New York's Soft Skull Press published Nick Mamata's novel Northern Gothic, about 2 serial killers connected over more than a century by the city's bloody history. Confessions of a Ghoul and Other Stories, from Silver Lake Publishing, contained 7 stories by M.F. Korn, and an introduction by D.F. Lewis. Boasting 6 honorable mentions in the year's Best Fantasy and Horror on the cover, Odd Lot, Stories to Chill the Heart, was a collection of 9 stories, 1 original, written and published by self-proclaimed storyteller of the heart Steve Burt, illustrated by Jessica Hagerman. The Bubba Chronicles was a collection of 11 stories, including several collaborations by Selena Rosen from Yard Dog Press. Bubbas of the Apocalypse was a follow-up anthology edited by Rosen containing 16 stories and 3 poems set in a zombie-filled post-Holocaust future. From the same editor and imprint, Stories That Won't Make Your Parents Hurl contained 15 young adult stories and 3 poems inspired by the Brothers Grimm. Edited by Nicola Griffith and Stephen Pagel, Bending the Landscape, Horror, was an anthology of 18 original gay and lesbian horror stories, published by Overlook Press. Published by Chicago's 11th Hour Productions and Twilight Tales, Blood and Donuts was a 250-copy trade paperback anthology edited by Tina L. Jens and containing 18 crime mystery stories, 12 original, by Jody Lynn Nye, Jay Bonansinga, Steve Lockley, Robert Weinberg, Brian Hodge, Yvonne Navarro, Edo van Belkom, Wayne Allen Sal, and others. John B. Ford's collection of 10 stories and 4 poems, Tales of Deviltry and Doom, was published by artist Steve Lines's Rainfall Books in a limited hardcover edition of 250 signed and numbered copies. Dark Shadows on the Moon contained a further 36 stories, 7 original, by the same writer, published in trade paperback by Hive Press with an introduction by Simon Clark. Meanwhile, Ford's own BJM Press issued David Price's The Evil Eye, Quentin S. Crisp's The Nightmare Exhibition, and Paul Kane's Alone in the Dark, each as trade paperback collections with introductions by the publisher. Dark Whispers by Peter Ebsworth was a collection of 10 stories published in trade paperback by Storybook, an imprint of David Searle's Searle Publishing. Edited and introduced by Nicholas Schreck for Creation Books, Flowers from Hell, a Satanic Reader, featured stories, poetry, and novel excerpts about the devil by Edgar Allan Poe, John Milton, Charles Baudelaire, and others. The 1920s Investigator's Companion to Chaosium's Call of Cthulhu role-playing game included background material by Keith Herber, John Crow, Kenneth Fagg, Jr., and others. Bruce Ballen's award-winning Call of Cthulhu, Unseen Masters, was another guide to the game, including a scenario partly inspired by Philip K. Dick. The trade paperback was illustrated by Paul Carrick and Drashi Kendup. Also from Chaosium, Song of Cthulhu, Tales of the Spheres Beyond Sound, edited by Stephen Mark Rainey, contained 20 Lovecraftian stories, 9 original, by Thomas Ligotti, Caitlin R. Kiernan, and others. Nameless Cults, the Cthulhu mythos fiction of Robert E. Howard, was the latest Chaosium anthology edited and introduced by Robert M. Price, It included 13 vaguely Lovecraftian stories by Howard, plus 5 collaborations, including the round-robin tale, The Challenge from Beyond by Howard, C. L. Moore, A. Merritt, H. P. Lovecraft, and Frank Belknap Long, illustrated by H. E. Fassel and Dave Carson. Robert Price also contributed an introduction to The Gardens of Lucullus, a Cthulhu Mythos Roman Gladiator novel by Richard L. Tierney and Glenn Rahman, published as an attractive trade paperback by the enigmatic Sidecar Preservation Society. Introduced by David G. Rowlands, A Ghostly Crew, Tales from the Endeavour, was a welcome collection of 15 all-reprint stories by Roger Johnson, published by Robert Morgan's Sarab Press in a hardcover edition of 300 copies. Spalatro, 2 Italian Tales, was a slim 250-copy hardcover containing 2 stories from the Dublin University magazine by J. Sheridan Le Fanu, edited and introduced by Miles Stribling, and superbly illustrated by Douglas Walters. The Sistrum and Other Ghost Stories by Alice Perrin, 1867–1934, was the 5th volume in editor Richard Dalby's Mistresses of the Macabre series, with illustrations by Paul Lowe. The publisher had to revise the binding specifications for The Haunted River and 3 other ghostly novellas by Mrs. J. H. Riddell, 1832–1906, which included an introduction by editor Dalby and 24 full-page original illustrations that accompanied the Routledge's Christmas Annual publication of the 4 stories. Both books appeared in 300-copy, numbered hardcover editions. Published the same month by Sarab was Can Such Things Be? And By the Night Express, by the mysterious Keith Fleming, with an introduction by John Pellin, and afterward by Dalby, and dust jacket and interior art by Randy Broker. It contained the title novel from 1889 and 3 supernatural novellas, By the Night Express, Dolores, and Love Stronger Than Death, from the very rare 1889 paperback By the Night Express. The book was limited to just 250 hardcover copies. From San Francisco's Nightshade Books came The Devil Is Not Mocked and Other Warnings, and Fearful Rock and Other Precarious Locales, the 2nd and 3rd volumes, respectively, and the selected stories of Manly Wade Wellman series edited by John Pellin. Ramsey Campbell contributed a reminiscent introduction to the former, and Stephen Jones to the latter. These welcome collections were once again only marred by the poor interior artwork. The Man with the Barbed Wire Fists was a large collection of 24 stories, 2 original, by Norman Partridge, while Face was a new novel by Tim Lebon about a supernatural hitchhiker. Both books were also issued in 100-copy, signed, slipcased editions that included extra chapbooks. And The Angel with Television Eyes was a new fantasy novel by John Shirley, loosely based on the short story of the same title, and Lies and Ugliness was a big new collection from Brian Hodge containing 2 new stories. The signed slipcased edition of the latter also included a CD by the author's musical side project, Axis Mundi. Also from Nightshade, editor S.T. Joshi's The Ancient Track, The Complete Poetical Works of H.P. Lovecraft, eventually appeared in hardcover and trade paperback after a few delays. Edited with an introduction by Joshi, Robert Hitchens's The Return of the Soul and Other Stories from Seattle's Midnight House contained 8 reprint tales and was the first of a proposed 2-book set, presenting the definitive collection of the prolific author's supernatural tales. The Scarecrow and Other Stories was an expanded edition of the 1918 collection containing 17 tales by G. Gwyntlin, Ranger Wormser, 1893–1953, edited by Douglas A. Anderson. As a follow-up to the author's earlier collection, The House of the Nightmare and Other Stories, the same publisher also issued Edward Lucas White's, 1866–1934, Sesta and Other Strange Stories, which included 15 stories, several previously unpublished, 2 poems, an introduction by Lee Weinstein, and a bibliography. 19 of Fritz Lieber's best horror tales were collected in The Black Gondolier and Other Stories, the first of 2 hardcover volumes edited by John Pellin and Steve Saville. The Beasts of Brom was a reprint of the rare 1937 novel by the possibly pseudonymous Mark Hansom, with a fascinating introduction by Pellin. The equally obscure H.B. Gregory's Dark Sanctuary was another rare British novel, also rescued from obscurity, with an historical introduction by D.H. Olson. Both volumes appeared in the late Carl Edward Wagner's list of forgotten works of fantasy and horror, and like all the titles from Midnight House, were published in hardcover editions of just 460 copies, with cover artwork by Alan Kozowski. From Tartarus Press, Ghost Stories by Oliver Onions collected 22 classic tales. First published in 1931, Forrest Reed's Uncle Stephen was a dream story with a new introduction by Colin Crews, while L.P. Hartley's The Collected Macabre Stories, also from Tartarus, contained 37 ghost stories by the author of The Go-Between, with an introduction by Mark Valentine. All were limited to just 350 copies. L.T.C. Rolt's Sleep No More, Railway Canal and Other Stories of the Supernatural, was a trade paperback collection of 14 classic ghost stories from Sutton Publishing, with an introduction by Susan Hill. From Ash Tree Press, Where Human Pathways End, Tales of the Dead and the Undead, collected all 10 of the supernatural short stories of 1930s author Seamus Fraser, whose story The Fifth Mask is cited as an influence on Ramsey Campbell, with an introduction by editor Richard Dalby. Edited and introduced by John Pellin and Dalby, The Shadow on the Blind and Other Ghost Stories reprinted the 1895 collection of 9 stories by Alfred Louisa Bladwin, along with a previously uncollected tale, and included 7 illustrations by Symington from the first edition. The Golden Gong and Other Night Pieces by Thomas Burke reprinted 21 tales, complete with an introductory essay by editor Jessica Amanada Salmonson. Edited by David Rowlands and limited to 500 copies, Mystic Voices by Roger Pater, a.k.a. Dom Gilbert Huddleston, a member of the Order of St. Benedict, collected 14 stories about psychic squire-priest Father Philip Rivers Pater, along with a chapter from a companion work, My Cousin Philip, and a contemporary obituary of the author. Mrs. Amworth, the 3rd volume of the collected spook stories of E.F. Benson, was limited to 600 copies and contained 16 short supernatural stories, dating from 1922 to 23, with an introduction by editor Jack Adrian. Adrian was also responsible for Couching at the Door and Other Strange and Macabre Tales, which collected the supernatural stories of popular novelist D. Dorothy, K. Kathleen, Broster, 1877 to 1950, including one previously unpublished tale. It was also limited to 600 copies, with dust jacket art by Jason Van Hollander. As usual, Adrian edited the Ash Tree Annual Macabre 2001, which was limited to 500 copies and contained 13 stories, only one of which had appeared in book form before, by writers better known for working in other genres. These included such well-known names as Marjorie Bowen, Jessie Douglas Carouche, and Lee Brackett. Aftershocks was a collection of 18 classical supernatural stories by prolific small-press contributor Paul Finch, and Steve Rasnick Thames. The Far Side of the Lake was a welcome collection of 8 of the author's Charlie Good ghost stories and 25 other horror tales, limited to 500 copies. The 5 Quarters by Steve Duffy and Ian Rodwell collected 5 novellas about meetings of the eponymous society with a handful of members, at which the talk inevitably turned to the supernatural. It was limited to 500 copies, and the dust jacket was illustrated by Paul Lowe. Probably Ash Tree's finest achievement of the year was A Pleasing Terror, the complete supernatural writings of M.R. James. With a preface by Christopher and Barbara Roden, and an introduction by Steve Duffy, the $75 hardcover reprinted 34 annotated stories plus prefaces, several rare fragments, articles, letters, translations, appendices, a bibliography, and information on James on film, radio, and television. Paul Lowe also provided 33 illustrations, along with a full-color dust jacket. The series of chapbooks published by the mysterious and elusive Sidecar Preservation Society, named after a classic Prohibition-era cocktail, continued with Richard L. Tierney's The Blob That Gobbled Abdul and Other Poems and Songs, a collection of 13 Lovecraftian verses illustrated by Dave Carson and with an introduction by Ramsey Campbell. Tierney, in turn, introduced Campbell's time-travel story, Point of View, illustrated by Alan Kozowski. Hugh B. Cave's Loose Loot was a detective yarn featuring Officer Coffey with an afterword by Milt Thomas, while Swedish Lutheran Vampires of Brainerd was a humorous story by Ann Waltz, with an afterword by Karen Taylor and cover art by John Arfstrom. Edited by D. H. Olson, a Donald Wandre miscellany contained a number of shorter pieces of fiction, non-fiction, verse, and humor by the late author, and Lee Brown Coy's Chips and Savings and Another Writing, already in its second printing, was a collection of the artist's homespun newspaper column in the Mid-York Weekly during the 1960s. Each of the sidecar booklets was limited to 100 numbered copies, except for The Cave, which totaled 175, some of which may have been bound in boards by the publisher. From Subterranean Press, Graham Joyce's chapbook Black Dust contained the 1994 story The Apprentice, along with a previously unpublished title story, limited to 250 signed and numbered copies. From the same imprint, Graham Masterton's The Scrawler, about an urban monster, was limited to 500 numbered copies. Also from Subterranean, On Pirates, was a deluxe chapbook by William Ashbless, a pseudonym for Tim Powers and James P. Blaylock, with interior two-color illustrations by Gahan Wilson. Limited to 1,000 signed and numbered copies, it included Slouching Toward Mauritius, a short pirate story written more than 25 years ago but never published, along with a lengthy pirate poem, Moon Eye Agonistes. Powers and Blaylock supplied the introduction and afterword, respectively. Cat Stories by Michael Marshall Smith was published by Paul Miller's Earthling Publications, collecting 3 tales, 1 original, featuring fantastique felines in an attractive 350-copy chapbook, designed by the author. 15 lettered and signed hardcover copies were also issued in a slipcase, along with a facsimile of the original handwritten manuscript for Smith's short story, The Man Who Drew Cats. Chico Kidd's self-published Second Sight and Other Stories contained 4 rousing supernatural adventures introducing readers to turn-of-the-century sea captain Luis da Silva, who had the power to see ghosts after losing his left eye to a demon. It proved an impressive showcase for one of the genre's most interesting and genuinely original new characters. From Sean A. Wallace's Prime Books, The Hidden Language of Demons was a 33,000-word modern novella by L. H. Maynard and M. P. N. Sims, which was billed as Poe in his Sgt. Pepper period. Limited to 100 copies, W. Willem H. Hopfrog Pugmire's Songs of Sesqua Valley was published by Emilad and contained 33 weird sonnets inspired by H. P. Lovecraft, the Cthulhu mythos, and various dark places, with an introduction and cover illustration by Peter Worthy. From the same author, Tales of Love and Death, published by Delirium Books, was a 300-copy signed chapbook containing 16 horror and Lovecraftian short stories, 2 original. Mark McLaughlin's Shoggoth Cacciatore and Other Eldritch Entrees was a chapbook collection of 10 Lovecraftian stories, 6 original, also from Delirium, with an introduction by Simon Clark. The Night the Lights Went Out in Arkham was an anthology of Lovecraftian stories set in the 1970s from Undaunted Press. It contained 5 new tales by Sean James, Megan Powell, Octavio Ramos Jr., Lawrence Barker, and the ever-popular McLaughlin. Louis de Berniere's Gunther Weber's Confession, the final chapter to Captain Corelli's Mandolin, was a thin chapbook from Tartarus Press, published in a special limited edition of 350 numbered copies. Handset in Perpetua type and printed and bound by Alan Anderson at the Tragara Press, it was available in a 250-copy edition on Teton paper or as one of 100 special copies on Zircol paper, signed by the author for $120. Eden was a novelette by Ken Wisman about a drug-fueled spiritual journey published by California's Dark Regions Press. True Tales of the Scarlet Sponge by Wayne Allen Salee and Weston Ox's Natural Selection were both available from Dark Tales. Billed as a double shot of repugnance, the first release in the new Necro chapbooks line from Florida was Partners in Chime, featuring Ryan Harding's gross-out contest-winning story Damaged Goods, paired with a Dithyphilist by Edward Lee. It was published as a 300-copy signed and numbered chapbook and a 26-copy signed and lettered hardcover. Quantum Theology Publications was a new chapbook line from Canada that launched with The Narrow World, a collection of 5 stories by the talented Gemma Files, including a new vampire tale, plus an introduction by Michael Rowe. Colorado's new online bookstore and specialty press, Wormhole Books, launched its limited edition contemporary chapbook line in May with Pioneer by Melanie Tem, briefly introduced by Nancy Holder, and A Sad Last Love at the Diner of the Damned by Edward Bryant, with a new introduction by S.B. Sumtow and an afterword by the author. Also from Wormhole, Pink Marble and Never Say Die, were 2 short stories by Dawn Dunn, with an introduction by Nancy Kilpatrick, and Dunn also contributed an author biography to While She Was Out by Bryant. Steve Rasnick-Thames' bizarre novella about a traveling salesman in these final days of sales included an autobiographical afterword by the author and interior photography by Bryant. Each Wormhole booklet was limited to 750 signed copies, a 200-copy hardcover edition, and a 52-copy lettered edition, featuring full-color covers, illustrated interiors, and archival materials. Fallen Angel Blues was an apocalyptic round-robin novella from Succubus Press Horror.net, which, despite owing a little too much to Stephen King's The Stand, succeeded because of the enthusiasm of its 10 collaborators, who included Suzanne Donahue, James Newman, Steve Saville, and Mark Tyree. Lee Martindale's The Folly of Assumption was a chapbook collection of 5 stories, 1 original, from Yard Dog Press, while A Game of Colors by John Urbanic was a novella from the same publisher. The Exchange by Nicholas Spolander, a.k.a. Jeff Vandermeer, was a beautifully produced little enveloped chapbook illustrated by Louis Verdon, a.k.a. Eric Schauler, and published by Hogue-Bottom & Sons to celebrate the city of Ambergrise's 300th Festival of the Freshwater Squid. It was available in a 300-copy edition or as a 100-copy deluxe limited signed edition in a box, containing several items traditionally used during the festival. The Haunted River produced Oliver Onions's Tragic Casements, a Ghost Story, as a 75-copy chapbook with an introduction by Jonathan Harker. Published by Athanor Press, Because Horrors Linger contained 4 classic tales by Terence Ekinen. The second volume of Jeff Paris and Adam Golaski's new genre included new SF and horror stories by M.J. Murphy, Jan Wild, Barth Anderson, John Michael Emery, and Zohar A. Goodman. Darrell Schweitzer's They Never Found His Head, Poems of Sentiment and Reflection, collected 12 Lovecraftian poems, 4 of which were Cthulhuoid hymns, in a chapbook published by Zadok Allen. Defacing the Moon and Other Poems by Mike Allen was a slim chapbook from DNA Publications, with illustrations by the poet. From Dark Regions Press, A Boxful of Alien Skies collected 31 poems by G.O. Clark in a signed edition of 200 copies. Published by New Jersey's Flesh and Blood Press, What the Cacodemon Whispered by Chad Hensley and J.C. Reagan's Deadly Nightshade both collected 13 poems each and were limited to 150 copies apiece. The Temporary King by P.K. Graves was a short story, also available from the same imprint. Travelers by Twilight was the first volume of a portfolio of selected illustrations by Alan Gazowski, with an introduction by Brian Lumley and an appreciation by fellow artist Jason Van Hollander. It was published by Magic Pen Press in an edition of 350 numbered copies. It was reported that Famous Monsters of Filmland was facing an uncertain future after U.S. bankruptcy judge Arthur Greenwald declared that its publisher, Ray Ferry, fraudulently transferred the magazine's ownership to his housemate, Gene Reynolds. In 2000, a Van Nuys jury found Ferry liable for breach of contract, libel, and trademark infringement, and awarded the title's creator and former editor Forrest J. Ackerman $518,000 and rights to the pen name Dr. Acula. Ferry then transferred his assets to Reynolds and filed for bankruptcy protection. However, the judge found the asset transfers fraudulent, because Ferry was trying to keep them away from creditors, including Ackerman, and continued to function as the magazine's editor. As a result, a U.S. bankruptcy trustee filed suit for $750,000 plus punitive damages against the law firm that represented Ferry in the case. Published in Canada, Rod Gudino's Rue Morgue is probably the most attractive and informative magazine currently covering horror in popular culture. The glossy bi-monthly featured interviews with Dario Argento, William Lustig, Alan Moore, Rob Zombie, Guillermo del Toro, and many others, along with plenty of film, DVD, and video, book, audio, toy, and gaming news, and reviews. As usual, Weird Tales produced 4 issues from DNA Publications with fiction and verse by Keith Taylor, Ian Watson, editor Darrell Schweitzer, Tanith Lee, Stephen Dedman, Thomas Ligotti, Ashok Banker, David Langford, Phyllis and Alex Eisenstein, and others, along with articles by Douglas Winter on Clive Barker, Gary J. Weir on how he rediscovered his father through the latter's correspondence with H.P. Lovecraft, S.T. Joshi, reviews of Cthulhu mythos fiction, and John Betancourt on vampires. From the same publisher, but far less professional-looking, was the quarterly Dreams of Decadence, Vampire Poetry and Fiction. Edited by Angela Kessler, contributors included Brian Stableford, Sarah A. Hoyt, In Lee Wood, Wendy Rathbone, and others. Meanwhile, DNA's Aboriginal SF, the semi-professional magazine first published in 1985, folded with the spring issue. Editor Charles C. Ryan cited the periodical's excessive time demands, rather than any failure of the magazine, for his decision. Aboriginal's inventory was absorbed by Absolute Magnitude, which also agreed to fulfill all outstanding Aboriginal subscriptions with its own magazine. Edited by Richard Chismar, Robert Morrish, and Cara L. Tipton, the long-running Cemetery Dance published 4 issues featuring fiction by John Shirley, Jack Ketchum, Richard Lehman, Krista Faust, Dennis Etchison, Richard Christian Matheson, Simon Clark, Al Sanantonio, Darrell Schweitzer, David B. Silva, Tim Leban, Bentley Little, Nancy Holder, T. M. Wright, Conrad Williams, Michael Cadnam, and others. The magazine also included interviews with Bentley Little, Douglas Clegg, Simon Clark, Peter Straub, Tim Leban, Kim Newman, T. M. Wright, and Al Sanantonio. The usual review and opinion columns by Poppy Z. Brite, Bev Vincent, Stephen King News, Thomas F. Monteleone, John Pellin, Michael Marano, Charles L. Grant, and various tributes to Richard Lehman. Paula Garan's Horror Garage published a further 2 issues featuring pin-up covers of a woman in a fur bikini and another wielding a bloody cleaver. That aside, there was fiction by the mandatory John Shirley, Kim Newman, a new Anno Dracula story, Peter Crowther, Don Webb, Gerard Hauerner, Bruce Holland Rogers, and others. A reprint interview with China Mieville, Norman Partridge's drive-in reviews, and various other regular columns. As usual, Gordon Van Gelder's The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction featured an impressive selection of fiction by such authors as Lucius Shepard, Esther M. Friesner, Michael Bishop, Jeff Ryman, Lucy Sussex, Michael Cadnam, Robert Sheckley, Thomas M. Dish, Paul McAuley, Ron Goulart, Terry Bisson, Ian Watson, the late Paul Anderson, James Morrow, Ray Bradbury, Gene Wolfe, Neil Gaiman, Carol Emshwiller, Michael Blumlein, and even actor Alan Arkin. There were also all the usual book and film review columns by Charles DeLint, Elizabeth Hand, Robert K. J. Kilheffer, Michelle West, James Salas, Kathy Mayo, and the always excellent Lucia Shepard, plus other non-fiction from Mike Ashley, Paul DeFilippo, Jeff Vandermeer, Bradley Denton, and Barry M. Maltzberg, amongst others. Unfortunately, a number of copies of the April issue were printed without any punctuation, and the bumper October-November issue appeared without its cartoons, although all the gag lines were included. David Pringle's Interzone published stories by Stephen Baxter, John Whitburn, Graham Joyce, Ian Watson, Ashok Banker, Eric Brown, Liz Williams, Ian R. MacLeod, Gwyneth Jones, Thomas M. Dish, Lisa Tuttle, Gregory Benford, and Richard Calder's interminable Lord Soho series, based around famous operas and operettas. The monthly magazine also featured interviews with Calder, Stephen Baxter, John Clute, Frank Kelly Freas, Lucius Shepard, Ian R. MacLeod, Ian MacDonald, Connie Willis, David Zindel, and John Christopher. The March issue was a special celebration of his career. An always lively letters column, David Langford's Ansible column, Gary Westfall's opinion column, Evelyn Lews's controversial media commentary, plus various book and film reviews by Nick Lowe, Paul McAuley, Tom Arden, Liz Williams, Chris Gilmore, David Matthew, Paul Beardsley, Matt Colburn, Phil Stevenson Payne, Paul Brazier, John Clute, and others. Having finally succumbed to illustrated covers, Paul Fraser's Spectrum SF produced 2 issues featuring fiction by John Christopher, Stephen Baxter, Michael Coney, Mary Soon Lee, Eric Brown, and Charles Stross. The best thing about this paperback periodical was its extensive listing and often grumpy reviews of recent publications. Realms of Fantasy included a feature on Stephen King's best and worst, and managed to spell the author's name incorrectly on the cover. Christopher Fowler joined Andy Cox's The Third Alternative with a regular column about the cinema. The 3 issues published also featured fiction by James Lovegrove, Simon Ings, Mike O'Driscoll, Joel Lane, Muriel Gray, James Van Pelt, Douglas Smith, and others, interviews with Lovegrove, Gray, and Graham Joyce, and articles about film directors Michael Powell, Andrei Tarkovsky, and Tim Burton. With issue 28 there was a subtle title change to the third, number 3, RD, alternative. Also edited by Andy Cox, Crime Wave 5, Dark Before Dawn, featured 3 novellas and 7 short stories, the standout being Christopher Fowler's contribution. The ever-busy Mr. Cox also launched the first 2 issues of The Fix, the ultimate review of short fiction from TTA Press, featuring interviews with Gordon Van Gelder and Ellen Datlow, columns and features by Matt Coward, Peter Tennant, Tim Lebon, and others, and numerous reviews of magazines, anthologies, and collections. For vampire fans, Arlene Rousseau's Bite Me, the magazine for the night people, from Scotland, included interviews with Gothic supermodel Donna Ritchie, film director Kevin J. Lindenmuth, authors Nancy Kilpatrick and Fred Saberhagen, articles about Hammer's Blood from the Mummy's Tomb and Captain Kronos, Vampire Hunter, plus such useful hints as 10 Ways to Become a Werewolf. The 14th issue of the impressive French magazine Ténèbres featured modern ghost stories by L. H. Maynard and M.P.N. Sims, Stephen Laws, Rick Hotela, and others, articles by Brian Stableford, Ramsey Campbell, and Maynard and Sims, and interviews with Laws and Hotela. The Book and Magazine Collector contained a useful article by David Whitehead looking at books about horror stars, while Relaunch of Clive Barker was a special 16-page magazine outsert by Jeff Zaleski, which appeared in Publishers Weekly to tie in with the publication of Barker's latest novel, Cold Heart Canyon. After publishing 2 bi-monthly issues in 2001, Sovereign Media officially terminated Dan Perez's editorship of Sci-Fi at the end of May, following the breakdown of negotiations between the publisher and the Sci-Fi Channel regarding the transfer of ownership and the future management of the magazine. Despite the tragic death of founder Frederick S. Clark, Cinefantastique still produced 6 issues under publisher Celeste C. Clark and editor Dan Pearsons. These included a Farscape double issue and cover features on Hannibal, The Mummy Returns, Planet of the Apes, Ghosts of Mars, and The Lord of the Rings. Produced on a strict monthly schedule, Tim and Donna Lucas's Video Watchdog featured the usual fascinating articles on James Bond, AIP's Beach Party series, both versions of The Haunting of Hill House, Godzilla 2000, Frank Herbert's Dune, Hitchcock on DVD, the restorations of The Lost World, and Planet of the Vampires, Superheroes, and an interview with Mel Wells. With a list of contributors that included Kim Newman, Douglas E. Winter, Stephen R. Bissett, and Tom Weaver, the quality of the reviews was exemplary. However, readers were once again left wondering whether Lucas's long-promised book on Mario Bava would ever be published. From Visual Imagination Limited, David Miller's Shivers included cover features on Shadow of the Vampire, the cinema's greatest bogeyman, the Buffy monster makeup, Resident Evil, Jeepers Creepers, and a bumper edition on The Mummy Returns. Cult Movies featured a fascinating piece about Bela Lugosi visiting England. And while Dennis J. Duke Tennis's enthusiastic Scary Monsters magazine reached its 40th issue and celebrated 10 years of publication with the usual articles on TV horror hosts, regional conventions, and old movies. Alternative Cinema, the magazine of independent and underground filmmaking edited by Michael J. Raso, included interviews with Donald F. Glutt, Julie Strain, and Sam Sherman, plus an article about the making of Erotic Witch Project 2. The revived Castle of Frankenstein magazine began reprinting Don Glutt's series of novels, The New Adventures of Frankenstein, in an appallingly illustrated magazine format from Duke Tennis Publishing. At least they also included a black-and-white reprint of Dick Briefer's Frankenstein comic book from the 1950s. For serious fans of model kits, the 40th issue of Kit Builders was a special Halloween edition featuring some impressive monster models. After 21 years, Rosemary Pardo's acclaimed M.R. Jamesian publication, Ghosts and Scholars, rounded out the year and its print incarnation with issues 32 and 33, featuring fiction by David Longhorn, C.E. Ward, Anthony Wilkins, Don Tumasonis, James Doig, David G. Rowlands, Catherine Haynes, and Michael Chislett, plus articles by Pardo, Christopher, and Barbara Roden, and Annie Sawyer. With Pardo's fine fanzine transformed into a web-based, non-fiction magazine and the recent demise of Maynard and Sims's Enigmatic Tales, David Longhorn launched Supernatural Tales to fill the gap in the British small press market. The first 2 issues contained some fine new supernatural stories by Chico Kidd, Michael Chislett, David G. Rowlands, Tina Rath, and Steve Duffy. However, the dull presentation and lack of artwork did not do the new title any favors. As usual, Gordon Linsner's Space and Time published 2 issues, featuring fiction and poetry by Mary Soon Lee, Darrell Schweitzer, Bruce Boston, and others, plus interviews with Ursula K. Le Guin and James Morrow. Joe Morey and Bobby Sinha Morey's Dark Regions, a journal of fantasy, horror, and science fiction, also managed 2 issues that included stories and poems by Charlie Jacob, Bruce Boston, P.D. Katchek, and James S. Dorr. James Van Pelt, Denise Dumars, and Bruce Boston were amongst those contributing fiction and poetry to Patrick and Hannah Swenson's Tailbones, which also featured interviews with Dan Simmons and Charles DeLint, and a review column by Edward Bryant. The 12th issue of Mark McLaughlin's The Urbanite was a special Zodiac issue featuring stories by Christopher Fowler, Shane Ryan Staley, John Pellin, Hugh B. Cave, and others, plus an impressive poetry suite by Joe Fletcher. Subtitled A Journal of Parthenogenetic Fiction and Late Labeling, the first edition of Mnemonymous was an attractively designed collection of 16 stories whose author bylines would not be revealed until the 2nd issue. Graham Hurray's Kimota published its regular 2 issues with stories by Peter Tennant, Joe Lane, Hugh Cook, Paul Finch, and others, along with articles on old radio drama and artist Sidney H. Syme, the usual reviews and letters columns, and more outstanding artwork from T23. Indigenous Fiction, edited by Sherry Decker, featured the usual mix of fiction, poetry, and reviews, while Jack Fisher's Flesh and Blood, Tales of Dark Fantasy and Horror included an interview with Tom Piccirilli. Paul Bradshaw's The Dream Zone reached its 10th number with 2 issues packed with fiction and poetry by Ian Watson, Mark McLaughlin, Alan Ashley, Peter Tennant, Rice Hughes, and many less familiar names, plus reviews and letters columns, and a useful article aimed at writers explaining how to avoid rejection. Robert M. Price's Crypt of Cthulhu, number 104, featured fiction and poetry by Joseph S. Pulver, Sr., Darrell Schweitzer, Richard L. Turney, Frank Seawright, and David E. Schultz. Articles by Ross F. Bagby, Rawlick, and T.G. Cockcroft, plus the usual mail call of Cthulhu and Rillier reviews. The Lovecraftian Dark Legacy from Huchtelagoth Press included Cthulhu mythos fan fiction and poetry from James Ambule, Philip A. Ellis, Ron Shiflett, and Peter Worthy, plus artwork by Sinestro. There was more of the same in Cthulhu Cultus, including work by James and Tracy Ambule and Chris Lovelace. The fourth issue of Pentagram Publications, Lovecraft's Weird Mysteries, featured 4 stories and a poem, plus an old interview with Weird Tales cover artist Margaret Brundage. Brian Lingard's Mythos Collector was a new magazine devoted to Lovecraft with fiction by Christopher O'Brien and James P. Roberts, an interview with artist John Coulthart, and articles on collecting mythos-related material. Paul Fry's Peep Show was launched by Birmingham's Short Scary Tales Publishing with a color cover by Mike Bohatch and fiction from Sherry White, Daniel Haar, Michael O'Connor, Alex Severin, Glenn Hamilton, Kobe Nahilis, and Jim Lee. The latest double issue of Aurealis, Australia's longest-running science fiction and fantasy magazine, was mailed to subscribers just before Christmas. It included 15 stories by Dirk Strasser, Robert Hood, Robert Brown, and others, plus a warts-and-all interview with outgoing editors Strasser and Stephen Higgins, an interview with author Ian Irvine, Bill Congreve's book reviews, and new editor Keith Stevenson's plans for the future of the title. Also from Australia came the second issue of small press magazine Orb, edited by Sarah Endicott. And former Allen and Unwin publicist Darren Jordan launched 2 issues of a new magazine called Eschaton from his Eclectica imprint. The July issue of the monthly The New York Review of Science Fiction had an article about Clark Ashton Smith and the 1999 tribute anthology The Last Continent, while the November issue included a special 44-page supplement with reactions to the terrorist attacks of September 11th. Charles N. Brown's monthly Locus boasted new cover designs by Arnie Fenner and included interviews with Frank Kelly Frias, Ellen Datlow, John Crowley, Thomas M. Dish, Harlan Ellison, Bob Eggleton, Andy Duncan, Lucius Shepard, and several others, along with all the usual news and reviews. Now available through Warren Lepine's DNA Publications, Science Fiction Chronicle was almost back on schedule, producing 11 issues with founder Andrew I. Porter staying on as news editor. Along with introducing interior color, the magazine also revived Marvin Kaye's opinion column, premiered Brian Keene's new horror column, and featured interviews with various SF writers. As always, the Bulletin of the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America, edited by David A. Truesdale, contained plenty of useful articles and business advice for writers. Contributors included Harry Harrison, Michael Cassett, Mike Resnick, and Barry Malzberg, Barry B. Longyear, Kevin J. Anderson, and others. The 4 quarterly issues also featured tributes to Gordon R. Dixon and Paul Anderson, a history of the Nebula Award, an interview with Patrick Nielsen Hayden, and market reports by Darrell Murphy and Randy Dannenfelser. Despite a couple of confusing format changes and an editorial switch, the British Fantasy Society's newsletter Prism still managed to produce 6 bi-monthly issues for members. These featured the usual news and reviews, along with articles on young adult fantasies, regular columns by Tom Arden and Chaz Brenchley, plus interviews with Lisa Tuttle and Canadian director John Fawcett. The Society also published 2 square-bound volumes of Dark Horizons, both of which were all-fiction issues edited by Debbie Bennett and featuring D.F. Lewis, Paul Lewis, Tina Rath, Peter Tennant, Mark McLaughlin, and Alan Ashley, amongst others. The second volume of F-20, published by Enigmatic Press and the BFS, and co-edited by David J. Howe with Maynard and Sims, was an all-fantasy issue themed around the 7 Deadly Sins. Contributors included Frida Warrington, Juliet McKenna, Storm Constantine, and Louise Cooper. Voices from the Vault, the newsletter of Britain's Dracula Society, included obituaries for actor Francis Lederer, by Basil Copper, and author R. Chetwynd Hayes, along with various reviews. The official newsletter of the Horror Writers Association, edited on a monthly schedule by Catherine Tachek, featured all the usual columns and the editor's extensive market reports, plus a fascinating article on reverting rights by Richard Lehman, an interview with Lehman by Vincent Fahey, an extensive tribute to R. Chetwynd Hayes, and self-congratulatory reports on the 2001 World Horror Convention Bram Stoker weekend. Most of the March issue was devoted to remembrances and tributes to HWA President Lehman, who died suddenly in February. Former Vice President David Niall Wilson succeeded the author as the group's president, with Tim Lebon stepping into the role of VP until the next regular election, when both were officially returned to office. Barbara and Christopher Roden's excellent All Hallows, the Journal of the Ghost Story Society, included numerous book reviews, Roger Dobson's film news, and Richard Dalby's obituary column, Ramsey Campbell's take on the Blair Witch Project, articles on Vernon Lee, Blood of the Vampire, 1958, The Ghost Breakers, 1940, and The Skull, 1965, and an interview with Douglas Clegg by Michael Rowe. There was also fiction by Stephen Volk, Paul Finch, Geoffrey Warburton, Peter J. Wilson, and others, plus artwork by Paul Lowe, Douglas Walters, Dallas Goffin, Ian Maynard, and veteran Alan Hunter. The Stephen King Universe, A Guide to the Worlds of the King of Horror, by Stanley Weader, Christopher Golden, and Hank Wagner, was a chunky trade paperback from Renaissance Books, which looked at the influences on King's work by grouping the author's novels and stories by setting and theme. A deluxe, signed, limited edition containing extra text and illustrative material not included in the paperback version was available in hardcover from Cemetery Dance Publications at $75. The Essential Stephen King was yet another reference guide by Stephen J. Spignesi, ranking 101 books, stories, and movies by King. Douglas E. Winter's long-awaited authorized biography, Clive Barker, The Dark Fantastic, stretched to more than 650 pages and contained useful primary and secondary bibliographies, 2 8-page photo inserts, headings by Barker, and a story written when the author was 14 years old. A follow-up to his 1990 volume, The Weird Tale, The Modern Weird Tale, was S.T. Joshi's critical study of such authors as Stephen King, Clive Barker, Anne Rice, Ramsey Campbell, Peter Straub, Robert Aikman, Shirley Jackson, William Peter Blatty, T.E.D. Klein, Thomas Ligotti, and Thomas Tryon. Published by Liverpool University Press, Ramsey Campbell and Modern Horror Fiction was an in-depth study of the Liverpool-based horror writer by the prolific Joshi, including a detailed bibliography, plus a look back at his early life by Campbell himself. From the same publisher and author, a dreamer and a visionary, H.P. Lovecraft in his time, proved that there were still more minutiae to be squeezed out of poor H.P.L's short life. From 1923 until 1937, C. M. Eddy, Jr. and Muriel E. Eddy employed a close relationship with H.P. Lovecraft. Fenham Publishing's trade paperback, The Gentleman from Angel Street, Memories of H.P. Lovecraft, contained 4 essays, memoirs of H.P.L., 3 poems about Lovecraft by Muriel Eddy, and several pages of photographs. A collection of 5 of Eddy's weird tales, Exit into Eternity, Tales of the Bizarre and Supernatural, was reprinted by the same publisher, with an introduction by the author's wife. After researching his subject for more than 20 years, Mike Ashley's Starlight Man, The Extraordinary Life of Algernon Blackwood, a.k.a. Algernon Blackwood, An Extraordinary Life, was a long-anticipated and fascinating illustrated biography published on the 50th anniversary of the death of the acclaimed writer of the supernatural. In Search of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, by Raymond T. McNally and Radu F. Florescu, looked at Robert Louis Stevenson's novel and its cultural impact. Edited by James Van Hise, The Fantastic Worlds of Robert E. Howard was an illustrated guide to the work of the Weird Tales writer, with contributions from Rusty Burke, Rick Lai, Roy Krenkel, and others, mostly taken from the Robert E. Howard United Press Association, REHUPA. Subtitled Friends of Yesteryear, Fictioneers and Others, and limited to 4,000 copies, Book of the Dead was written in the 1970s, and contained wonderful personal reminiscences by the late E. Hoffman Price about friends and colleagues such as H.P. Lovecraft, Robert E. Howard, Clark Ashton Smith, Seabury Quinn, Henry Kuttner, August Derleth, and others. Unfortunately, like other recent Arkham House volumes, the book was poorly edited and filled with unnecessary typos. Greenwood's The Supernatural in Short Fiction of the Americas, by Dana Del George, was a somewhat skewered look at short horror fiction by such authors as Poe, Hawthorne, Bradbury, and others. However, most modern writers were notable by their absence. Bob Madison's American Horror Writers was a young adult study of 10 authors, including King, Lovecraft, and Poe. French fan Alain Sproul added to his series of attractive self-published bibliographies with a chronological listing of Peter Straub's published work in France. One of the best art books of the year was Fantasy of the 20th Century, an illustrated history, written by artist Randy Broker. Beautifully designed and printed by Collector's Press, the stunning oversized hardcover not only contained around 450 exemplarily chosen full-color illustrations, including many rare pulp and paperback covers, but also a detailed history of the genre and its practitioners that was immaculately researched and presented with an infectious enthusiasm for its subject matter. From the same publisher, Richard A. Lupoff's The Great American Paperback, an illustrated tribute to legends of the book, contained more than 600 lavishly produced cover reproductions from all genres. After issuing a profits warning in January, Collins & Brown Publishing, owner of Pavilion and the Paper Tiger art book imprint, was taken over by the Chrysalis Group in a reported £2.1 million deal. The Art of Richard Powers by Jane Frank was a beautiful and in-depth tribute from Paper Tiger to the American artist, 1921 to 1996, whose often surreal covers graced many horror collections and anthologies in the 1950s and early 1960s. It additionally included a foreword by Vincent Defate, a memoir of the artist's son, Richard Gid Powers, a previously unpublished interview, and a checklist of book covers. Also from the Paper Tiger imprint, Offerings was the latest full-color collection of Brahms' dark depictions of demonic heroes and villains. Testament, the life and art of Frank Frazetta, was the third and final volume in the Frazetta series from Underwood Books, edited by Kathy and Arnie Fenner. It included a wealth of previously unpublished material and appreciations by Bernie Wrightson, Dave Stevens, Michael Kaluta, and others. Introduced by Dave Stevens, Wings of Twilight, the Art of Michael Kaluta, included much of the artist's comics work, plus illustrations for The Lord of the Rings, Prince Valiant, Vampirella, and Metropolis. The Wallywood Sketchbook was a large-sized paperback from Vanguard Productions, which featured fascinating commentary on the comics artist by Steranko, Al Williamson, and Joe Orlando. Visionary, edited by Mark Wheatley and Alan Gross, collected the art of Gray Morrow from the late 1950s onwards, with an introduction by Al Williamson. From Cemetery Dance Publications, Dark Dreamers, Facing the Masters of Fear, was a book of monochrome photographs by Beth Gwynn, with commentary by Stanley Weader and an introduction by Clive Barker. Just over 100 horror authors, artists, editors, and filmmakers were featured, along with a short commentary by the subject, all from Weader, who also supplied brief recommended reading lists. Some of the most poignant shots were those of people who are no longer with us: Robert Bloch, R. Chetwynd Hayes, Richard Lehman, and Carl Edward Wagner, with an uncredited Lynn Gauger. There were also signed, limited, and leather-bound lettered editions. Despite the dull dust jacket, the book was billed as the official companion volume to Dark Dreamers, a weekly Canadian television series hosted by Weader. Dynamic Forces released 2 full-color lithographs of Universal's Mightiest Monsters, Alex Horley's Dracula, Crimson Kiss, and Greg and Tim Hildebrandt's Bride of Frankenstein were available both as regular prints and in limited editions signed by the artists. Co-authored in German and English by film director Jörg Buttgereit, Necromantique, Nightmares in Plastic looked at horror-inspired model kits through nearly 150 photos of completed kits and box art. Despite his death the year before, Edward Gorey continued to have wicked fun with a month-by-month misfortune that mysteriously plagued the Deranged Cousins. Edited by Karen Wilkin, Ascending Peculiarity, Edward Gorey on Edward Gorey, collected interviews, photographs, and unpublished artwork by the late artist. Probably the most superfluous book of the year was The Quotable Sandman, memorable lines from the acclaimed series by Neil Gaiman. Unless such pithy pensées as "that which is dreamed can never be lost, can never be undreamed," had some kind of resonance for the reader, the attractive pocket hardcover was only worth acquiring for the full-color illustrations by a remarkable ensemble of artists, including Dave McKean, Kent Williams, Clint Fabry, Charles Vess, Rick Berry, Brian Bolland, and others. It was also hard to know who would want Edison's Frankenstein 2002 calendar, featuring 12 rare stills from the 1910 film, with anecdotes, trivia, and interesting facts written by Frederick C. Weeble, Jr. At least Midnight Marquis's Attack of the Movie Monsters 2002 calendar included stills from 1950s and 1960s sci-fi films featuring damsels in distress and the monsters who terrorized them. The classic movie tin sign set contained poster reproductions of The Day the Earth Stood Still, The Invisible Man, and Creature from the Black Lagoon. An original poster advertising Boris Karloff's 1932 The Mummy sold to a telephone bidder at Christie's in London for £80,750 in March. Designed by artist Carly Grosch, it was one of only 3 copies known to have survived and was discovered amongst a collection found in a garage in Arizona. From Pentagram Publications, Dracula, the graphic novel, reprinted the 1966 Ballantine Books comic strip with introductions by Bela Lugosi and Christopher Lee. Dark Horse Comics' Buffy the Vampire Slayer featured a 4-part miniseries, False Memories, scripted by Tom Fassbender and Jim Pascoe, which explored the effect that Buffy's younger sister Dawn had on the history of the Scooby Gang. Also from Dark Horse came a 168-page Buffy the Vampire Slayer graphic novel, which included such reprint stories as TV scriptwriter Doug Petrie's Food Chain and Double Cross, plus Christopher Golden and Tom Sniegoski's first Buffy collaboration. Meanwhile, Buffy creator Joss Whedon made his comic-writing debut with Dark Horse Comics' 8-issue miniseries Frey, which was set in a future where vampires, demons, and other supernatural creatures existed. The books were illustrated by newcomer Carl Moline. Neil Gaiman's Books of Magic character Tim Hunter returned, somewhat older and wiser, in DC Vertigo Comics' Hunter, the Age of Magic, a new series written by Dylan Horrocks and illustrated by Richard Case, which picked up 3 years after the recent miniseries Names of Magic. DC Vertigo's House of Secrets, Facade, was a 2-issue miniseries scripted by Stephen T. Siegel and illustrated by Teddy Christensen, in which human witness Rain Harper fled the spirit court. Despite a promise by publisher Brian Pulido that the character would never return after being killed off, Chaos Comics launched a new series of Evil Ernie on Halloween, while from the same publisher, Phil Nutman continued the original story of Tommy Doyle from the lackluster movie Halloween 4 in the somewhat confusingly titled comics Halloween 2 and Halloween 3, The Devil's Eyes, which featured a variant cover design. As usual, there were novelizations of the summer blockbusters, such as The Mummy Returns by Max Allan Collins and Dave Wolverton's young adult The Mummy Chronicles, Revenge of the Scorpion King, Lara Croft Tomb Raider by Dave Stern, Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within by Dean Wesley Smith, and Planet of the Apes by William T. Quick. Frankenstein, The Legacy, and Night of Dracula were a pair of potboilers updating the classic monsters by Christopher Schilt, featuring introductions by Sarah Jane Karloff and Bela G. Lugosi, respectively. Larry Mike Garman's Return of Evil, Dracula, Blood Moon Rising, The Wolfman, and Anatomy of Terror, Frankenstein, were the first 3 volumes in Scholastic's young adult series Universal Studios Monsters, about a trio of children battling the classic movie monsters when the latter were released during a special film transfer. David Jacobs's The Devil's Night was the 2nd volume in another series featuring all the classic Universal monsters. A. Atanasio's The Crow, Hellbound, was the latest novelization of the movie and comic book series created by James O'Barr. Based on the Hallmark Entertainment TV miniseries The Monkey King by Catherine Wesley, a.k.a. Dean Wesley Smith and Christine Catherine Rush, contained 16 pages of color photos. There was no sign of the series of Buffy the Vampire Slayer novelizations slowing down. Yvonne Navarro contributed The Willow Files, Volume 2, and Nancy Holder's latest was The Book of Fours. The Faith Trials by James Lawrence contained 8 pages of color stills, and the prolific Christopher Golden published his 4-volume serial novel, The Lost Slayer, comprising Prophecies, Dark Times, King of the Dead, and Original Sins. Tales of the Slayer, Volume 1, was an anthology of 7 stories about different slayers by Nancy Holder, Yvonne Navarro, and others. As if that was not enough, Holder and Jeff Marriott published the Buffy Angel crossover trilogy Unseen, The Burning, Door to Alternity, and Long Way Home, while Angel continued in his own series of novelizations with Avatar by John Passarella, Soul Trade by Thomas E. Sniegoski, and Summoned by Cameron Doki and Bruja by Mel Odom. TV's witchy Halliwell sisters appeared in the young adult Charmed novelizations The Legacy of Merlin by Eloise Flood, Soul of the Bride by Constance M. Burge, and Beware What You Wish by Diana G. Gallagher. Blair Witch Files, The Death Card by Cade Merrill was the fifth in the unlikely young adult series. She may be growing up on TV, but Sabrina the Teenage Witch still proved popular with younger readers in Pirate Pandemonium and Dreamboat by Mel Odom, Wake Up Call and From the Horse's Mouth by Diana G. Gallagher, Which Way Did She Go by Paul Ruditis, and Milady's Dragon by Kathy East Dabowski. Hidden Passions, Secrets from the Diaries of Tabitha Lennox was purported to be written by Juliet Mills's Evil Witch from the daytime soap opera, but was more likely authored by series creator James E. Riley. Lawrence Miles's The Adventures of Henrietta Street was set in 18th-century England and featured the 8th Doctor Who, encountering a coven of comely witches. The Ghost Hunter's House of Horror by Ivan Jones was a young adult novelization of the BBC TV series. Resident Evil 6, Code Veronica by S.D. Perry was based on the popular zombie video games. Featuring his mismatched heroes Gotrek Gurnison and Felix Jaeger, William King's Beast Slayer and Vampire Slayer were the author's fifth and sixth Warhammer novels in the new series from Black Library, based on the fantasy role-playing game. White Wolf's ever-popular World of Darkness series, based on the role-playing games, continued with Predator and Prey, Judge and Jury, both by Gerbod Fleming. Heralds of the Storm was Book 1 in the Year of the Scarab trilogy by Andrew Bates, and Tremere, Widow's Walk, and Widow's Weeds were the first two books in a new trilogy by Eric Griffin, based on the Clan series. Inherit the Earth, edited by Stuart Week, collected 9 stories based on Hunter, The Reckoning, Silent Striders and Black Furies, Red Talons and Fianna, and Shadow Lords and Get of Fenris were all omnibus volumes in the Tribe series based on White Wolf's Werewolf, the Apocalypse game. Diablo No. 1, Legacy of Blood by Richard Knaak was based on the Blizzard Entertainment computer game. Inspired by Eden Studios' zombie survival role-playing game, All Flesh Must Be Eaten, editor James Lowder's trade paperback anthology, The Book of All Flesh, contained 25 original stories about The Walking Dead by Scott Nicholson, L. H. Maynard, and M.P.N. Sims, Michael Lamo, Mark McLaughlin, Scott Edelman, and others. Edited by the busy Stanley Weater, Richard Matheson's The Twilight Zone scripts was the first volume of a projected 2-volume trade paperback set from Gauntlet Press Edge Books that would publish for the first time all 14 of Matheson's scripts for the legendary TV series. The collection also included extensive commentary by Weater on each episode, new interviews with Matheson, plus supplementary material. Published as a large-sized softcover by Reynolds and Hearn, Christopher Lee, The Authorized Screen History, was an excellent biography of the Hammer horror star by Jonathan Rigby, with a foreword by George Lucas and profusely illustrated with numerous black-and-white stills and a useful film and television filmography. Lee, who was busier than ever in 2001, became a Commander of the British Empire, CBE, in the Queen's Birthday Honours List in June. Daniel O'Brien's The Hannibal Files from the same imprint was an unauthorized guide to the Hannibal Lecter trilogy, illustrated with 2 color spreads. Boasting a foreword by actor Ian Richardson, David Stewart Davies' information-packed Starring Sherlock Holmes from Titan Books detailed every Holmes movie, TV show, and stage production, illustrated with numerous rare stills and posters. This beautifully designed hardcover also had a reversible cover for those readers who preferred either Basil Rathbone or Jeremy Brett as their ideal Holmes. From the same publisher, Stephen Jones's Creepshows, the illustrated Stephen King movie guide, looked at the movies, sequels, spin-offs, and TV adaptations of books and stories by King, illustrated with posters, stills, and book covers. It also included an introduction by director Mick Garris and an exclusive career interview with King. The Greatest Sci-Fi Movies Never Made was a fascinating volume in which David Hughes looked at movies that never went into production or eventually emerged from development hell. These included Ridley Scott's I Am Legend, the confusion over The Watchmen, the truth behind Supernova, and the disasters that befell Richard Stanley's The Island of Dr. Moreau. It was published in hardcover by Titan Books, with a foreword by H.R. Geiger and an 8-page color section of pre-production artwork. Hollywood Vampire, a revised and updated unofficial and unauthorized guide to Angel, was a new version of the 2000 book by Keith Topping. Edited by Roz Cavaney, Reading the Vampire Slayer was subtitled An Unofficial Critical Companion to Buffy and Angel, and included some heavy academic essays along with an episode guide to the plots. Andy Lane's Randall and Hopkirk, deceased, The Files, was an illustrated guide to the revived TV series with an introduction by producer Charlie Higson. Scarecrow Press reprinted the late Kurt Sidmack's 1997 autobiography, revised under the new title, Wolfman's Maker, Memoir of a Hollywood Scriptwriter. From McFarland and Company, Lisa Morton's The Cinema of Tsui Hark was an illustrated hardcover that looked at the career of one of China's most famous filmmakers. David Kallett's The Strange Case of Dr. Mabuse, a study of the 12 films and 5 novels, was an illustrated look at the career of the supervillain created by German author Norbert Jock and most famously filmed by Fritz Lang. The Zombie Movie Encyclopedia by Peter Dendel was an A to Z guide of The Walking Dead, while White Zombie, Anatomy of a Horror Film, was Gary D. Rhodes's in-depth illustrated study of the 1932 Poverty Row film starring Bela Lugosi, with a foreword by the late George E. Turner. The Gorehound's Guide to Splatter Films of the 1960s and 1970s by Scott Aaron Stein was an A to Z guide of gore films. John Kenneth Muir's Terra Television, American Series, 1970 to 1999, was another hefty reference work, while the same authors, An Analytical Guide to Television's One Step Beyond, 1959 to 1961, looked at the now-obscure reality anthology show. In I Was a Monster Movie Maker, Conversations with 22 SF and horror filmmakers, the talented Tom Weaver talked with such nearly forgotten actors as Faith Domergue, Ray Walston, and Maureen O'Sullivan. Also from McFarland, Harris M. Lentz III's monumental science fiction, horror, and fantasy film and television credits, 2nd edition, combined 4 earlier books and updated and revised more than 2,000 pages into one of the most important and impressive reference volumes of the year. From Midnight Marquee came Memories of Hammer Films, editors Gary J. Svela and Susan Svela's collection of interview transcripts from the annual FanX convention in Baltimore, Maryland. Amongst those profiled were Christopher Lee, Barbara Shelley, Ingrid Pitt, and Jimmy Sangster. In Monsters, Mutants, and Heavenly Creatures, Tom Weaver interviewed the people behind the drive-in classics. From the same publisher, The Spawn of Skull Island was Michael H. Price and Douglas Turner's revised and expanded edition of the 1975 volume The Making of King Kong by the late George E. Turner and Orville Goldner. Forgotten Horrors 2, Beyond the Horror Ban, was Price and Turner's follow-up to their previous volume about Poverty Row horrors. Published by the Johns Hopkins University Press as an oversized softcover, Chris Fujiwara's Jacques Tourneur, The Cinema of Nightfall, was a welcome reissue of the 1998 illustrated study of the director of Cat People, I Walked with a Zombie, and Night of the Demon, with a foreword by Martin Scorsese. In Italian cannibal and zombie movies, Jay Slater looked at the gory subgenre from the 1970s through to the early 1990s, and the horror movie Survival Guide by Matteo Molinari and Jim Cam was a pointless A-to-Z list of movie monsters and their various attributes. From Maryland's Sense of Wonder Press, famous Forey Photos, over 70 years of Acker Memories, was a softcover collection of black-and-white stills from the archives of legendary fan and editor Forrest J. Ackerman, who turned 85 in November and celebrated with a party at the Friars Club in Beverly Hills, California. To commemorate the event, guests received It's Alive at 85, a special publication limited to 250 copies, with an introduction by Ray Bradbury. Among the attendees at Ackerman's birthday celebrations was director John Landis, who guest-edited The Best American Movie Writing 2001, which included essays by Jack Kerouac, Tim Weaver, Lawrence Kasdan, John Irving, Stanley Kubrick, and others. Although Gladiator walked off with Best Picture at the 2001 Academy Awards, The martial arts fantasy Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon picked up Best Foreign Language Film, Best Art Direction, Best Cinematography, and Best Original Score Oscars, while The Grinch won Best Makeup for Rick Baker. Arthur C. Clarke presented the Oscar for Best Screenplay based on material already published or produced via a pre-recorded clip from his home in Sri Lanka. He did not know in advance that Traffic was the winner. Meanwhile, the terrorist attacks of September 11th had an immediate effect on Hollywood, with studios shelving, postponing, or abandoning any films that might have appeared insensitive. These included Tim Allen's new Disney comedy, Big Trouble, and Arnold Schwarzenegger's Collateral Damage. Somewhat more bizarrely, even just the inclusion of the World Trade Center's Twin Towers resulted in scenes being changed and promotional campaigns being pulled. The trailer for Sam Raimi's Spider-Man film was withdrawn from theaters and the Internet because it contained a scene, produced exclusively for the trailer, in which a helicopter was trapped in a giant spider's web strung between the two buildings. Meanwhile, the producers of Columbia Pictures' sequel Men in Black 2 announced that the ending of the movie would be reshot because the World Trade Center was used as a backdrop. Any other scenes featuring the structures would also be changed. Warner Brothers even postponed by 1 week its planned 500 sneak previews of the Stephen King adaptation Hearts in Atlantis, starring Anthony Hopkins. It didn't help, and after an opening of $9.8 million, the film took less than $21 million at the U.S. box office. Costing £90 million to make and £30 million for Warner Brothers to market, Christopher Columbus's Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, retitled Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone in America, was released the first weekend in November and smashed box office records on both sides of the Atlantic. In the U.S., where it was released on a quarter of all the screens in the country, it easily beat the previous record set by The Lost World, Jurassic Park, $71 million, and the Potter movie became the first film to make $100 million in its first 4 days. In the UK, it beat the previous weekend record set by Star Wars I, The Phantom Menace, £14.7 million, and the film went on to take more than $300 million worldwide. At almost 3 hours, Peter Jackson's version of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, filmed for $270 million back-to-back with the 2 sequels, to be released a year apart, was truly an epic. Although it had a lower box office opening than Harry Potter, the film went on to gross more than $290 million in the U.S. Ian McKellen was perfectly cast as Gandalf, and there was some nice villainy from Christopher Lee. Directed by the Hughes brothers, Albert and Alan, From Hell was based on the grim graphic novel by Alan Moore and Eddie Campbell and grossed an impressive $70 million in the U.S. Johnny Depp gave a powerful performance as the opium-smoking psychic Inspector Aberline, investigating the Jack the Ripper killings in 1888 London. Ridley Scott's Hannibal was the much-anticipated sequel to The Silence of the Lambs, 1991, based on the novel by Thomas Harris, which had a different ending. Anthony Hopkins reprised his role as cannibal killer Dr. Hannibal Lecter. Gary Oldman hammed it up as one of his mutilated victims, and Julianne Moore ably stepped into the role of FBI agent Clarice Starling. 13 Ghosts, Steve Beck's loose remake of the disappointing 1960 William Castle film, involved a strange house that was actually an occult machine, powered by the trapped souls of 12 ghosts designed to open a gateway to hell. Co-scripted by Adam Simon, Ernest Dickerson's Bones brought rapper Snoop Dogg back from the bed as the eponymous 1970s ghetto pimp for a very brief Halloween run at the box office. Although boasting a rave quote from Clive Barker and having Francis Ford Coppola amongst its executive producers, much of the criticism surrounding Jeepers Creepers centered on its controversial director, convicted pedophile Victor Salva. It opened in the U.S. at number 1 with $15.8 million and went on to gross $33.6 million. In Soul Survivors, a woman slipping in and out of a coma attempted to recall the events that led to her predicament. Writer-director Stephen Carpenter's teen horror film suffered from being cut by its distributor from an R rating to a PG-13 in America. When it came to the summer blockbusters, Stephen Sommers's The Mummy Returns was a fun action sequel to his 1999 original, which enjoyed a record-breaking opening weekend before finally taking a worldwide total of more than $400 million. Despite cameos from original stars Charlton Heston and Linda Harrison, Tim Burton's disappointing and impersonal $100 million reimagining of Planet of the Apes, took $69.5 million during its first week in late July at the U.S. box office. Only the first Jurassic Park had enjoyed a better opening weekend at the time. However, audiences quickly dropped off, and the film ended up grossing just under $170 million. Meanwhile, extras from the film announced that they were suing the producers, claiming they were exposed to a cancer-causing substance during a dust storm scene. Executive producer Steven Spielberg handed Jurassic Park 3 over to director Joe Johnston, and the result was a short but impressive B-movie. Filming reportedly began without a finished script, and it showed, despite the film earning $168 million. Based on the successful interactive game Lara Croft Tomb Raider, starred Angelina Jolie as the eponymous upper-crust adventurer attempting to prevent the Illuminati from tracking down the secret of an ancient device that could alter space and time. Although Marlon Brando pulled out, reportedly suffering from pneumonia, after agreeing to appear in a cameo for $2 million, the dire Scary Movie 2 still went on to take nearly $70 million in the U.S. Ice Cube, Natasha Henstridge, and Pam Grier found themselves battling centuries-old spooks in John Carpenter's incompetent Ghosts of Mars, which opened and closed with a miserable $3.8 million. Woody Allen's 1940s spoof, The Curse of the Jade Scorpion, did even worse, grossing just $2.5 million. Denise Richards and David Boreanaz were among the suspects as a Cupid-masked killer cut up the teen cast in the derivative slasher Valentine, and 3 teens traveling across the desert found themselves battling the undead in J.S. Cardone's low-budget vampire thriller The Forsaken. David Caruso was part of a crew sent into an abandoned mental hospital to clear asbestos, who were soon affected by the building's brooding atmosphere in Brad Anderson's Session 9. Daniel Minahan's low-budget Series 7, The Contenders, involved a lethal TV game show where the last surviving contestant was the winner. A good Jet Li battled an evil Jet Li from a different dimension in The One. Jake Gyllenhaal played a schizophrenic teenager who listened to a man-sized rabbit with a twisted face in Donnie Darko, and Stephen Railsback portrayed the Wisconsin cannibal killer who inspired Psycho and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in Chuck Perello's Ed Gein. Jeremy Irons and Bruce Payne hammed it up as villains in the juvenile sword and sorcery adventure Dungeons & Dragons, which also starred Thora Birch. The young American actress also turned up in The Hole, a low-budget British chiller about a group of boarding school teens trapped in an old war bunker. In Rob Greene's The Bunker, a group of German soldiers took refuge in an underground storage tunnel and wished they hadn't. Urban Ghost Story starred Jason Connery as a journalist involved with a Glasgow family bothered by moving furniture and other spooky occurrences after the daughter's near-death experience. Chris Rock discovered he was dead before his time in Down to Earth, an unnecessary remake of Heaven Can Wait, while Martin Lawrence traveled back in time to visit Camelot in the equally pointless Black Knight. Despite the acrimonious divorce of star Nicole Kidman and co-producer Tom Cruise, The Others, from young Spanish writer, director, composer Alejandro Amenabar, was a classic haunted house story set in 1945 that grossed an impressive $90.6 million. Meanwhile, Guillermo de Toro's ghost story, The Devil's Backbone, was set in a boys' orphanage during the last days of the Spanish Civil War. Sophie Marceau played the eponymous ghost in Belphegor, Phantom of the Louvre, based on the popular 1965 French TV miniseries. Julie Christie and Juliette Greco had cameos. Christophe Gans's Brotherhood of the Wolf saw an 18th-century gardener and his Iroquois Indian blood brother sent to Gévaudan to track down a legendary beast. A box office hit in its native France, it was apparently that country's highest-grossing genre film ever. Veteran Kinji Fukasaku's Battle Royale was a combination of gruesome game show and Lord of the Flies, while Alex de la Iglesias's gory homage to Hitchcock, La Comunidad, was banned worldwide by George Lucas because one of the characters dressed like Darth Vader. Lucas also sued the producers of the porno movie Starballs, claiming consumers could be confused into thinking that Lucasfilm sponsored the hardcore Star Wars spoof. Billy Crystal, John Goodman, and Steve Buscemi were among those who voiced the nightmare inhabitants of Monstropolis in the Disney and Pixar computer-animated Monsters, Incorporated, which opened in November and took more than $244.8 million. However, it was overshadowed by rival DreamWorks revisionist fairy tale Shrek, featuring the vocal talents of Mike Myers, Eddie Murphy, Cameron Diaz, and John Lithgow. The computer-created cartoon grossed $255.5 million, consequently blowing Disney's traditionally animated adventure Atlantis, The Lost Empire, out of the water. Inspired by the video game Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within went one step further and created its realistic human characters and alien invaders totally through CGI animation. In May, director William Friedkin and screenwriter William Peter Blatty sued Warner Brothers and others for unspecified damages in the federal court, claiming they were denied residuals from both the 1973 and 2000 versions of The Exorcist. They also maintained that the latter version violated federal copyright law by identifying the studio as the movie's author and by failing to register the film as a derivative of the original. Despite having already been shown on UK satellite television, in August, the British Board of Film Classification finally passed Tobe Hooper's long-banned 1986 sequel, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, uncut, with an 18 certificate. In America, films such as Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings helped boost cinema attendances to their highest levels since the 1950s. Ticket sales rose to $1.5 billion in 2001, a 5% increase on the previous year and the highest since 1958. Despite the September 11th attacks, U.S. box office takings were a record $5.9 billion. The same upward trend was also to be seen in Britain, where the number of admissions rose by 4 million to 141 million, the highest figure since 1972. Unjustly banished to video, Ellery Elkayam's They Nest was an enjoyable chiller set on a remote island invaded by mutated African cockroaches that nested inside the bodies of their victims. A likable cast, including Thomas Calabro, Dean Stockwell, and John Savage, fine special effects, and a knowing script raised this often gory chiller into a whole different class. Despite featuring music from Kid Rock, Rob Zombie, and others, the third film in the Crow series, Salvation, starring Kirsten Dunst and Eric Mabius, went straight to video and DVD in most markets. Tom Arnold and Tiffany Amber Thiessen investigated a series of murders at the Bulimia Fall High School in the slasher spoof Shriek If You Know What I Did Last Friday the 13th. Venomous, starring Treat Williams and some genetically engineered snakes, was just what you would expect from director Fred Olen Ray and co-producer Jim Wynorski, working under pseudonyms. Brian Yuzna's Spanish-made Faust, Love of the Damned, featured Andrew DeVoff and Jeffrey Combs and was based on yet another comic book series. Donald F. Glutt's low-budget soft-core comedy, The Erotic Rites of Countess Dracula, was simply embarrassing. The unlikely named Brick Randall played a singer bitten by Count Dracula, a sick-looking William Smith, who lived in Hollywood with her faithful servant Renfield, Del Howison. From the same producers, Glutt's half-hour short, The Vampire Hunters Club, resembled a home movie. John Agar, William Smith, Bob Burns, Dave Donham, and Forrest J. Ackerman played members of the eponymous group, still searching for a young girl kidnapped in 1958 by Dracula, Daniel Roebuck. This included special guest appearances by Belinda Belaski, Conrad Brooks, Del Howison, Erwin Keyes, Carla Lemley, Brink Stevens, Mink Stoll, Carl Stryken, Mary Warrenoff, and others. Erotic Witch Project 2, Book of Seduction, was another of Seduction Cinema's soft-core lesbian romps from the production team of producer Michael Beckerman and director John Backus, who were also responsible for The Erotic Ghost. Terry M. West's The Sexy Sixth Sense was more of the same, also from Seduction. From Video Outlaw, Cremains was a shot-on-video anthology movie from writer-director Steve Sessions that featured Lilith Stabbs and Debbie Rochon. In David A. Goldberg's Demon Lust, Brink Stevens was a sexy demon confronted by Tom Savini's hit Man for the Mob, while Jeff Burton's The Night Divides the Day was about a psychopathic killer stalking a group of students camping in the woods. Blood, the Last Vampire, was an anime about a sword-wielding girl battling shapeshifters on an American military base during the Vietnam War. All-Day Entertainment's The Horror of Hammer and Tales of Frankenstein contained numerous trailers of varying quality, while the latter also included the 1958 Hammer TV pilot Tales of Frankenstein as a bonus. Some of the scariest boogeymen to appear on film, including Jason, Freddy, Michael Myers, Chucky, Leatherface, and Pinhead, were profiled in Boogeyman, The Killer Compilation, a 3-hour documentary featuring an audio commentary by Robert Englund. J. Holben's Paranoid was an 8-minute short adapted from the 100-line poem Paranoid, a Chant, by Stephen King. Hallmark Entertainment's The Infinite Worlds of H.G. Wells was an enjoyable 3-part miniseries based upon the author's short stories. Tom Ward portrayed Wells, interviewed by a secret government agency about the mysterious adventures he and his future wife, Katie Carmichael, were involved with. Co-produced with the Jim Henson Company, Jack and the Beanstalk, The Real Story, was an inventive 2-part TV movie in which a millionaire industrialist, Matthew Modine, discovered that the fairy tale lied. Daryl Hannah and Richard Attenborough turned up as giant gods. Alan Arkish's Prince Charming was just as good as 2 humans, Sean Maguire and Martin Short, transformed into frogs 500 years earlier, found themselves in contemporary New York. Hallmark's Snow White was yet another version of the fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm, with a princess, Kristen Kreuk, menaced by Miranda Richardson's Wicked Queen. Clancy Brown played a creepy granter of wishes, and Warwick Davis and Vincent Schiavelli were amongst the dwarves named after the days of the week. The Disney cable TV movie Halloween Town 2, Calabar's Revenge, reunited the cast of the 1998 original, including veteran Debbie Reynolds, for an inferior sequel where everyone living in Halloween Town was placed under a warlock spell. Christopher Lloyd played the zombie who helped the town overcome its Halloween curse in the Fox Family movie When Good Ghouls Go Bad, based on a story by R.L. Stein. In The Evil Beneath Loch Ness, Patrick Bergin and Lizette Anthony discovered that a giant prehistoric creature had been released from an underwater abyss. Infinitely better was the 2-part BBC TV movie of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's The Lost World, in which Bob Hoskins's gruff Professor Challenger led an expedition to discover superb-looking CGI dinosaurs. Murder Rooms, The Dark Beginnings of Sherlock Holmes, was a series of 4 superior BBC films created by David Peary. Charles Edwards portrayed Arthur Conan Doyle, who teamed up with his old friend Dr. Joseph Bell, the superb Ian Richardson, to investigate various murders. The Kingdom of Bones, scripted by Stephen Gallagher, included a number of allusions to Doyle's The Lost World, while in The White Knight Stratagem, comedian Rick Mile gave a stand-up performance as the likely inspiration for Professor Moriarty. A totally miscast Matt Frewer played Doyle's great detective in Hallmark's Canadian version of The Sign of 4, the second in a series of public domain adaptations of the Sherlock Holmes stories. John Fawcett's impressive Canadian cable TV movie Ginger Snaps linked lycanthropy and menstruation when the weird Bridget, Emily Perkins, realized that her rebellious older sister, Catherine Isabel, was turning into a sexy werewolf. Wolf Girl was a USA cable entertainment movie for Halloween in which the eponymous hirsute heroine was trapped in a freak show run by an over-the-top Tim Curry. The Cinemax HBO series Creature Features comprised loose remakes of 5 old AIP movies: She Creature, The Day the World Ended, How to Make a Monster, Earth vs. the Spider, and Teenage Caveman. Executive produced by the late Samuel Z. Arkoff, and with special effects credited to Stan Winston on all but the last title. Despite the presence of such stars as Rufus Sewell, Natasha Kinski, Randy Quaid, Colleen Camp, Julie Strain, Dan Aykroyd, and Teresa Russell, the results were definitely mixed. Lost Voyage, starring Judd Nelson and Lance Henriksen, was a fun, low-budget horror thriller set on a cruise ship that disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle and returned from hell possessed by evil. Almost exactly the same story was told in Louis Teague's Inferior The Triangle, a TBS movie starring Luke Perry and Dan Cortese, amongst a group of vacationers killed off by evil spirits on a lost liner. Judd Nelson also reprised his role as psychotic screenwriter Stanley Caldwell in the USA cable entertainment sequel Return to Cabin by the Lake. Bo Derek was the professor with a killer curriculum in the sci-fi original movie Horror 101, while Fox's The Rats apparently had nothing to do with James Herbert, as the verminous creatures ran riot through a Manhattan department store where Mädchen Amick was trying to shop. UPN's Curse of the Talisman featured killer gargoyles, and in Robin Cook's Acceptable Risk from TBS, Chad Lowe discovered that a drug made out of a strange fungus had horrifying side effects. Showtime's On the Edge anthology featured a trio of actresses making their directorial debuts with 3 half-hour shorts. Helen Mirren's Happy Birthday was based on a Keith Laumer story and featured John Goodman, Beverly D'Angelo, and Christopher Lloyd. Anthony LaPaglia starred as a terminally ill scientist in Mary Stuart Masterson's The Other Side, based on a story by Bruce Holland Rogers. And the multi-talented Anne Heche both scripted and directed Reaching Normal from Walter M. Miller's short story, starring Andy McDowell and Joel Grey. In 2001, Buffy the Vampire Slayer lost its sense of humor, while spin-off series Angel finally found one, at least for a while. Vampire Spike, James Masters, fell in love with Buffy. Sarah Michelle Gellar, Buffy's mother, Christine Sutherland, died, and the evil god Glory, Claire Kramer, discovered that the hidden key she was searching for was actually Buffy's younger sister Dawn, Michelle Trachtenberg. The 5th season of Buffy ended with the 100th episode as the eponymous Slayer sacrificed her own life to save Dawn. After very public arguments over the price paid per episode, the 6th season of Buffy moved from the WB to UPN in October, with a 2-hour premiere featuring Gellar as the android Buffybot. Once resurrected by Willow's Allison Hannigan dark magic, Buffy had hot sex with Spike, battled a trio of super-nerd villains, and went to work in a fast food outlet. Meanwhile, Willow allowed her use of magic to get out of control. The best episode was done entirely as a musical. There were also rumors that Buffy creator Joss Whedon was developing a spin-off series for British character Giles, Anthony Stewart Head, who left the series after the first few episodes of the new season, which would be made in collaboration with the BBC. Buffy also finally went into syndication 5 nights a week on FX. Meanwhile, over on Angel, the eponymous vampires David Boreanaz' obsession with Wolfram and Hart broke up the team, which eventually reunited only to travel to the host's, Andy Hallett, alternate demon dimension. For the new season, Angel and his companions were joined by Amy Acker's physicist, Winifred Fred Burke. Darla, Julie Benz, announced she was pregnant with Angel's child, and Angel was pursued by an old enemy, vampire hunter Holtz, Keith Zarabajka, seeking revenge for the deaths of his family. With David Duchovny's agent Mulder apparently gone for good, and Gillian Anderson Scully now a mother, the 9th season of Fox's The X-Files added Annabeth Gish's FBI agent Monica Reyes as a full-time lead alongside Robert Patrick's John Doggett. Carrie Elwes joined the cast as an FBI assistant director, and former Xena actress Lucy Lawless also turned up for a couple of episodes. Unfortunately, the quirky spin-off series The Lone Gunmen failed because it ignored the core genre audience that had made The X-Files so successful. The reworked pilot for CBS TV's Wolf Lake was delayed after the terrorist attacks in September. Twin Peaks met The Howling as a Seattle detective, Lou Diamond Phillips, traced his missing girlfriend to the eponymous Pacific Northwest town where most of the humans turned into wolves. The hour-long series, created by John Leakley, lasted just 8 episodes in America. Yancy Butler starred as Sarah Pezzini, a New York cop who used a mystical gauntlet to battle evil in the TNT series Witchblade, based on the Top Cow comic book. After the series was renewed by the WB for 3 more seasons, actress Shannon Doherty quit Charmed as one of the witchy Hallowell sisters. In her final episode, which she also directed, Doherty's character Prue was killed by a demon assassin. At the start of the new series, the remaining 2 sisters discovered that they had a long-lost half-sister who had magic of her own. After such actresses as Tiffany Thiessen and Jennifer Love Hewitt were reportedly considered, Rose McGowan joined the cast as Paige in a 2-hour season premiere. Dawson's Creek met the X-Files in the hit WB series Smallville, about the contemporary adventures of Clark Kent Superboy, Tom Welling, and his friends Lana Lang, Christian Kreuk, and Lex Luthor, Michael Rosenbaum. Each episode usually involved green meteor fragments giving other people strange powers. John Glover had a recurring role as Lex's industrialist father, Lionel Luthor. In UPN's All Souls, a young doctor, Grayson McCouch, began inquiring into a series of mysterious deaths in a hospital, while Ray Dawn Chong and Adrian Pasdar were back investigating mysteries and miracles in a second series of Mysterious Ways on PAX and NBC TV. The Sci-Fi Channel's The Chronicle was about a tabloid newspaper that researched bizarre but true stories, and the WB's Dead Last was about the members of a rock band who obtained the power to see ghosts from a mysterious amulet. In UPN's Special Unit 2, a covert branch of the Chicago Police Department investigated the monsters of every child's nightmare. These apparently included gargoyles, virgin-craving mermen, werewolf stockbrokers, and a ninja mummy, all created by Patrick Tatopoulos. Following the movie pilot featuring Eric Roberts and Judd Nelson, Strange Frequency was an anthology series on VH1 hosted by Roger Daltrey, who appeared as a satanic talent agent in the first episode. Meanwhile, Aidan Quinn, Lou Diamond Phillips, and Samantha Mathis were among the stars of the Fox anthology series Night Visions, which also failed to identify its audience. The second series of Shockers comprised 3 offbeat hour-long dramas written by Stephen Volk, Joe Ahern, and Chris Bucknall. In the Halloween episode of Relic Hunter, Sydney, Tia Carrere, teamed up with charismatic vampire novelist Lucas Blackmer, Adrian Paul, to find Vlad Tepes's mystical chalice. Season 4 of the sci-fi series Lex included a 2-part episode co-written by Tom DeVille, in which Stanley, Brian Downey, Zev, Xenia Seberg, and Kai, Michael McManus, traveled to the Transylvanian castle of Count Dracul, John Standing, and encountered the power of the revived Vlad, Minna Altonen. Veteran Lionel Jeffries turned up briefly as a priest. Vampire High was a Canadian teen series in which 5 young vampires were entrusted to the Mansbridge Academy, where they would learn to tame their instincts and live among mortals. More Land of the Lost than Conan Doyle, the Australian syndicated series Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's The Lost World featured episodes in which members of the stranded expedition discovered a mysterious valley full of werewolves and received psychic visions from the knife belonging to Jack the Ripper. Judith Reeves-Stevens and Garfield Reeves-Stevens were creative consultants, and a slightly more risque version apparently aired on DirecTV in America. Filmed in New Zealand, the Dungeons & Dragons-inspired fantasy series Dark Knight, created by co-producer Terry Marcel, included episodes in which Ivanhoe, Ben Pullen, and his companions came to the aid of a village menaced by an ancient werewolf cult, and battled an Egyptian mummy, raised from the dead by a band of Templar knights. In the second season of the syndicated Beastmaster, Dar, Daniel Goddard, and Tao, Jackson Rain, encountered the shape-changing demon Lara, Sam Healey and Danielle Spencer, and the original film series star Mark Singer joined the cast as spirit guide Dartanus. TV's Tarzan, Ron Ely, turned up as a villain in Sheena, starring Gina Lee Nolan as the shape-changing heroine, while TV Batman Adam West was among those battling Black Scorpion. During the 5th season of Melissa Joan Hart's Sabrina, the Teenage Witch, how long can they keep using that title? Sabrina finally moved out and lived with roommates on campus. Creator R.L. Stine described his anthology series, The Nightmare Room, on Kids WB, as a Twilight Zone for kids. Tippi Hedren, Hitchcock's The Birds, was one of the guest stars. Dr. Terrible's House of Horrible was a not-very-funny BBC series created by and starring comedian Steve Coogan, spoofing everything from Hammer Films to Sax Rohmer's Fu Manchu and the Amicus anthology movies of the 1970s. The shows did feature such interesting guest stars as Oliver Tobias, Sheila Keith, Warwick Davis, Angela Plessence, Tom Bell, and Graham Crowden. In the crazy world of American daytime soap operas, NBC TV's Passions featured homages to 5 classic horror films before 300-year-old witch Tabitha Juliet Mills, lost her head and had it sewn back on by little Timmy, Josh Ryan Evans. Meanwhile, Timmy's magic left Charity with some odd side effects. Over at ABC TV's even wackier Port Charles, after a 12-week telenovela involving time travel, the town's inhabitants found themselves succumbing to schizophrenic vampire Caleb, Michael Easton. The characters also saw the year out with an apocalyptic plot involving angels and devils. Not to be outdone, on ABC TV's All My Children, Gillian, Esther Blanche, was shot in the head by an assassin and then visited by the ghostly spirits of previous characters from the show who helped her find her way towards the bright light. Reworking themes and characters from The Mummy Returns, the Universal cartoon series The Mummy featured the ancient Egyptian sorcerer Imhotep, searching for the ancient scrolls of Thebes. In one episode, Rick O'Connell, voiced by John Schneider, was bitten by a wolf in Ireland and transformed into a werewolf. Shown on the digital TV channel BBC Choice, The Fear was a series of 15-minute readings, with dramatized inserts, by such actors as Marianne Jean-Baptiste, Jason Fleming, Anna Friel, Sadie Frost, Kelly MacDonald, Nev McIntosh, Nick Morin, Sean Pertwee, and Ray Winston. Authors whose work was adapted included Honoré de Balzac, Emmy Braddon, F. Marion Crawford, Arthur Conan Doyle, John Berwick Harwood, and Edgar Allan Poe. American movie classic's hour-long Halloween tribute to American International Pictures, It Conquered Hollywood, featured interviews with Beverly Garland, Roger Corman, Bruce Dern, Samuel Z. Arkoff, Dick Miller, Susan Hart, and others. Produced for Channel 4 television by Pete Toombs and Andy Stark, Mondo Macabro was a wonderful half-hour documentary series looking at exploitation and genre filmmaking in Argentina, Brazil, Indonesia, Mexico, the Philippines, South Asia, and Turkey. Among those interviewed were Eddie Romero and José Mojica Marins, a.k.a. Coffin Joe Zé du Cachon. SF UK was a jingoistic documentary series written and hosted by the irritating Matthew de Abatua for Channel 4 and the Sci-Fi Channel. Topics included Frankenstein and War of the Worlds, and Mark Gatiss and Kim Newman were among the regular contributors. Gatiss and Newman also turned up in Inventing Monsters, an impressive half-hour documentary for digital channel BBC Knowledge, hosted by Professor Christopher Frayling, who looked at the attraction of monsters in popular culture. Other contributors included David J. Scow, Marina Warner, Ann Bilson, and Ingrid Pitt, plus archive interviews with Jimmy Sangster and Jut Stensgaard. Mario Bava, Maestro of the Macabre, was an hour-long documentary about the cult Italian director with commentary from filmmakers Tim Burton, Joe Dante, John Carpenter, John Saxon, Samuel Z. Arkoff, Lamberto Bava, John Philip Law, Alfred Leon, and Daria Nicoldi, and from critics Alan Bryce, Tim Lucas, and the ubiquitous Kim Newman. Michelle Trachtenberg from Buffy the Vampire Slayer hosted the half-hour Discovery Kids series Truth or Scare, in which she looked at such subjects as Dracula, the Curse of Tutankhamun, werewolves and Irish ghosts, with the help of Dr. Leonard Wolfe, David J. Scow, James V. Hart, and Professor Nina Auerbach. In September, Canada's Chorus Entertainment launched the country's first 24-hour digital access horror channel, entitled Scream. Horror author Edo van Belkom hosted the midnight movie program Post-Mortem, supplying commentary during breaks in the films. Peggy Sue Got Married, the stage musical starring Ruthie Henshaw and based on the 1986 movie, became the first theatrical casualty of the September 11th terrorist attacks when it closed after just 6 weeks in London's West End, blaming plummeting audience figures. It was soon followed by Notre Dame de Paris, in which Hazel Fernandez had replaced Dannii Minogue after the Australian actress-singer walked out in June, and The Witches of Eastwick, in which Clark Peters had taken over from Ian McShane as the devil. The Secret Garden, at London's Aldwych Theatre in March, was the Royal Shakespeare Company's musical version of Frances Hodgson Burnett's classic children's fantasy. From October, the RSC mounted a new dramatization of Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking-Glass in London and Stratford-upon-Avon. The Northern Ballet Theatre's production of Jekyll and Hyde at Sadler's Wells the same month had received poor reviews when it originally opened in Leeds. Daniel de Andrade played Henry Jekyll, while the leather-clad Edward Hyde was portrayed by Jonathan Oliver. The Russian Ice Stars mounted a chilling version of The Phantom of the Opera on ice at London's Wimbledon Theatre in April. Writer Jeremy Dyson and actors Mark Gatiss, Steve Pemberton, and Reese Shearsmith took The League of Gentlemen, based on the cult radio and TV show, to the Theatre Royal in Drury Lane in March. The Perrier award-winning stage spoof, Garth Marenghi's Netherhead, featured the eponymous Sculptor of Nightmares and Duke of Darkness talking about his best-selling literary career and giving advice to would-be horror writers. Unfortunately, the show was neither as funny nor as clever as it thought it was. Supposedly inspired by the works of H.P. Lovecraft, Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare, was the fourth interactive computer game in the Supernatural series featuring occult detective Edward Carnby, armed with just a flashlight to keep the evil creatures at bay on Shadow Island. Clive Barker's Undying from EA Games was promoted with the tagline, "What does not kill you will make you wish it had." Set in Ireland in the 1920s, it involved an undead family attempting to destroy its last surviving member. Silent Hill 2 was set in a fog-bound town where strange creatures inhabited a blood-splattered mental asylum and an abandoned apartment block, while Soul Reaver 2 was based in a world filled with vampires. The From Dusk Till Dawn game picked up from the end of the 1995 movie, with Seth Gecko imprisoned on a prison ship infested with vampires, and Blade featured the eponymous Marvel Comics character hunting down his undead brethren. Alien vs. Predator 2 pitched the two movie monsters against a gun-toting Marine, while The Mummy recreated the 1999 Universal movie, including video sequences, as Rick O'Connell confronted Imhotep and other marauding mummies. Return to Castle Wolfenstein was set during World War II, when the Nazis of Wolfenstein had cellars full of genetically created, fire-breathing zombies. A sword and pistol-wielding demon hunter-investigator battled more supernatural foes in Devil May Care. Created by the team who came up with Resident Evil, it was one of the most eagerly anticipated games of the year. Meanwhile, Resident Evil Code, Veronica X, picked up the plot from Resident Evil 3, Nemesis, as heroine Claire Redfield searched for her lost brother in a world filled with zombies, worms, freaks, and mutants. In 2001, it seemed that almost any film character could be turned into an action figure or a collectible. Sideshow Toys' series of 8-inch Universal figures finally included Bela Lugosi as a fully articulated Count from Dracula. Lugosi again as the broken-necked Igor from Son of Frankenstein, and Lon Chaney Sr. as the Red Death from The Phantom of the Opera, with a variant unmasked head. There was also a translucent green plastic Creature from the Black Lagoon special edition figure, with 14 points of articulation. The same company also released 12-inch figures of Lugosi's Dracula, Chaney Jr.'s Wolfman, and Chaney Sr.'s Phantom, plus vampire figures from London After Midnight, Nosferatu and Son of Dracula, The Invisible Man, with a clear plastic head, and a trio of figures from Mel Brooks's Young Frankenstein. A set of 3 6-inch articulated figures from Full Moon's Demonic Toys series was also released, along with a 12-inch figure of Pimp from Blood Dolls. Another 12-inch figure released during the year was The Fly from the sequel Return of the Fly. Mezco's Real Masters, the second series of Silent Screamers 6-inch figures, included Graf Orlok from Nosferatu, Edison's Frankenstein, the 1920 Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and the Metropolis robot Maria, all with their own diorama bases. The Shadow of the Vampire deluxe figure set featured F.W. Murnau with movie camera filming Max Schreck in a detailed display case. Produced by McFarlane Toys, Clive Barker's Tortured Souls featured 6 Cenobite-like action figures: 1. Agonistes, 2. the Scythemeister, 3. Lucidique, 4. Talisac, 5. Venal Anatomica, and 6. Mongroid, each accompanied by a connected short story written by Barker. The concept was subsequently sold by Barker and Todd McFarlane for a mid-6-figure option to Universal Pictures. McFarlane continued its Movie Maniacs series with figures of Tony Todd as Candyman and Todd McFarlane's version of The Blair Witch. The Mummy Returns spawned a series of articulated figures from Jakks Pacific, including The Rock's Scorpion King, Rick O'Connell with a pygmy mummy, Anubis and Alex O'Connell, and Imhotep. Special effects expert Stan Winston teamed up with X-Toys to produce Stan Winston's Creature Features, a new line of toys that was launched in October. The initial releases included 5 new characters developed for a series of films based on old AIP movies of the 1950s, accompanied by a CD-ROM detailing the design, sculpting, and development of each figure. At least 5 additional lines were also being developed: Monster Mythology, Nightmare Demons, Extreme Gargoyles, Stan Winston's Alien Universe and Animal Kingdom, the latter featuring half-man, half-beast creations. Ray Harryhausen fans could choose between the X Plus USA series of limited edition 4-inch chess pieces, which included harpies, hydra, selenites, and sword-fighting skeletons, and the 12-inch cold-cast statues of Kali, the Emir, and various mythological figures. From Japan there were 12-inch posable vinyl figures of Harryhausen's Cyclops and Dragon from The Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, and Talos from Jason and the Argonauts. The Japanese also seemed to go crazy for Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas, with a 14-inch Jack Skellington coffin doll, a gold Millennium edition, and a 12-inch version dressed in pajamas, a 10-inch Sandy Claus doll, a reversible pillow featuring Jack, a hand-painted set with lock, shock, and barrel, or a similar set of 4 vampires, a set of pullback racers featuring Jack's faithful dog Zero and Jack's snowmobile, a Zero choker necklace, and various die-cast Jack keychains, amongst numerous other items. A Halloween treat for little girls, with a twisted sense of humor, was the Barbie and Ken as the Munsters gift set. The dolls were surprisingly faithful recreations of Lily and Herman from the cult 1960s TV show. And if that wasn't enough, there was always Mezco Toys' series of 9-inch Living Dead dolls, complete with their own death certificate. A Scooby-Doo 5-piece bendable gift set included 5-inch figures of Scooby, Shaggy, Velma, Daphne, and Fred. A series of limited edition retro tin lunchboxes from NECA included designs for Evil Dead and Halloween, each with a free metal thermos and holographically numbered. Stephen King's 1958 Plymouth Fury Christine turned up as a 1/8 scale die-cast model. For Christmas trees, Claiborne Moore designed and sculpted a Vampirella ornament, complete with crescent moon and vampire bat. William Marshall's Blackula, David Hedison's The Fly, and a Morlock from George Powell's 1960 movie of The Time Machine were created as quarter-scale resin bust kits, sculpted by Joe Simon. Sculpted by Richard Force, the Nosferatu mini-resin model kit featured Max Schreck playing with a yo-yo and was limited to just 200 figures. A 10-inch caricature of Boris Karloff from Mad Monster Party was sculpted by Tony Cipriano and limited to 500 pieces at $100 each. Lovecraft fans could choose between a Collect Call of Cthulhu t-shirt or a Pokethulu t-shirt, while a company called Java's Crypt offered in sterling silver an Elder Sign brooch pen, an Elder Sign pendant, and Elder Sign earrings. Bad Boy Designs introduced Cthulhu beer glasses with 4 designs: Innsmouth Golden Lager, Ithaqua Ice, Wizard Watley's Dunwich Ale, and Witch House Dark. It's the beer you've been dreaming of. Meanwhile, Mythos Books launched its 2nd revised edition of the Lovecraft Tarot, containing 20 new cards and an expanded book by Eric Friedman. In celebration of the 70th anniversary of 3 of Universal's most famous classic monsters, in October, Universal Studios Home Video and Madame Tussauds, New York, unveiled lifelike wax figures of Count Dracula, Frankenstein's monster, and the Mummy to pay tribute to legendary horror icons Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi. From Giant Manufacturing came a classic horror T-shirt depicting Universal's The Mummy. The Mummy Returns trading cards featured scenes from the movie or early designs of CGI characters, while the Ghosts of Mars trading cards included plenty of background information and even a limited edition card signed by director John Carpenter himself. The 2000 Bram Stoker Awards for Superior Achievement were presented on May 26th at the Horror Writers Association banquet held in conjunction with the World Horror Convention in Seattle, Washington. The Traveling Vampire Show, by late HWA President Richard Lehman, predictably won in the novel category, while Brian A. Hopkins's The Licking Valley Coon Hunters Club was chosen in the first novel section. Steve Rasnick Tem and Melanie Tem's chapbook, The Man on the Ceiling, won for long fiction, and Jack Ketchum's Gone, from October Dreams, picked up the award for short fiction. Magic Terror, 7 Tales by Peter Straub, was the winner in the fiction collection category, and the year's Best Fantasy and Horror 13th Annual Collection, edited by Ellen Datlow and Terry Windling, won the Anthology Award. Stephen King's autobiographical On Writing was the non-fiction winner. Alan Moore's The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen was voted Best Illustrated Narrative, while Stephen Katz's Shadow of the Vampire collected the Screenplay Award. Nancy Echemendi's The Power of Un won in the Work for Younger Readers category. Tom Piccirilli's A Student of Hell won in the Poetry Collection section, and Patricia Lee McComber, Steve Eller, Sandra Casturi, and Brett A. Savory's website, The Chiaroscuro, won the Other Media Award. The Specialty Press Award went to William K. Schaefer for Subterranean Press, and Nigel Neal was honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award. Held over July 19th to 22nd on the Roger Williams University campus in Bristol, Rhode Island, the guests at the informal Nikon 21 were Tim Powers and Elizabeth Massey. The International Horror Guilds Awards, recognizing outstanding achievements in the field of horror and dark fantasy, were presented on September 1st during Dragon Star Con in Atlanta, Georgia. Best novel was Declare by Tim Powers. Adam's Fall by Sean Desmond was voted Best First Novel. The Man on the Ceiling by Melanie and Steve Rasnick Tam won in the long story category, while Steve Duffy's The Rag and Bone Men, from Shadows and Silence, won in the short story section. I Feel Sick, No. 1 to 2, by Honin Vasquez, won the Illustrative Narrative Award. And there was a tie for collection between City Fishing by Steve Rasnick Tam and Ghost Music and Other Tales by Thomas Tessier. Best Anthology went to October Dreams, a celebration of Halloween, edited by Richard Chismar and Robert Morrish. At the Foot of the Tree by William Sheehan won in the non-fiction category, and Paula Garan's Horror Garage was voted Best Publication. Joel Peter Whitkin won Best Artist, American Psycho was voted Best Film, and Angel picked up the Television Award. The International Horror Guild also presented shock rock performer Alice Cooper with its Living Legend Award. Cooper also received Dragon Star Con's Julie Award, named for science fiction comic legend Julius Schwartz, which recognizes universal achievement spanning multiple genres. The 2001 British Fantasy Awards were presented on September 23rd at the British Fantasy Society's one-day 30th birthday bash in London's West End. The winners of this year's awards were announced by guests of honor Hugh Lamb and Simon Clark. The August Derleth Award for Best Novel went to Perdido Street Station by China Mieville. Hideous Progeny, edited by Brian Willis, was judged Best Anthology, and Kim Newman's Where the Bodies Are Buried won Best Collection. Tim Lebon's zombie novella Naming of Parts was voted Best Short Fiction. Best Artist was Jim Burns, and Peter Crowther's P.S. Publishing was named Best Small Press. The special Carl Edward Wagner Award was presented to legendary anthologist Peter Haining. The 2001 World Fantasy Awards were presented on November 4th at the World Fantasy Convention in Montreal, Canada. Guests of honor were Fred Saberhagen, Joël Champetier, artist Donato Giancola, and Toastmaster Charles DeLint. The best novel result was a tie between Declare by Tim Powers and Galveston by Sean Stewart. Steve Rasnick Tem and Melanie Tem's The Man on the Ceiling picked up yet another award with Best Novella, while The Potawatomi Giant by Andy Duncan was voted Best Short Fiction. Dark Matter, a century of speculative fiction from the African diaspora, edited by Sherry R. Thomas, was considered the best anthology. Andy Duncan made it a double when his Belutha Hatchie and Other Stories won Best Collection, and the Artist Award went to Australian Sean Tan. Tom Shippey received the Special Award Professional for J.R.R. Tolkien, Author of the Century, and the Special Award Non-Professional went to Bill Sheehan for At the Foot of the Story Tree, an inquiry into the fiction of Peter Straub. Life Achievement Awards were announced for Philip Jose Farmer and Frank Frazetta. Unsurprisingly, the staff and clientele of California book dealer Barry R. Levin voted J.K. Rowling the most collectible author of the year. Charnel House won the Collector's Award for Most Collectible Book of the Year for the lettered state edition of From the Corner of His Eye by Dean Koontz, and the Lifetime Collector's Award went to Henry Hardy Hines for his outstanding bibliographic contributions to the study of the works of Edgar Rice Burroughs. I guess it was inevitable that in view of the terrorist attacks of September 11th on New York's World Trade Center and Washington's Pentagon Building, and their continuing consequences for the entire world, any other topic I might attempt to address in this introduction would just seem trivial, even in context. Like millions of others, I watched dumbfounded as events unfolded live on television. As a baby boomer, born after World War II, the images I saw that afternoon were amongst the most horrific I have ever witnessed. Yet there was also a sense of awe, a sense of unreality. I was genuinely astonished that anybody could create such wholesale destruction and massive loss of life in what I, probably naively, considered to be a civilized world. I was appalled that something I had only ever encountered in the movies or science fiction was actually happening in real life, while the world tuned in. Perhaps more than anything else, I was aware that the events taking place in front of us all would shape the still-fledgling 21st century for years, perhaps decades to come. So what has all this to do with horror? The fictional kind? Well, in the aftermath of 9/11, as American media pundits quickly dubbed the attacks, fiction sales dropped dramatically around the world. Almost immediately, and especially in America, reading tastes shifted towards non-fiction titles and self-help books. With media coverage focused on terrorism and war news, new books were unable to get the publicity they needed. This, coupled with a looming global economic recession, meant that the already struggling horror field was even further marginalized. In general publishing, the New York Times claimed that book sales had slumped by at least 15%, while best-selling novels by top authors were off by as much as 25% to 40%. Although the Harry Potter books and the Lord of the Rings reissues continued to sell well, supported by blockbuster movies, new books from such authors as Stephen King, Anne Rice, and James Herbert were said to be selling well below expectations. And if those authors were not doing well, you can imagine how much worse it was for mid-list horror writers. Meanwhile, the series of anthrax attacks through the mail in America resulted in some publishing houses refusing any longer to accept unsolicited manuscripts. Although fiction sales began to pick up again in mid-December, publishers were already having to tighten their belts by laying off staff, including editors, canceling sales conferences, cutting the number of books published, reducing authors' advances and marketing budgets, and cutting print runs. The consequences of these actions will affect the publishing industry for a long time to come. Perhaps even more bizarrely, given the movie industry's knee-jerk reaction to the attacks, the U.S. Army held a meeting with Hollywood writers and directors, including Danny Bilson and Spike Jonze, to brainstorm ways to prevent further terrorist assaults on America. Life really was beginning to imitate art. Soon after the attacks, I expressed publicly my concern that once again the horror genre, which was still desperately trying to crawl out of a decade-long recession, would be caught in some kind of moral and media backlash. We had seen it happen before, and there was no reason to assume that this time, given the immensity of the tragedy, events would be any different. Thankfully, my fears ultimately proved to be unfounded. A few days after the attacks, Stephen King's radio station WKIT raised money for the American Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund, with listeners pledging a minimum of $10 to hear a song. Stephen and Tabitha King matched all pledges dollar for dollar, and the estimated total raised reached $140,000. The New York City chapter of the Horror Writers Association published Scars, a charity anthology whose proceeds also went to the Red Cross on behalf of victims of the World Trade Center attack. Authors involved in the project included Gerard Hauerner, Jack Ketchum, Michael Lamo, Gordon Linsner, and Monica O'Rourke. As Halloween approached, there was a real possibility that parents more concerned with anthrax spores or hijacked airplanes would prevent their children from celebrating ghoulies, ghosties, and things that go bump in the night. However, according to one internet source, Uncle Sam, Lady Liberty, Rudolph Giuliani, and firefighter and rescue worker masks were big sellers in Halloween. We were already beginning to adapt. Horror writers have always argued that their stories can be cathartic. By embracing our fictional fears, we can sometimes overcome our real-life demons, and this was never more evident than in 2001. As critic Douglas E. Winter has said, great horror fiction has never really been about monsters, but about mankind. It shows us something about ourselves, something dark, occasionally monstrous. Its writers literally drag our terrors from the shadows and force us to look upon them with despair, or relief. Proof that horror could perhaps be therapeutic was evidenced when Stephen King and Peter Straub's collaborative novel Black House, initially released the week of the terrorist attack, finally reached the top of the American bestseller lists, despite an initial postponing of print advertising. The current context makes these things more relevant, more important, Straub was quoted as saying. You say, yes, the world is really like this. The writing my colleagues and I do is to awaken people to the fragility of existence and the possibility of extremity. For the foreseeable future, the world has new monsters to fear, new bogeymen to keep us awake at night. It may not mean much in the greater scheme of things, but horror fiction also has a role to play in our recovery. The world as we knew it before that fateful day will never be the same again. Yet horror fiction, as it has always done, can help us move towards confronting our fears, and, by allowing us to recognize them for what they really are, we can use it to hopefully lessen the hold they have over us. The Editor, May 2002. Chico Kidd, Mark of the Beast. Chico Kidd has been writing ghost stories since 1979 under the name of A.F. Kidd. They have been published, mostly illustrated by the author, in such small press magazines as Ghosts and Scholars, Dark Dreams, Peeping Tom, Enigmatic Tales, All Hallows, and the author's own series of chapbooks. Others have appeared in anthologies such as Vampire Stories, The Mammoth Book of Ghost Stories 2, the year's best horror stories, 10, 16, and 18, and the hardcover Ghosts and Scholars. She remains apparently the only non-Antipodean author to appear in the Australian magazine of SF and fantasy, Aurealis. In September 2000, recalls Kidd, a Portuguese sea captain called Luís da Silva barged into a tale called Cats and Architecture, and demanded to have his story told. Since then he has appeared in 9 more short stories and 2 3/4 novels, Demon Weather, The Werewolf of Lisbon, and Resurrection, which are currently under consideration by a publisher. Cats and Architecture, which is also reprinted in this volume, first appeared in Supernatural Tales 2, and the next 4 Da Silva stories in a chapbook entitled Second Sight. More recently, Handwriting of the God was published in Dark Terrors 6, and another of the tales, Zay and the Amulet, featuring 2 characters who also appear in Mark of the Beast, is scheduled for Supernatural Tales 4. Mark of the Beast has more than a nod in Kipling's direction, continues the author, both in its setting and its title. It came from trying to find a new angle on the werewolf story, and it introduces Harris the werewolf, who seems to have taken on a life of his own. I had no idea, when he first appeared, that he was going to be an important character in the series. Other characters reappear, some quite frequently, but haven't yet graduated to Scooby Gang status. For anyone interested, this story takes place about 2.5 years after the Death in Venice section of Cats and Architecture. Blood in the Night. In the warm, moist darkness, the town was a cacophony of smells, vivid, exciting, thrilling, delicious. Each one told a story, each held a promise. Hunger writhed in his belly, but the odoriferous stew was so seductive that he could almost ignore the gnawing compulsion, almost push it to one side in order to explore the exhilarating possibilities opening up to him in every direction. Secrets, secrets. He sniffed the air with delight, drinking in the rich brew, and let his scent sense wander over the profusion of smells, much as a shopper might scan the goods on view in a bazaar. Here a pie-dog bitch in heat had urinated, and she would already be mated. There an ailing beggar had lain for a while, and he would die soon of his sickness. Yet, in the end, hunger became the imperative, and he filtered out, not without a little regret, the odors that did not promise food, and focused on one particular, juicy, blood-rich odor. It led him along a maze of streets and finally down an alleyway that, to human eyes, would have been impenetrably dark. But to him, to whom scent both marked his way and told him the history of every place he passed, it was as bright as a gaslit street. To a man's nose, too, it would have smelled foul, at least to one that was unused to its stink. Human debris lived in this place, along with the rats and other scavengers, families crowded in makeshift shacks of cardboard and corrugated iron, picking over the rubbish of those just a little more fortunate. Here lived beggars, cripples, lepers, the weak and the poverty-stricken. Here were rich pickings for a creature hungry for an easy meal. Small children were the easiest to take, and, he had found, the sweetest meat, especially the little males whose mothers pampered them as best they could despite poverty, their flesh soft and buttery, their bones crunchy and filled with a most delicious fatty marrow. He salivated at the thought, if he could be said strictly to have thoughts. They were more like olfactory pictures, impressions, memories. Now that one particular scent was very strong, so tempting, so mouth-watering. Licking his lips, he peered carefully round the corner, yellow eyes glinting, and sensed the prey, a sleeping toddler of no more than 2 years. It slumbered just a few feet away, just on the other side of a makeshift wall of splintered plywood, and he padded up to this barrier that was no barrier, and nosed under it. Inside, the little fire of dried cow-dung sent up a pungent smoke that almost made him sneeze, and something cooked on it in a rusty iron pot. It was an unappetizing concoction of rice, he registered, thinly flavored with a chicken bone. His meal, that slept plumply just by the fire, was far more appetizing, with plenty of meat on its bones. As if sensing danger, the child opened its eyes, but it was too late to cry out. The shipping agent was a diminutive babu with slicked-down hair and an oleaginous manner. He spoke rather rancid Portuguese and insisted on calling Luis da Silva Chefe. After an hour in his office, the captain felt as if he had been deep-fried. It was also damnably hot and humid. The stickiness of the atmosphere was not at all alleviated by a sail-like fan that a boy in the corner was desultorily operating with a string tied to his toe. It barely stirred the air, except perhaps for a foot or so in front of it. His shirt was wringing wet, as if he had been swimming in the ocean, admittedly a rather unlikely occurrence, since the water around the port differed from an open sewer in name only. At low tide the harbour smelled like a midden, but even that was a minor discomfort compared with wearing an eye-patch in this hellish climate. Captain da Silva lit what was probably his 6th cheroot, After that many, his mouth felt like old carpets, and regarded the other man with irritation. He was almost at the end of his patience, and badly in need of a drink. The agent, whose name was Gomes, had offered him tea. The captain was of the opinion that only the English could possibly enjoy tea, despite the fact that it had come to them via Portugal in the first place, but he thought he would probably have melted away into a little puddle on the floor without it, and had accepted a cup of the sweet, revolting stuff. But whether under the jurisdiction of the Portuguese or the English, as he knew from experience, the subcontinent moved at its own pace. You just had to let events roll along, until in the end they would gather so much momentum they were in danger of becoming a juggernaut. The trick was to catch them just before they reached that stage, to catch the tide, as it were, at precisely the right time, which was easy enough to do with a ship, but damnably difficult when it was a tide in the affairs of men. Outside, palm leaves rattled with a noise like rain. Beneath them, a pair of crows were brawling raucously. Da Silva eyed them sourly through the open window, thinking, come to the tropics and you expect exotic birds, jewel colors, sweet, trilling songs. And what do you get? Crows. Money changed hands, and the next level of wheels was lubricated. That done, the agent leaned back and smiled, displaying an alarming set of false teeth that appeared to have been rifled from a corpse, and saying with patent insincerity, "We are being sorry for all the delays," in a way that made Da Silva want to hit him. "It is the fault of the damn superstitious peasants in this town," he explained. At the word superstitious, the captain became attentive, although he made no outward show of the fact. "Indeed?" he said in a disinterested tone, blowing smoke in Gomesh's direction. "Oh, yes," replied the agent, leaning over the desk to impart information and treating Da Silva to a gust of truly horrific breath, perhaps in retaliation. "All bloody ignorant peasants. They are saying there is a wolf stealing children from their homes, you know? As if damn wolf would come into the town. And not normal wolf, oh no, that is not good enough. They must have it that it is some kind of supernatural. Well, J.F.A., what do you expect? They are all low-caste heathens and untouchables, not even Christians like you and me." A number of comments rushed through Da Silva's mind at that remark, but all he did was shrug his shoulders. "And this affects our business how?" he asked, fighting the urge to stick a finger under his eye patch and somehow dispose of the sweat accumulating there. "Oh, you are knowing what the people are like here, J.F.A., no?" said the agent, apparently unaware of any irony. "Too damn ignorant to know any better. Werewolves and nagas and ghosts. Pah!" he added, thus neatly encompassing east and west in one contemptuous phrase, and appeared to be preparing to spit until he caught sight of Da Silva's expression and thought better of it, turning the aborted expectoration into a cough. Da Silva, who had no objection at all to spitting as an expression of contempt, wondered with some amusement what Gomes would say if the agent knew that he saw ghosts all the time, including the faint shade of a long-forgotten bureaucrat, who had presumably, therefore, died in harness, in this very office. Not only that, but the captain had encountered far more dangerous creatures, more dangerous than wolves in many ways. It was curious, though, the way the subject had come up. Or maybe not so curious. "I ought to be getting used to it by now," he thought resignedly, feeling a little like spitting himself. "You'd think I was some kind of lodestone. So wouldn't that just be a surprise, if it does turn out to be a werewolf or something of the sort? Just waiting for Da Silva to put into port?" Gomes, unaware of the captain's thoughts, prattled on. "But I have good news. I can do you a favor. I am hearing of a sailor who is looking for a ship, a man with a mate's chitty right here in town." Da Silva grunted non-committally. Though he had not met Gomes before, he recognized the type. There were Gomeses in every port and every country in the world, and somehow they made the wheels of commerce go round and kept him in business. But, like all the others, this man was more likely to tailor his reportage to what a listener wanted to hear, rather than anything that resembled the truth. Probably some decrepit old pirate who spends his days so drunk on palm whiskey he can't find his arse without a map. he thought. Really? Oh, yes, Chefe, the other said unctuously. An American man, as if this negated anything the captain had been thinking. I shall be arranging a meeting, yes? It couldn't do any harm to meet the man, De Silva said to himself with a sigh, on the off chance that Gomes was actually correct. Yes, go ahead, Senor Gomes, he said. Which was why Captain De Silva was currently awaiting the arrival of one Edward Harris, lately of Boston, Massachusetts, while sweating and soundly cursing each and every equatorial land for its vile climate. Formality be damned, he had decided, and had shed his coat. Now he was mopping moisture from the humid zone under his eye patch in a vain attempt to make wearing the thing more comfortable. You could probably grow mushrooms under there, he thought irritably. However, the captain was not thinking about the eminent Harris, but was contemplating the ghosts that mingled with the breathing crowds at the quayside under the sullen monsoon sky. They were of little help, but that was no more than he expected. The damned things were only shades, after all, memories of the people they had been, haunting the place where they had died. Very few of them seemed to retain any kind of awareness for very long, yet today they seemed restive, somehow, disturbed. Sometimes he thought they were able to communicate with each other in a kind of dim, distant way, and now it was almost as if they were all infected with nervousness, odd though that sounded. What would make a ghost nervous? He knew a way to ask, but that involved summoning a real spirit, something he was reluctant to do. Even now he found the thought of necromancy repellent, and always would. It was a kind of slavery, and that purely disgusted him. Having been, for many years, as good as owned himself, he was reluctant to force another soul to his own will, even if the body it had once inhabited was no longer living. The charwalla, who had supplied Gomes with tea, and whom he had collared on leaving the agent's office, had not only confirmed the man's story, but had added a considerable amount of grisly detail of his own, presumably in the interests of artistic verisimilitude, in exchange for appropriate remuneration, not to mention offering to bring the hysterical mother of the latest victim for a small additional sum. De Silva had turned this last down. I can't just let it rest, he thought. Damn it. And was wondering what to do about it when the man he was waiting for arrived. Harris was unmistakable, especially in a crowd whose main racial mix, ghostly and living alike, consisted of Indian and Portuguese in various combinations. He was nearly 6 feet tall, heavily built, and as red-haired as Judas Iscariot. The captain hastily replaced his eye patch. Informality was one thing, but he knew the scar that ran from eyebrow to cheekbone was not a sight to let loose on anyone at a first encounter. On the quayside, Harris caught his gaze and gave an odd little wave, one that might one day grow up to be a salute. "Captain De Silva," he called. "Senor Harris, I presume?" "That's me, skipper. Permission to come aboard." "Come along, Senor Harris." 20 minutes later, the Isabella had a new third mate, and De Silva was silently apologizing to the absent Gomes. Harris seemed both sober and competent, which probably meant there was something wrong with him, but for the time being the captain was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, being a firm believer in letting people have enough rope to hang themselves, rather than trying to do it for them. This captain seems like a regular sort, even if he does look like a pirate with that black eye patch. I guess he's been at sea since Pontius was a pilot, but I'd bet $50 that he's never come across a sailor with my particular problem before. I've gotten used enough to signing on for one trip and being given my papers when we tie up at the other end that it don't bother me no more. But I don't reckon I'll ever get used to the change that comes over me every full moon, and neither will any skipper. Still, after kicking my heels in this God-forsaken hole all this time, I reckon I would have shipped out with a Flying Dutchman if he'd happened to put into port. I recall feeling pretty goddamn down, watching the Nimrod shrink into the distance. It wasn't so much being without a berth again, like I said. I'm used to that. It was where I was stuck ashore. Places like these, they ain't healthy. If the malaria don't get you, the yellow fever will, and if the typhoid don't, The dysentery will, what ignorant fellows call the diarrhea. Though I can't say I'm prone to catching regular human-type diseases any more, it don't mean I couldn't go down with distemper or rabies, and I wasn't fixing to put it to the test. Last month I'd gotten away with it by locking my door. My grandma could have picked the lock, but I pushed the bed against it, and tethering myself to the bed frame with my collar and chain. It's what I aim to do every month, but on a ship there ain't no privacy. I tell my messmates I'm going down sick, but when they see what sort of sick, they can't wait to leave me be. Since this thing happened to me, Mrs. Harris's little boy's been worse than a pariah. But working the sea's all I know how to do. De Silva shook hands with Harris. The American's hand was the size of a bear's paw, but his grip was merely firm, not bone-crushing. With hands that big, he had no need to prove anything. The captain lit a cheroot and offered one to Harris, who refused politely. "You needn't be in any hurry to quit your lodgings if you don't want to," De Silva said. "We're mired down in 17 levels of bureaucracy, as usual. If it weren't for that, we could be out of here tomorrow. Oh, and the fact that there seems to be a werewolf on the loose." Watching Harris closely for any reaction, but not really expecting one, he was surprised to see the American's eyes widen for a bare instant. "Now I wonder what that was about," he thought curiously, drawing in smoke. "Werewolf, huh?" drawled the mate. "How do they work that one out?" And he took a cigarette out and lit it. De Silva smiled faintly, being quite used to reading body language. He raised an eyebrow. "The Indian penchant for melodrama, perhaps?" he suggested, somewhat disingenuously, and shrugged his shoulders. Harris looked doubtful. "They must have a reason, don't you think, Skipper?" "Justification, then," said the captain, feeling the scar on his cheekbone absently. It still felt strange, a strip of smooth, slippery skin. "So they wouldn't have to admit that they weren't watching a child. They say the wolf that took it had supernatural powers." "A wolf in the town, now?" Harris said, unconsciously echoing Gomesh, and turned away, ostensibly eyeing the crowd at the waterfront. "Whatever it is," said De Silva, "it's a convenient excuse for more delays. Anyway, Senor Harris, I'll send word when I need you." "Right, Skipper," said the Isabella's newest crew member, and took his leave. The man was shocked when he heard about the werewolf, De Silva thought, but not surprised to hear me say the word. A drop of sweat ran down his nose, and he wiped at it irritably. "Damn stupid climate." The captain took off his eye patch, his hand encountering damp hair as it cleared his head. His shirt was glued to him, and all the folds of his clothes were sodden. "I wish to God I was back in Lisbon, where it gets hot in summer, but you don't liquefy in it." He rubbed at the patch ineffectually, grimacing. "Who was that?" asked a curious voice by his elbow. "New third mate," he said, ruffling his son's hair automatically and finding it as clammy as his own. "Oh, my," said Zay disgustedly. "Someone else to boss us around." "That's what prentices are for," De Silva informed him. "What's his name?" "Harris," said the captain. "He's an American, so I expect you'll be learning a few new swear words." Zay grinned at the prospect, and did a little dance round his father. When he had been 9 years old, a sailor from Providence, Rhode Island, had taught him to say "goddamn," much to De Silva's private amusement, and given him a $1, which Zay would not be parted from. "When are we sailing? It's too hot here." "Too hot, too wet, too stuffy, too dirty. I don't know, Zay. As soon as we can. As soon as all those bloody bureaucrats decide I've paid them enough in bribes. Heaven only knows." A yawn caught him by surprise. "My God, I'm tired," he thought. "How did that happen?" He wiped his hand over his face, the sweat feeling greasy on his palm and his fingers, then dragged it through his hair, mopping his forehead with his shirt-sleeve as it followed through. Zay looked at him and giggled. "Your hair looks like a bottle brush," he said. "Haven't you got any studying you should be doing?" asked the captain, ominously, and his son took the hint and scuttled off. De Silva watched him go, a small smile on his face. He hadn't really wanted the boy to follow in his footsteps at all, but it had soon become obvious to both him and his wife that Zay would get himself to sea by fair means or foul. So they had concluded that the safest thing had been to take him on the Isabella, where he could at least be watched some of the time, and De Silva had to admit that he was doing well. He lit another cheroot, put the thoughts of Emilia, whom he missed every day, that Zay had awakened firmly, out of his mind, and wondered what he should do about the werewolf. Hell and damnation, why is the skipper interested? What does he know? How can he know? Get yourself under control, Harris. He don't know about you. There's something else going on in this berg. Someone else that don't care about killing people. Well, good God almighty, life is cheap here. Ain't that the truth? But that ain't the point, is it? The point is, I can't tie myself up no more, case someone finds me and kills me before I can do anything about it. Kills me for something I ain't done. But Jesus, what happens then, when the beast comes to me? Can I control it? I remember. It was the George Washington from Liverpool to Riga. Freezing Baltic waters, rime on the sheets. Denny O'Leary got pneumonia and nearly died. We put into port a day before it iced over, and there we were, stuck fast till she thawed. And wolves in the streets, leaving paw prints in the snow and yellow stains of piss on the frozen buildings, marking out their territory. Hell, folks said they was even out on the sea, running on the ice. So what the devil was a sailor supposed to do, take up wood carving? It was poker was my undoing, like my ma always said it would be, except I don't reckon she meant it like it happened. I didn't go with no hookers, didn't want to catch the pox, didn't go drinking, at least not too much, rot your brain. Took care of my brain and my prick, but lost my goddamn humanity when I stepped outside for a smoke to clear my head. Yellow eyes in the night, hot and yellow as molten gold poured into a mold, the same deep, fierce glow. Lips black, stretching back from a mouth full of fangs. Smell of decaying blood. New blood. And I'm dead. Only I'm not. Then, a month later, pain. Excruciating pain. My spine is broken, my legs and arms dislocated. Even my skull feels like it's exploding. I fall to the floor screaming. Some bones stretch, some shrink, everything reforms. It feels like there's hot lead running in my veins. It hurts so much I have no more breath to cry out, and it goes on and on and on, and a furnace heat builds until I think I'm really on fire, with actual flames shooting from my skin. But I can't see them burning because when I open my eyes their perception has changed. The entire concept of seeing has altered. I don't see with my eyes anymore, but with my nose. Sight is no more than shadows. The sense of smell is totally overwhelming, the scent of blood irresistible. I'm a wolf. So I go hunting. José da Silva, known to everyone, except to his mother when he was in for a hiding, as Zay, sat in the prentice's cabin and pretended to study. But however convincing this outward appearance of diligence, he was actually rerunning the last part of his father's conversation with Senor Harris in his head over and over. The two men had been talking in English, of course, but Zay had inherited the captain's gift for languages and already spoke it pretty well himself. Added to which an addiction to penny dreadfuls, a form of literature to which O'Rourke, the ship's doctor, had introduced him, and made him familiar with words like werewolf. Zay had long suspected that his father knew rather more about uncanny things than he ever let on, and this seemed to confirm it. Except that he hadn't said it was actually a werewolf, had he? But that was uninteresting. The possibility of real werewolves was, on the other hand, decidedly intriguing, not to say exciting. Zay chewed the end of his pencil and rubbed his left cheekbone in unconscious imitation of the captain. I could ask Vic, he thought, except that I can't figure out how. This was a native boy, a year or so older than Zay, who appeared to be indigenous to the dockside, and with whom he had struck up a sort of friendship, despite the lack of a common language. Wieck had a smattering of Portuguese and English, and had taught Zay a few words of Hindi. But it was hardly a sufficient linguistic basis for explaining such a sophisticated concept as that of a man who turned into a wolf. The greater part of most of their conversations was conducted in sign language, with odd words thrown in here and there, usually very loudly, since Wieck seemed convinced that Zay would understand him if only he shouted loudly enough. Another drop of sweat fell on his book, and he wiped it off absently, noticing in passing that the page was quite pocked with damp patches. It had been uncomfortably hot and humid ever since they had put into port, even when the skies opened, as they did fairly often, and released a torrent of rain as solid as the sea. Zay found this quite remarkable, being used to the air feeling fresher after rain had fallen. "If it is a werewolf," he thought, "I wonder if father has silver bullets for his revolver." And that led to another idea, just as exciting. Did his mother make them for him? Emilia da Silva was a jeweler, and he had watched her casting small metal trinkets often enough, though since the captain had acquired the Isabella, she also ran the business from an office in Lisbon, and that took up much of her time. Zay visualized his father stalking something in deep shadows, gun in hand, but his picture of the werewolf itself was somewhat hazier. The illustrations in O'Rourke's books showed hairy beasts that bore very little resemblance to actual wolves. Not that Zay had ever seen a real wolf, except a stuffed one once, but he wanted the werewolf to be more formidable, somehow, than those often ill-drawn pictures. To be a better adversary. Unaware of his son's train of thought, Da Silva headed away from the stinks of the waterfront, into the only slightly different stinks of the town, making for a small grey church that sat on a bare sward that perhaps once had been green with grass, incongruous amongst tall palm trees and leathery-leaved frangipani. The Portuguese who had colonized this shore had been as much evangelists as explorers, and, like most zealots, had been enthusiastic in suppressing local religions, and often forcibly substituting their own. That missionary zeal meant that there was no shortage of priests in the area, which should have been good news, since in most places a priest was a reliable, not to say indefatigable, source of information. Father Miguel Dominguez did not look, at first sight, like the kind of ascetic who wore a hair-shirt, being decidedly on the plump side, but on closer inspection his chin and his round skull alike had both been shaved to within an inch of their life, and his lips were bracketed with deep furrows and were too thin for his full face. It gave him a forbidding air, and Da Silva's heart sank. "He looks like a damned Jesuit," he thought. The priest arched his nostrils at Da Silva and eyed the captain haughtily, taking an eye patch and scar, an incongruously blue eye, and damp untidy hair and 4-o'clock beard, somehow combining an expressionless stare with the appearance of being singularly unimpressed. Da Silva returned the stare, and decided the feeling was mutual, though how Dominguez managed to cope with wearing full clerical fig without apparently raising a sweat was admittedly quite a trick. "What can I do for you, my son?" he inquired, in the peculiarly gentle tone that some priests affected, and that never failed to set the captain's teeth on edge. They probably took a special course on it at the seminary, he decided. Unctuous condescension certificate. Da Silva had already made up his mind not to beat about the bush by skirting around the topic. He lit up a cheroot, partly because the priest looked the type to be irritated by smoke, with his flaring patrician nose, though God knew his sinuses must have had to put up with much worse things than cigars, living here, and said bluntly, "Have you heard about this wolf that's supposed to be eating children?" The priest gave him a raking stare that said plainly, "What business is it of yours?" but answered in an indulgent tone, "Of course. Tragic. But these things happen, my son. I fear that despite all our efforts, many of these poor souls remain unenlightened." "And that makes it all right if they're eaten, does it?" Da Silva thought. He blew smoke out and wiped sweat from his upper lip. "It doesn't worry you?" "It saddens me deeply," replied the priest. "If those poor children had been baptized, they would now be with God, however unfortunate their lives on earth." "There's my problem," thought the captain. I don't believe that any more, if I ever did. Why should God be so petty as to turn them away? Aloud he said, What do you think about the rumor that it's some kind of supernatural beast? At that Father Dominguez chuckled indulgently, his prejudices about seafarers obviously confirmed. My son, he said, overt condescension creeping into his voice that implied not only superstitious sailor, but also, and not very far behind at that, ignorant peasant as well. I do hope that we have put that sort of superstition behind us. We are, after all, living in the 20th century now. The captain, who was rather more than half inclined to dismiss the better part of religion's trappings as superstition invented by priests to subjugate ignorant populaces, especially those parts which led the ordained to believe in their own superiority, if not omnipotence, bared his teeth in something that was almost a smile. But a lot of people do still believe in that sort of thing. Don't you believe in the devil, Father? A little to his surprise, the priest reddened, but the captain was careful not to show his amusement. Evil can come in many forms, the priest said sharply, looking at De Silva with narrowed eyes, but prayer is always effective. De Silva stared back, suddenly furious at the sheer stupidity of the man's arrogant ignorance, and bit back an angry retort. Prayer is always effective. Yes, and I'm the grand panjandrum of all India. He had to take care not to show his anger, though, so merely raised an eyebrow fractionally. I am sure I can count on your prayers, then, he said, and turned to go. To hell with a whole pack of them, he thought viciously. If they're too bloody narrow-minded to see what's in front of their noses, then I'll get the information I want from someone who knows. Still imagining he could feel Father Dominguez's gaze on him, he took a few breaths to steady himself. An unwise reaction, given the truly heroic level of putridity in the street. Carefully he picked his way along, skirting deep, opaque, chalky yellow puddles that you would never even consider putting a foot into. Not if you wanted to keep your boot intact, that was. And then he frowned, feeling another presence watching him, though when he looked around there was nothing suspicious to be seen. Not even the priest. He was roused from his thoughts by a voice cutting through the cacophony of the street and speaking cultured Portuguese. "Excuse me, Senor Capitan, but perhaps I can be of help?" He turned around abruptly, his accoster having come up on his blind side, to see an elderly man clad only in a dhoti and a coat of dust. This ancient recoiled slightly at De Silva's grim expression, but persisted. "If you were wanting to know about the wolf, that is." "That was the general idea," replied the captain, rubbing at his scar and feeling sweat run down his face. "Allow me to introduce myself," the old man said, oddly formal. He looked a good deal older than Methuselah, but his brown eyes were bright and alert in his seamed face. "My name is Mohan Das, and I am at your service." Intrigued, De Silva asked, "What can you tell me?" "Will you walk a little?" Mohan Das moved off, and De Silva fell in beside him. Not a tall man, he topped the diminutive Indian by several inches, and had to moderate his normal pace. In fact, in most Eastern countries he could feel tall, and was vain enough to enjoy the sensation, a reaction that amused him. They had hardly begun to walk when he was obliged to stop almost immediately, as an inordinately large and solid-looking ghost surged up in front of him. The captain swore silently, irritated that any shade could still have the capability of startling him. He walked through it determinedly. His companion, however, either did not notice or affected not to do so. The knife he wore concealed down his back chafed, and sweat pooled and ran beside his clothes. Da Silva wished he could emulate Mohan Das and strip off, and grinned to himself, more at the picture it presented than at the possible reaction it could cause, which would probably be none at all here. "May I ask why you are hunting this thing?" the old man asked curiously. "Are you on some kind of crusade?" Well, yes, the captain thought, startled, although he would not have put it quite that way. But on reflection, he did feel he had an obligation, a duty to get rid of such things whenever they crossed his path, as they did now, since he began seeing ghosts. A little taken aback as much by his own response as by the question, he said resignedly, "It looks like it." and felt as though he had taken an irrevocable step. The other nodded, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. "And you can see ghosts, too?" That was not a question. Da Silva wondered how he knew. "How long have you had this ability?" Da Silva indicated his eye patch. "Ever since this happened." He sometimes wondered whether it was the precise nature of the entity that had destroyed his left eye that had enabled his second sight, rather than the loss itself, since it had been a demon. This information he did not intend to share with the old man. "May I ask how it happened?" "You may ask," said Da Silva, in a tone that brooked no argument, "but I won't tell you." Mohan Das seemed unperturbed by his refusal. "In some cultures, shamans' eyes were ritually put out before they could come into their full powers," he remarked conversationally, "and seers and sibyls were often blinded too." The captain raised his eyebrows. "Shamans," he thought. "What next? Witch doctors?" "I'm not a seer." "What is a name?" asked the other. "You see ghosts. You fight evil. What does that make you?" "Captain of the Isabella," retorted Da Silva. Mohan Das laughed and executed a neat maneuver to avoid a particularly persistent beggar. He moved through the crowd the way a fish does through water, quite at home in his own element. Da Silva, who had to dodge ghosts as well as people, fared less well, although he was gradually learning to walk through, rather than round, the shades that thronged the streets wherever he went. Even after nearly 2 years, though, it was still not quite automatic. "You will find," observed his companion, without looking up at him, "that you are not unique. But neither are you alone." He had half suspected it, but hearing it said, especially by someone who, however educated he sounded, came from a culture profoundly different from his own, was more disconcerting than comforting. "Can you help me?" "Only with information, Senor Capitan." The old man smiled, all the wrinkles in his face gnarling like the bark of a tree, and Da Silva wondered just how old he was. "Oh, yes, I have done things in my time. Been a hero." "How old are you?" he asked abruptly, and the captain, taken by surprise, answered automatically. 42. "You are a young man still. I am more than twice your age now. Much more." His expression sobered. "And I must warn you, if you have not already realized it, that your task will become more dangerous as time goes by." "More dangerous," repeated Da Silva. "Oh, good. That's just the sort of thing I wanted to hear." "Why?" he asked bluntly. The old man looked up at him, his eyes hooded. "Because they know you now. Your sight and your actions mark you, and they will recognize you." "And the proof of that is that I know exactly what he means by they," he thought mordantly, and expelled a deep lungful of smoke. "You said," he reminded Mohan Das, "that you could tell me something about the wolf?" "Ah, yes," the other agreed. "The wolf." But he said no more. Da Silva wiped sweat from his face again and wondered once more how people managed to live, even thrive, in such a climate. He looked up to see clouds building in the lead-colored sky. "It's going to rain," he observed. "Yes, we should take cover." Da Silva thought he wouldn't have minded getting wet if it would cool him down at all, but the last time he had been caught in a monsoon downpour, all it had done was soak his clothes still further without noticeably decreasing his discomfort. He followed the old man under a low doorway, ducking instinctively, although he had only ever met one low enough to smack his head on, and sat down where indicated in a stuffy, sweat-smoke and spice-scented dimness. Mohan Das spoke to someone unseen in such a quiet voice that the captain could catch not a single word, which annoyed him. "The wolf?" he prompted after a silent moment, and heard rain begin to drum on the roof. "This is, as people have surmised, not a natural wolf," the old man said. "At least not natural in the sense that it was not born a wolf, but has, as we might say, acquired wolfhood. Had wolfhood thrust upon it, as it were." "You're saying it is a werewolf, then?" said Da Silva. "Can it be killed? What I mean is—" "You're asking about silver bullets, I imagine, yes?" "Yes, I suppose so," the captain admitted, a little irritably, since, despite Zay's fancies, he had no such ammunition for the revolver in his pocket. The old man looked at him shrewdly, dark eyes glittering. By now the noise of the rain was so profound it sounded as if they were inside a drum, and De Silva had to strain to hear him when he spoke. "I expect you know that certain metals are, by their nature, more potent against unnatural things, just as some substances are apt to evil, although the effectiveness of both is affected by the nature of the wielder." A steaming glass was placed in front of De Silva, and he sniffed it suspiciously. "Oh, God, more tea," he thought. "What I'd give for a decent brandy." There probably wasn't one this side of Constantinople. Even the stuff in the decanter in his cabin had come from Greece and was frankly gut-rot. "And that means?" he asked. "I am sorry," said Mohan Das. "What I mean to say is, you would find it easier to kill such a thing with a bullet made of silver than with one made of lead, but depending on how much virtue you have of your own, it might add effectiveness to the lead. I think, though, that unless you were very fortunate, you would need to decapitate the creature extremely quickly after shooting it with an ordinary bullet. Otherwise you would have a wounded and angry werewolf on your hands, which would not be a pleasant prospect." He took a sip of the scalding tea. "May I see your knife, Senor Capitan?" Long past the stage of asking how the old man knew things, De Silva unsheathed it carefully in the limited space and offered the hilt to him. Mohan Das took it, which made the captain feel decidedly uncomfortable, and scrutinized it for some minutes. The only sound was the rhythmic thunder of the rain, like a huge engine very close by. After a while the captain could stay silent no longer. "Well?" he demanded. "A formidable weapon," said the old man, handing it back. "Silver and steel. I would think it should suffice." "You would think," De Silva repeated, holding the knife loosely in a sweating hand. "You aren't sure?" "Senor Capitan, nothing is sure. But I believe you are well enough armed, should you wish to pursue this thing." The captain's mouth and throat were so dry by now that he took a mouthful of tea in desperation. It shocked his taste buds, being black, bitter, and astringent. But being also devoid of either condensed milk or sugar, it was more palatable than a sweet glop he had drunk in Gomesh's office. He drained the glass, and suddenly realized that the great piston sound of the rain had ceased. "I wonder when that happened," he thought, and put away his knife. "Do you know where I might find it?" he asked. Mohan Das closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. "I think it will find you, Senor Capitan," the old man said quietly, and De Silva felt a shiver along his spine, despite the heat of the day. The idea of silver bullets having once occurred to Zay, he found himself quite unable to shake it off. After a while he gave up even the pretense of studying and just stared into space. The gentle, almost imperceptible motion of the ship was soothing, but a strange sense of urgency was building in him, fueled by his own imagination. He was supposed to be meeting his new friend Vic soon, who had promised, he was almost sure, to take him to see a man who could perform the famous Indian rope trick. But that could wait. Zay had already seen enough of India and its denizens to realize that their sense of time was a flexible notion, even in those who possessed timepieces, which Vic certainly didn't. He wondered later whether if Felipe, his fellow apprentice, had been around to talk to, he would even have been thinking about it. But it was Felipe's watch, it being the captain's policy to keep the two boys on separate duties in order to keep them out of mischief, which precaution was patently not working right now. At length Zay got up, and after checking that the coast was clear, padded aft in his bare feet to the captain's cabin. His heart was pounding as he turned the door-handle and slipped inside. Empty, the cabin smelled of his father in some indefinable way that was more than the odor of smoke. It was also close and airless, and Zay felt himself start to sweat again. This brought on the sudden dread that the captain might be able to detect that he had been in here by his smell, and he had to sit firmly on the irrational fear. Zay looked at the Tantalus, with its anchored decanters of brandy, Porto Madeira, without feeling tempted. An episode of sampling all three in unwise quantities at the age of 11 had rather put him off the idea of alcohol, and his gaze passed on to a framed photograph of his mother. He approached the desk, still staring at this, and a drop of perspiration ran down his nose and fell on the blotter. A section of his father's spiky handwriting, reversed, ran immediately into a blob, the black ink fringing to a strange bronze color. Zay flinched back, muttering an oath that his mother would have boxed his ears for. Nervously he slid open the desk drawer, but feared to hunt through the chaos within, lest he leave a sign of his presence. He fingered a silver hip flask, which he could not recall ever having seen his father use, but immediately rejected it as being too big, and then guiltily had to wipe his smeared finger marks off it with his shirt-tail. The gun that he had expected to see was not there, but a box of ammunition for it was. Zay poked at it, finding ordinary bullets, and took one out carefully. He took another overview of the drawer's contents and sighed. As he closed it, his gaze lit on a key fob. And then the answer struck him, and he castigated himself for an idiot. He could use his lucky silver dollar. When he slipped ashore, a silver bullet sat in his trouser pocket where previously there had been a coin. Zay wormed through the crowds in search of Vik, and spotted him fairly quickly. He was tall for his age, which Zay estimated to be about a year older than him, and that made him easier to see in a throng of people. "Namaste," he said, and Vik replied with "Boa tarde," which made Zay smile. Languages were such fun. He had been brought up in Venice, where Portuguese had been his family's private tongue, and now they were based in Lisbon. The Venetian dialect of Italian served the same purpose. Any new language delighted him, though, the way everything fitted together so neatly, and had the added bonus that people genuinely seemed to appreciate his attempts to learn it, even if his accent occasionally caused amusement. Vik grinned at Zay, white teeth flashing, except for one gap, and Zay passed the other boy one of the captain's cheroots. Along with alcohol, this was another vice he did not share with his father, also due to having sampled rather too much of it at an earlier age. "Come," Vik said, tucking the smoke somewhere in his grubby clothing, and set off at a pace that left Zay panting in his wake. The crowd flowed round them, gulped them down, digested them, and he was overwhelmed by its assault on all his senses. Smells, intriguing and inviting and revolting by turns. Some foods and spices were identifiable, and some made his mouth water, while others seemed utterly disgusting. Sewage, too, was a familiar stink, as was the powerful odor of unwashed humanity. But there were 1,000 others that were totally unrecognizable. The noise, too, was indescribable, people shouting in a dozen or more different dialects, singing, chanting, perhaps praying, but what was the strange, brazen instrument he could hear? Dogs he heard, too, and donkeys, goats and cows, but also something that, exciting thought, could be an elephant, perhaps. Of motorized traffic there was very little, the internal combustion engine not only being a relative newcomer, but there being also a conspicuous lack of roads that vehicles thus powered could run upon. But he heard motor horns, nonetheless. What else could that mechanical braying be? Beggars thrust deformed limbs at him, hawkers everything from jewelry and little carved statues to fruits and flowers and sweetmeats and cups of glutinous tea. At times Zay nearly lost Vik in the tumult. There was so much to see that he almost wished he could, and drown in the sensory overload. Sweat was pouring down his face and body, but he hardly noticed it, except when it stung his eyes. A three-legged yellow dog, so agile it hardly seemed to miss its lost limb, darted by with a bone, black with flies, in its mouth, trailing a faint carrion stink of tainted meat. And a fat child stumbled by in half-hearted pursuit, squealing like a stuck pig. Rushing to keep up with Vik, Zay nearly ran smack into a white cow with a flaccid hump on its back. Someone had painted its horns red and garlanded the beast with glass beads and flower chains, but it still smelled of shit, and its legs were mired to the knees, if cows had knees. He skidded in the beast's wake and almost fell, putting his hand on its warm flank to steady himself. Where was Vik? The taller boy had vanished in the throng, as he had been threatening to do. Zay cursed, but half-heartedly. Either he would find Veek, and they could go to see the conjurer, or he would not, and he could then find something different to do in this fascinating crowd. He stuck his sweaty hands in his pockets, but immediately took them out again, and slowed his pace, following, on nothing more than a whim, the scent of wood smoke. It quickly blended with a delicious frying smell, and his stomach growled. Veek more or less forgotten, Zay headed towards the prospect of food. "I wish I knew what the skipper was up to. Does he think he can go blundering after a werewolf, just like strolling down the main street? And why would he be interested, anyhow? Hell, it ain't none of my concern. Well, I guess it is. I've signed on the Isabella now, so he's my captain. Jesus, as if life wasn't complicated enough." Harris paused in the act of stuffing his belongings into a sea-chest for long enough to light a cigarette, and then went back to his packing. "This is going to be tricky. I can't follow him no more. I swear he knew I was there. But I can't see myself changing in some back alley. Too risky. So I have to make sure it happens in here, then go after him. Least I reckon I can find his scent. Hell, ain't many folks have themselves a wolf bodyguard. Then tomorrow I get out of this dive. God damn it, it's getting dark already. No, I'm wrong. Just thought for a moment there I felt the change coming on. I'm thinking about it too much, is what it is. Pull yourself together, Harris. There's too much riding on this for you to lose focus now. If you don't ship out on the Isabella, you're going to be stuck here, and I don't know how long I can cope with that. I ain't killed anyone yet since this happened, but I sure as hell can't guarantee that's going to stay the case if I have to stop here much longer." He looked out of the window at the lowering sky, yellow-gray clouds still bulging with unshed rain. They hid the sun, would hide the moon when it sailed into the air above them, but nothing could stop its pull. He was a creature of tides now, as subject to the moon as was the sea, and when it was full and in the sky he became a wolf. That was not to be changed now, he knew, and it was pointless to regret it, and now he had to use it. And as my ma used to say, what can't be cured must be endured. Though I don't reckon she had this kind of thing in mind when she came out with that particular gem. The small, squalid room which he had inhabited for the past 2 months was on the ground floor of the building, and ease of access and egress more than made up for the multitude of spiders, roaches, lizards, rats, and other assorted urban wildlife that shared it with him. The rats, indeed, found themselves preyed upon rather than predators when the moon was plump and high, and that had the added advantage of assuaging the Harris wolf's hunger for a time. He smiled without humor, both at the thought and the memory of the taste. Not when he had actually consumed them, but at the foulness in his mouth when he came back to himself. Pain lanced through him, and he doubled over in agony, falling to the floor and trying to curl around the hurt, which was impossible, because it was his entire body. "Oh, no, not yet. Please." Leaving Mohan Das, Da Silva was surprised to find most of the day gone. The sense of being watched, however, was now absent, and he stepped out into the steaming street, skirting new and deeper puddles that had appeared. Above, some of the clouds had thinned slightly, and were turning the color of steel as the sun they hid tumbled unseen towards the horizon. A faint, feeble breeze stirred the awnings of the stalls that lined the street. His conversation with the old man had disturbed him, as if something had taken away part of his free will. "I will be damned if I'll exchange one sort of slavery for another," he thought savagely, "however noble or heroic its aim. If I hunt werewolves, or vampires, or whatever the hell else is loose in the night, I'll bloody well do it because it needs to be done, not because I've been chosen to do it. I didn't fight any of those other things because someone ordered me to do it. If I do this, it's on my terms." He pushed the anger down and lit a cheroot. The tip glowed redly in the fading daylight and steadied his thoughts a little. "So," he said to himself, "I have a talent. That's all. It's no different from being able to sing or add up. That's why Emilia does the books, and I don't. That's why Caruso sings Verdi and not music-hall ditties, and the snake charmers in the marketplace pipe their thin music at cobras. They do it because they're good at it. And I see ghosts. Somewhat calmer now, the captain wiped the sweat from his face and began to walk along the street, past shops that sold spices in sacks and fireworks and bolts of multicolored silk, cooking pots and trinkets and wood carvings, tobacco and cashew nuts and palm whiskey. Now he was more annoyed with himself for getting angry. Never mind all that now, he thought firmly. Think about the matter at hand. By this time dusk had fallen with the usual tropic suddenness, though it was not noticeably cooler. He lifted his eye patch away from his face in the hope that the tiny breeze would ease the discomfort, but without success, and he sighed. The lighted shops and doorways took on the distance that lamplight imbues them with to an outside observer, that warm and welcoming glow that at the same time excludes the life within from those without. Not a part of the crowd, but now further distanced from it, he attempted to filter out the living and concentrate on the dead, of whom there were in fact more. As Harris had noted, and De Silva knew well, life was cheap here. The pattern of the ghosts that drifted amongst the press of humanity bore that out, for mostly they were the shades of victims. Women and children, the weak and the sick, beggars and prostitutes, the robbed and the beaten and the raped. A crowd of miserable souls. Literally. But nothing Lupin ran among the shades, and there was no threat hanging in the air save the echo of Mohan Das's voice. "I think it will find you, Senor Capitan." Yet his hackles had risen, and it was not this time with a sense that he was being watched. It was the unshakable feeling that, between one heartbeat and the next, something was loose in the night. The grey wolf lay on the dirt floor, panting in the aftermath of almost unendurable pain. But now he lived in the moment, and the memory of agony did not remain in his mind. He heaved himself to his feet, feeling renewed strength flowing through his body, power far greater than his feeble human form, and a fierce joy at the prospect of the hunt. This time there was in his nostrils the smell of one particular human being, not a tiny child this time, and therefore a little less tempting. He shook his head, puzzled. Why should he scent this one, when he knew that there were far richer pickings in the shacks and hovels where he had preyed before? Keeping to the shadows, not a difficult task, he crept swiftly on the trail, an imperative that tugged at him with strange urgency. He could taste his quarry, and it knew nothing of his pursuit, which was the first thrill of the hunt. When it sensed him and knew the first small stirrings of fear, that was the second joy of the hunt. And the third was the kill, the taste of its terror that sweetened the meat. Yet there was that about this prey which seemed to promise more than soft small children. Some spice, some savor, something he did not understand. Impelled by this odd compulsion as much as by the need to feed, he padded along a path he discerned as easily as a man would a broad road, and if anyone sensed his passage, it caused them no more than a momentary unease. Zay, his senses completely overloaded, was immersed in a microcosm of India's vastness, drinking in sights and sounds and smells the like of which he had never imagined. He had just eaten some pastries, stuffed with mind-blowingly hot-spiced vegetables that he'd bought from a hawker, and was now sucking in breaths of air in an attempt to cool his mouth. He paused to watch a snake charmer, a lithe brown boy of about his own age, who was playing his pipe to the swaying hooded head of an enormous cobra. The spectacle markings stood out clearly on the reptile's back, and Zay watched its motion, as fascinated by the snake as the cobra itself was by the music. Close by, another boy was trying to interest passers-by in a somnolent python that was looped hugely round his shoulders. He had hold of it just behind the head, and was lunging at people with it, a manic grin on his face, laughing uproariously if they flinched back, and capering ponderously under the snake's weight. This scene was lit by a sputtering fire that cast shadows at strange angles when the flames spurted and sparked, and Zay abruptly realized, with a start of guilt and alarm, how dark it had grown. Oh, he was going to be in hot water. He stared round the crowd in sudden apprehension at the inevitability of punishment. Seeing a gap in the direction in which he thought the waterfront lay, he headed for it purposefully, nimbly dodging the boy with the python. 10 minutes later he halted, panting heavily, a stitch stinging his side, thoroughly and comprehensively lost. And then, behind him, in the darkness, something growled. Da Silva's scalp prickled. What is this, another new sense? He wondered sourly. He considered unsheathing his long knife, but decided against it. It would be too conspicuous. Instead he fingered the revolver in his pocket and wondered briefly about silver bullets. Well, I'll just have to rely on virtue, won't I? He thought, with a mirthless grin that made him look more than a little wolfish himself. It was not just a tingle of unease. All his nerve endings felt raw and exposed, and his whole back was as taut as rigging in a high wind. Sweat trickled into his eye, and he flicked it away automatically with a finger, scanning the crowd of living and dead with every sense he could muster. Sight was less important in the gathering dusk than his awareness of ghosts and this new sensitivity to something evil in the night. Rounding a corner, he found himself abruptly in another world altogether, and cursed at the realization. He had stepped out of the populous town into its noisome underbelly, stinking mud underfoot, noxious drifts of garbage to either side, uncertainly lit by fires here and there. The stench made him gag. Da Silva took out his revolver and cocked it, holding it in his right hand. He was left-handed, but finding a target was easier this way round, since he had lost his left eye. Besides, it kept his other hand free should he want to draw his knife. And that, he thought, turning his head to look at his surroundings, was a distinct possibility. At times like these it was a distinct disadvantage to have no sight at all on one side. Sweat crawled in his hair and ran down his sides. He felt his heart pounding. In fact, he could hear his heart pounding, and damned loud it sounded, too. Raising the gun, he stepped cautiously forward. The scent of the quarry was very strong now, so powerful that it quite overwhelmed everything else. Saliva surged into his mouth in anticipation, and he loped along, tasting the prey's fear, feeling no need to hide in shadows any more. Close now, so close. And then, just as he was on the point of springing, something else intruded. An alien sense, like a knife-blade in his brain, and his senses splintered. Sight, or the memory of it, spilled into his mind, putting him off. And he remembered. He knew this prey, this boy. He was his friend. He could not kill it. But it was not, he suddenly became aware, what he had really been seeking. It was merely an echo of it. His real quarry was there. Disbelief almost stopped Da Silva in his tracks. Disbelief and dismay. What in the name of Christ and all the saints was Zay doing here? But he saw his son standing in the dingy, firelit alley, and he saw the wolf at the same time, and it saw him. He sensed rather than saw its muzzles bunched to pounce, and raised the gun. As he did so, a voice he almost recognized shouted indistinctly, "Leave him scare!" "I can't," he said. "That's my son." And he fired. His shot caught the wolf in mid-spring, right in the center of the chest, but the beast's momentum propelled it forward almost unchecked by the force of the bullet to smash into him. They crashed to the ground together with an impact that drove the breath from his lungs and the gun from his hand. He swore as he heard it skitter off in the darkness, and then the wolf's wide, fanged, stinking, snarling jaws were an inch from his face. Da Silva stuffed his right arm in the beast's maw while he fought to unsheathe his knife from underneath his body. Fangs slid into his forearm like hot knives into butter, and he hissed through his teeth at the pain, and then something knocked the creature off him. He felt his flesh tear as the beast relinquished its grip, and heard Zay shout something. Gasping for breath, Da Silva whipped out his knife as he lurched to his feet, to see another wolf battling with the first one. This beast was much larger, and had reddish fur. Its teeth were in the grey wolf's throat. Zay grabbed his hand and pressed the revolver back into it. "It's got a silver bullet in it," he whispered, wide-eyed with fright. The captain shot him a glance that was both astonished and relieved, as well as threatening retribution to come, and took hold of the weapon, pushing Zay behind him. Blood running down his arm made the grip slippery, but he brought the gun up only to shrug helplessly at the growling, snapping mass of fur that was the two battling wolves. A moment later, the bigger animal's strength and size told, and the grey wolf was pinned to the ground beneath it. "Sure, can," the red wolf panted, barely intelligible. Its mouth had not been designed to frame human words. "Harris," said De Silva, and put the gun to the grey wolf's head. "I'll need to talk to you later," he added, as he pulled the trigger. The recoil jarred his bitten arm painfully, but the smaller beast spasmed in death, blood and bone and brain matter spurting from the exit wound. Zay made a small sound of disgust, and the red wolf stepped back, its eyes on De Silva, who nodded once with a slight smile. Then it turned and padded away into the shadows. "Look," said Zay. The dead wolf that lay on the ground seemed to shiver, and its outline blurred. Its body jerked and twitched, as if things were moving under the skin. Which was exactly the case, De Silva realized, sheathing his knife. The grey fur seemed to fade into the flesh. The muzzle of the face shrank. The shape of the skull changed, as if an unseen hand were remoulding it like clay, and a naked boy lay there, with a gunshot wound in his head. "Mother of God," said De Silva, slipping the gun back into his pocket. He squatted down to look for the bullet, gritting his teeth at the pain eating his arm. "It's Feek," Zay breathed, in a mixture of wonder and horror. Then he turned away and abruptly lost the pastries he had eaten earlier. De Silva found the bullet and straightened, pressing his bleeding arm against his ribs. "Come on," he said, putting his other arm round his son's shoulders and giving him a rough hug. "Let's get out of here." When they got back to the Isabella, Zay, somewhat to his surprise, did not get the anticipated hiding, and he thanked the sailor from Providence for that. Christopher Fowler, Crocodile Lady. Christopher Fowler's short fiction is collected in City Jitters, The Bureau of Lost Souls, Flesh Wounds, Sharper Knives, Personal Demons, Uncut, The Devil in Me, and Night Nerves. His short story Wage Slaves won the 1998 British Fantasy Award. The Master Builder became a CBS TV movie starring Tippi Hedren, while an adaptation of Left Hand Drive won Best British Short Film. Fowler's novels include Roofworld, Rune, Red Bride, Darkest Day, Spanky, Psychoville, Disturbia, Soho Black, Calabash, Full Dark House, and the recently completed Plastic, about a shopaholic housewife trapped in a blacked-out building. He also scripted the 1997 graphic novel Mens Insana, illustrated by John Bolton, and has written a book about the cinema, Electric Darkness. "I first had the idea for this story in 1979, explains Fowler. Back then it was called Red Rovers, referring to the all-day tickets you could buy to ride the buses. I always wanted to write a story about a schoolteacher losing a pupil, which must be the ultimate nightmare, or dream, of many a teacher. Then I remembered that the author Joanne Harris used to be a French teacher, so I talked to her about the problems of controlling classes, and she gave me plenty of observational tips. I'm also getting into training for when I eventually do my Underworld London book." 1. Finchley Road to Swiss Cottage. London has the oldest underground railway system in the world. Construction began in 1863 and was completed in 1884. Much later it was electrified, and since then has been periodically modified. A great many of the original stations have been abandoned, renamed, or resited. A partial list of these would include Aldwych, British Museum, Brompton Road, York Road, St. Mary's, Down Street, Marlborough Road, South Kentish Town, King William Street, North End, and City Road. In many cases the maroon tiled ticket halls remain, and so do the railway platforms. Even now some of these tunnels are adorned with faded wartime signs and posters. Crusted with dry melanic silt produced by decades of still air, the walls boom softly as trains pass in nearby tunnels, but the stations themselves no longer have access from the streets above, and are only visited by scuttling brown mice. If you look hard, though, you can glimpse the past. For example, the eerie green and cream platform of the old Mark Lane station can be spotted from passing trains to the immediate west of the present Tower Hill station. You know what gets me through the day? Hatred. I hate the little bastards. Each and every one of them. Most of the time I wish they would all just disappear. Deborah fixed me with a cool stare. Yeah, I know it's not the best attitude for a teacher to have, but when you know them as well as I do— I think I do, I replied. Oh, I thought this work was new to you, being your first day and all. Not new, no. My boyfriend just decided he wants us to have kids. He never liked them before. When he was made redundant, he started picking me up from school in the afternoons and saw them running around my legs in their boots and rainmacks, asking endless questions, and suddenly he thought they were cute and wanted to have a baby, just when I was thinking of having my tubes tied. I don't want to bring my work home with me. We still haven't sorted it out. It's going to ruin our relationship. Hey, hey! Deborah broke off to shout at a boy who was trying to climb over the barrier. Get back down there and wait for the man to open the gate. She turned back to me. Christ, I could use a cigarette. Cover for me when we get there. I'll sneak a couple in while they're baiting the monkeys. That's what all the other teachers do. Good teachers are like good nurses. They notice things ordinary people miss. Ask a nurse how much wine she has left in her glass, and she'll be able to tell you the exact amount, because for her the measurement of liquids is a matter of occupational observation. The same with teachers. I can tell the age of any child to within 6 months because I've been around them so much. Then I got married, and I wasn't around them anymore. But old habits die hard. You watch children constantly, even when you think you're not, and the reflex continues to operate even in civilian life. You bump into pupils in the supermarket. Hello, miss, we didn't know you ate food. They don't quite say that, but you know it's what they're thinking. If there's one thing I know, it's how children think. That was why I noticed there was something wrong at Baker Street. My senses had been caught off guard because of the tunnels. Actually, I sensed something even before then, as early as our arrival at Finchley Road Tube Station. I should have acted on my instincts then. God knows I was nervous enough to begin with. It was the first day of my first week back at work after 12 long years, and I hadn't expected to have responsibility thrust at me like this. But the school was understaffed, teachers were off sick, and the headmaster needed all the help he could get. The last time I had worked in the education system, the other teachers around me were of roughly the same age. Now I was old enough to be a mother to most of them, and a grandmother to their charges. I wouldn't have returned to Invicta Primary at all if my husband hadn't died. I wasn't surprised when the bank warned me that there would be no money. Peter wasn't exactly a rainy-day hoarder. I needed to earn and have something to keep my mind occupied. Teaching was the only skill I was sure I still possessed. Which was how I ended up shepherding 27 8-year-old boys and girls on a trip to the London Zoological Gardens, together with another teacher, Deborah, a girl with a tired young face and a hacking smoker's cough. I hadn't been happy about handling the excursion on my first day back, especially when I heard that it involved going on the tube. I forced myself not to think about it. There were supposed to be 3 of us, but the other teacher was off with flu, and delaying the trip meant dropping it from the term schedule altogether, so the headmaster had decreed that we should go ahead with the original plan. There was nothing unusual in this. The teaching shortage had reached its zenith, and I'd been eagerly accepted back into the school where I'd worked before I was married. They put me on a refresher course, mostly to do with computer literacy, but the basic curriculum hadn't changed much. But things were very different from when I was a pupil myself. For a start, nobody walked to the school anymore. Parents didn't think it was safe. I find parents exasperating. All teachers do. They're very protective about some things, and yet utterly blind to other far more obvious problems. If they found out about the short-staffed outings, everybody would get it in the neck. The parents had been encouraged to vote against having their children driven around in a coach. It wasn't environmentally friendly. It didn't stop them from turning up at the school gates in people carriers, though. Outside the station, the sky had lowered into muddy swirls of cloud, and was starting to rain. Pupils are affected by the weather. They're always disruptive and excitable when it's windy. Rain makes them sluggish and inattentive. In snow, they go mad, and you might as well close the school down. You get an eye for the disruptives and outsiders, and I quickly spotted the ones in this group straggling along at the rear of the tube station hall. In classrooms they sit at the back in the corners, especially on the left-hand side, the sneaky, quiet troublemakers. They feel safe because you tend to look to the center of the class, so they think they're less visible. Kids who sit in the front row are either going to work very hard or fall in love with you. But the ones at the rear are the ones to watch, especially when you're turning back towards the blackboard. There were 4 of them, a pair of hunched, whispering girls as close as Siamese twins, a cheeky, ginger-haired noise-box with his hands in everything, and a skinny, melancholy little boy wearing his older brother's jacket. This last one had a shaved head, and the painful-looking nicks in it told me that his hair was cut at home to save money. He kept his shoulders hunched, and his gaze on the ground at his feet, braced as though he was half expecting something to fall on him. A pupil who hasn't done his homework will automatically look down at the desk when you ask the class a question about it, so that only the top of his head is visible, this being based on the "if I can't see her, she can't see me" theory. If he is sitting in the back row, however, he will stare into your eyes with an earnest expression. This boy never looked up. Downcast eyes can hide a more personal guilt. Some children are born to be bullied. They seem marked for bad luck. Usually they have good reason to adopt such defensive body language. Contrary to what parents think, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. "What's his name?" I asked. "Oh, that's Connor. He'll give you no trouble. Never says a word. I forget he's here sometimes." "I bet you do," I thought. "You never notice him because he doesn't want you to." "Everybody hold up their right hand," I called. It's easier to count hands than heads when they're standing up, but still they'll try to trick you. Some kids will hold up both hands, others won't raise any. I had lowered my voice to speak to them. You have to speak an octave lower than your normal register if you want to impose discipline. Squeaky high voices, however loud, don't get results. They're a sign of weakness, indicating potential teacher hysteria. Children can scent deficiencies in teachers like sharks smell blood. "Miss, I'm left-handed," the ginger boy mimed limb failure. I mentally transferred him from disruptive to class clown. They're exuberant but harmless, and usually sit in the middle of the back row. "I want to see everybody's hand now." 16, and the 4 at the rear of the ticket hall. "Keep right under cover, out of the rain. You at the back, tuck in. Let those people get past." 17, the clown. 18, 19, the Siamese twins. 20, the sad boy. "We're going to go through the barrier together in a group, so everybody stay very, very close." I noticed Deborah studying me as I marshaled the children. There was disapproval in her look. She appeared about to speak, then held herself in check. I'm doing something wrong, I thought, alarmed. But the entry gate was being opened by the station guard, and I had to push the sensation aside. Getting our charges onto the escalator and making them stand on the right was an art in itself. Timson, the class clown, was determined to prove he could remount the stairs and keep pace with passengers traveling in the opposite direction. An astonishingly pretty black girl had decided to slide down on the rubber handrail. "We step off at the end," I warned. "Don't jump, that's how accidents happen." My voice had rediscovered its sharp old timbre, but now there was less confidence behind it. London had changed while I had been away, and was barely recognizable to me now. There were so many tourists. Even at 10:30 on a wintry Monday morning, Finchley Road tube station was crowded with teenagers in wet nylon coats, hoods and backpacks, some old ladies on a shopping trip, some puzzled Japanese businessmen, a lost-looking man in an old-fashioned navy-blue raincoat. Deborah exuded an air of weary lassitude that suggested she wouldn't be too bothered if the kids got carried down to the platform and were swept onto the rails like lemmings going over a cliff. "Stay away from the edge," I called, flapping my arms at them. "Move back against the wall to let people past." I saw the irritation in commuters' faces as they eyed the bubbling, chattering queue. Londoners don't like children. "We're going to be getting on the next train, but we must wait until it has stopped and its doors are open before we move forward. I want you to form a crocodile." The children looked up at me blankly. "A crocodile shape, 2, 2, 2, 2, all the way along," I explained, chopping in their direction with the edges of my palms. Deborah gave me a wry smile. "I don't think anyone's ever told them to do that before," she explained. "Then how do you get them to stay in lines?" I asked. "Oh, we don't. They just surge around. They never do what they're told. You can't do anything with them. The trouble with children is they're not, are they? Not children, just grabby little adults." "No," I thought. "You're so wrong." But I elected not to speak. I looked back at the children gamely organizing themselves into two wobbly columns. They're not doing so badly. Deborah wasn't interested. She turned away to watch the train arriving. "Crocodile, crocodile," the kids were chanting, making snappy-jawed movements to each other. The carriages of the train appeared to be already half full. I had expected them to be almost empty. As the doors opened, we herded the children forward. I kept my eyes on the pairs at the back, feeding them in between my outstretched arms as though I was guiding unruly sheep into a pen. I tried not to think about the entrance to the tunnel and the stifling, crushing darkness beyond it. "Miss, Roger's fallen over." I looked down to find a minuscule Indian child bouncing up from his knees with a grin on his face. I noted that no damage had been done, then lifted his hands, scuffed them clean, and wrapped them around the nearest carriage pole. "Hang on," I instructed as the doors closed. "Miss, how many stops is it?" asked a little girl at my side. "We go to Swiss Cottage, then St. John's Wood, then Baker Street, then we change from the Jubilee line to the Bakerloo line and go one stop to Regent's Park." "Miss, is there a real cottage in Swiss Cottage?" "Miss, are we going to Switzerland?" "Miss, can you ski in Swiss Cottage?" "Miss, are we going skiing?" "We're going skiing! We're going skiing!" The train pulled away and everyone screamed. For a moment I sympathized with Deborah. I looked out of the window as the platform vanished. When I married Peter, we moved out to Amersham, at the end of the Metropolitan line, and stopped coming into central London. Peter was a lecturer. I was due for promotion at the school. In time I could have become the headmistress, but Peter didn't want me to work, and that was that, so I had to give up my job and keep house for him. A year later I discovered that I couldn't have children. Suddenly I began to miss my classroom very badly. "Miss, make him get off me." Timson was sitting on top of a girl who had grabbed a seat. Without thinking, I lifted him off by his jacket collar. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," said Deborah. "They'll have you up before the Court of Human Rights for maltreatment. Best not to touch them at all." She swung to the other side of the central pole and leaned closer. "How long has it been since you last taught?" 12 years. "You've been away a long time." It sounded suspiciously like a criticism. "Well, we don't manhandle them any more." EEC ruling. Deborah peered out of the window. "Swiss Cottage coming up. Watch out." 2. Swiss Cottage to St. John's Wood. Many projects to build new tube lines were abandoned due to spiraling costs and sheer impracticability. An unfinished station tunnel at South Kensington served as a signalling school in the 1930s and was later equipped to record delayed-action bombs falling into the Thames that might damage the underwater tube tunnels. The Northern Heights project to extend the Northern Line to Alexandra Palace was halted by the Blitz. After this, the government built a number of deep-level air raid shelters connected to existing tube stations, several of which were so far underground that they were leased after the war as secure archives. As late as the 1970s, many pedestrian tube subways still looked like passageways between bank vaults. Fast, riveted doors could be used to seal off tunnels in the event of fire or flood. There was a subterranean acridity in the air. You saw the light rounding the dark bend ahead, heard the pinging of the albescent lines, perhaps glimpsed something long sealed away. Not all of the system has changed. Even now there are tunnels that lead nowhere, and platforms where only ghosts of the past wait for trains placed permanently out of service. Trying to make sure that nobody got off when the doors opened would have been easier if the children had been wearing school uniforms, but their casual clothes blended into a morass of bright colors, and I had to rely on Deborah keeping the head count from her side of the carriage. In my earlier days at Invicta, the pupils wore regulation navy blue with a single yellow stripe, and the only symbol of nonconformity you saw, apart from the standard array of faddish haircuts, was the arrangement of their socks, pulled down or the wrong color, small victories for little rebels. I avoided thinking about the brick and soil pressing down on us, but was perspiring freely by now. I concentrated on the children and had counted to 15 when half a dozen jolly American matrons piled into the car, making it hard to finish the tally. I moved as many of the children as I could to one side, indicating that they should stay in crocodile formation. I instinctively knew that most of them were present, but I couldn't see the sad little boy. "Connor," I called, "make yourself known, please." An elliptical head popped out between two huge tourists. So unsmiling. I wondered if he had a nemesis, someone in the class who was making his life hell. Bullies are often small and aggressive because of their height. They go for the bigger, softer boys to enhance their reputation, and they're often popular with games teachers because of their bravado. There's not much I don't know about bullies. I was married to one for 12 years. "I've got these new assignment books in my bag," said Deborah, relooping her hair through her scrunchie and checking her reflection in the glass. "Some government psychology group wants to test out a theory about how kids look at animals. More bloody paperwork. It's not rocket science, is it? The little sods just see it as a day off and a chance to piss about." "You may be right," I admitted, "but children are shaped far more by their external environment than anyone cares to admit." "How's that, then?" "They recently carried out an experiment in a New York public school," I explained, placing well-behaved kids and those with a history of disruption in two different teaching areas, one clean and bright, the other poorly lit and untidy. They found that children automatically misbehaved in surroundings of chaos. Not just the troubled children, but all of them equally. Deborah looked at me oddly, swaying with the movement of the train. Grey cables looped past the windows like stone garlands or immense spiderwebs. "You don't miss much, do you? Is that how you knew Connor was hiding behind those women?" "No, that's just instinct. But I've been reading a bit about behavioral science. It's very interesting." I didn't tell her that before I was married I had been a teacher for nearly 14 years. The only thing I didn't know about children was what it was like to have one. "Well, I'm sorry. I know it's a vocation with some people, but not me. It's just a job. God, I'm dying for a fag." She hiked her bag further up her shoulder. "Didn't your old man want you to work then?" "Not really. But I would have come back earlier, only—" I felt uncomfortable talking to this young woman in such a crowded place, knowing that I could be overheard. "Only what?" "After I'd been at home for a while, I found I had trouble going out." "Agoraphobia?" "Not really. More like a loss of balance, a density of people, disorienting architecture, shopping malls, exhibition halls, things like that." "I thought you didn't look very comfortable back there on the platform. The tube gets so crowded now." "With the tube it's different. It's not the crowds, it's the tunnels, the shapes they make, circles, spirals, the converging lines. Perhaps I've become allergic to buildings." Deborah wasn't listening. She was looking out the window and unwrapping a piece of gum. Just as well, I thought. I didn't want her to get the impression that I wasn't up to the job. But I could feel the pressure in the air, the scented heat of the passengers, the proximity of the curving walls, and oversensitivity to public surroundings. That was what the doctor called it. I could tell what he was thinking. Oh, God, another stir-crazy housewife. He had started writing out a prescription while I was still telling him how I felt. "We're coming into Baker Street. Christ, not again. There must have been delays earlier." Through the windows I could see a solid wall of tourists waiting to board. We slowed to a halt, and the doors opened. 3. Baker Street to Regent's Park. The world's first tube railway, the Tower Subway, was opened in 1870, and ran between the banks of the Thames. The car was only 10 feet long and 5 feet wide, and had no windows. This claustrophobic steel cylinder was an early materialization of a peculiar modern phenomenon, the idea that great discomfort could be endured for the purpose of efficiency, the desire to reach another place with greater speed, an appropriately satanic contraption for a nation of iron, steam, and smoke. "This is where we change," called Deborah. "Right, off, the lot of you." "Can you see them all?" I asked. "Are you kidding? I bet you there's something going on somewhere as well, all these people, some kind of festival." The adults on the platform were pushing their way into the carriage before we could alight. Suddenly we were being surrounded by red, white, and green-striped nylon backpacks. Everyone was speaking Italian. Some girls began shrieking with laughter and shoving against each other. Ignoring the building dizziness behind my eyes, I pushed back against the door, ushering children out, checking the interior of the carriage, trying to count heads. "Deborah, keep them together on the platform. I'll see if there are any more." I could see that she resented being told what to do, but she sullenly herded the class together. The guard looked out and closed the train doors, but I held mine back. "How many?" I called. "It's fine, they're all here. Come on, you'll get left behind." I pushed my way through the children as Deborah started off toward the Bakerloo line. "You worry too much," she called over her shoulder. "I've done this trip loads of times. It's easy once you're used to it." "Wait, I think we should do another head check." But she had forged ahead with the children scudding around her, chattering, shouting, alert and alive to everything. I glanced back anxiously, trying to recall all of their faces. I saw him then, but of course I didn't realize. 4 minutes before the next train calling at Regent's Park. I moved swiftly around them, corralling and counting. Deborah was bent over, listening to one of the girls. The twins were against the wall, searching for something in their bags. Timson, the class clown, was noisily jumping back and forth, violently swinging his arms. I couldn't find him. Couldn't find Connor. Perhaps he didn't want me to, like he didn't want Deborah to notice. "Let's you form a crocodile again," I said, keeping my voice low and calm.
"Miss, will we see crocodiles at the zoo?" "Miss, are you the crocodile lady?"
Some of the children at the back moved forward, so I had to start the count over. I knew right then. 19, 1 short. No Connor. "He's gone," I said. "He's gone." "He can't have gone," said Deborah, shoving her hair out of her eyes. She was clearly exasperated with me now. "He tends to lag behind. I saw him on the train." "You mean he didn't get off? You saw everyone off?" I thought I did. It was getting difficult to keep the panic out of my voice. There was something odd. "What are you talking about?" She turned around sharply. "Who is pulling my bag?" I saw that the children were listening to us. They miss very little. It's just that they often decide not to act on what they see or hear. I thought back and recalled the old-fashioned navy-blue raincoat, an over-sensitivity to everyday surroundings. He had been following the children since Finchley Road. I had seen him in the crowd, standing slightly too close to them, listening to their laughter, watching out for the lonely ones, the quiet ones. Something had registered in me even then, but I had not acted upon my instinct. I tried to recall the interior of the carriage. Had he been on the train? I couldn't. "He's probably not lost, just lagging behind." "Then where is he?" "We'll get him back. They don't go missing for long. I promise you he'll turn up any second. It's quite impossible to lose a small child down here, unfortunately. Imagine if we did. We'd have a bugger of a job covering it up." Deborah's throaty laugh turned into a cough. "Have to get all the kids to lie themselves blue in the face, pretend that none of us saw him come to school today." "I'm going to look." "Oh, for Christ's sake!" "Suppose something really has happened." "Well, what am I supposed to do?" "Get the children onto the next train. I'll find Connor and bring him back. I'll meet you at the zoo, by the statue of Guy the Gorilla." "You can't just go off. You said yourself—" "I have to. I know what to look for." "We should go and tell the station guards. Get someone in authority." "There isn't time." "This isn't your decision to make, you know." "It's my responsibility." "Why did you come back?" Deborah's question threw me for a second. "The children?" "This isn't your world now," she said furiously. "You had your turn. Couldn't you let someone else have theirs?" I was a damned good teacher. I studied her eyes, trying to see if she understood. I didn't have my turn. There was no more time to argue with her. I turned and pushed back through the passengers surging up from the platform. I caught the look of angry confusion on Deborah's face, as though this was something I had concocted deliberately to wreck her schedule. Then I made my way back to the platform. I was carrying a mobile phone, but down here, of course, it was useless. Connor was bright and suspicious. He wouldn't go quietly, without a reason. I tried to imagine what I would do if I wanted to get a child that wasn't mine out of the station with a minimum of fuss. I'd keep him occupied, find a way to stop him from asking questions. Heavier crowds meant more policing, more station staff, but it would be safer to stay lost among so many warm bodies. He'd either try to leave the station at once and run the risk of me persuading the guards to keep watch at the escalator exits, or he'd travel to another line and leave by a different station. Suddenly I knew what he intended to do, but not where he intended to do it. 4. King's Cross to Euston. There exists a strange photograph of Hammersmith Grove Road station taken 4 years after the service there ceased operation. It shows a curving platform of transverse wooden boards, and facing each other a pair of ornate, deserted waiting rooms. The platform beyond this point fades away into the mist of a winter dusk. There is nothing human in the picture, no sign of life at all. It is as though the station existed at the edge of the world, or at the end of time. I tried to remember what I had noticed about Connor. There are things you automatically know just by looking at your pupils. You can tell a lot from the bags they carry. Big sports hold-alls mean messy work and disorganization. The kid is probably carrying his books around all the time instead of keeping them in his locker, either because he doesn't remember his timetable or because he is using the locker to store cigarettes and contraband. A smart briefcase usually indicates an anal pupil with fussy parents. Graffiti and stickers on a knapsack mean that someone is trying to be a rebel. Connor had a cheap plastic bag, the kind they sell at high-street stores running sales all year round. I pushed on through the platforms, checking arrival times on the indicator boards, searching the blank faces of passengers, trying not to think about the penumbral tunnels beyond. For a moment I caught sight of the silver rails curving away to the platform's tiled moor, and a fresh wave of nausea overcame me. I forced myself to think about the children. You can usually trace the person who has graffitied their desk, because you have a ready-made sample of their handwriting, and most kids are lousy at disguising their identities. Wooden pencil boxes get used by quiet, creative types. Metal tins with cartoon characters are for extroverts. Children who use psychedelic holders covered in graffiti usually think they're streetwise, but they're not. You always used to be able to tell the ones who smoked, because blazers were made of a peculiar wool blend that trapped the smell of cigarettes. Now everyone's different. Spots around a child's nose and mouth often indicate a glue sniffer. But now so many have spots from bad diets, from stress, from neglect. Some children never— He was standing just a few yards away. The navy-blue raincoat was gabardine, like a 50s schoolchild's regulation school coat, but in an adult size. Below this were black trousers with creases and turn-ups, freshly polished Oxford toe-cap shoes. His hair was slicked smartly back, trimmed in classic short back-and-sides fashion by a traditional barber who had tapered the hair at the nape and used an open razor on the neck. You always noticed the haircuts. He was holding the boy's hand. He turned his head and looked through me, scanning the platform. The air caught in my lungs as he brought his focus back to me and matched my features in his memory. His deep-set eyes were framed by rimless spectacles that removed any readable emotion from his face. He held my gaze defiantly. We stood frozen on the concourse, staring at each other as the other passengers surged around us, and as Connor's head slowly turned to follow his new friend's sight line, I saw that this man was exhilarated by the capture of his quarry, just as I knew that his initial elation would turn by degrees to sadness and then to anger, as deep and dark as the tunnels themselves. The tension between their hands grew tighter. He began to move away, pulling the boy. I looked for someone to call to, searching faces to find anyone who might help, but found indifference as powerful as any enemy. Dull eyes reflected the platform lights, slack flesh settled on heavy bodies, exuding sour breath, and suddenly man and boy were moving fast, and I was pushing my way through an army of statues as I tried to keep the pair of them in my sight. I heard the train before I saw it arriving at the end of the pedestrian causeway between us, the billow of heavy air resonating in the tunnel like a depth charge. I felt the pressure change in my ears, and saw them move more quickly now. For a moment I thought he was going to push the boy beneath the wheels, but I knew he had barely begun with Connor yet. I caught the doors just as they closed. Connor and the man had made it to the next carriage, and were standing between teenaged tourists, only becoming visible as the tunnel curved and the carriage swung into view, briefly aligning the windows. We remained in stasis, quarry, hunter, and pursuer, as the train thundered on. My heart tightened as the driver applied the brakes and we began to slow down. Ahead, the silver lines twisted sinuously toward King's Cross, and another wall of bodies flashed into view. As the doors opened, fresh swells of passengers surged from carriage to platform, and platform to carriage, shifting and churning so much that I was almost lifted from my feet. I kept my eyes focused on the man and the boy, even though it meant stumbling against the human tide. Still he did not run, but moved firmly forward in a brisk walk, never slowing or stopping to look back. The carriage speakers were still barking inanely about delays and escalators. I could find no voice of my own that would rise above them, no power that would impede their escape. Wherever they went, I could only follow. 5. Euston to Camden Town. Once on the other side of that century of devastating change, Oscar Wilde could have taken the tube to West End. The Underground was built before the invention of the telephone, before the invention of the fountain pen. Once the platform walls were lined with advertisements for Bovril, Emu, Wright's coal tar soap, for the Quantock Sanitary Laundry, Peckham, and the Blue Hall Cinema, Edgware Road for Virol, Camp Coffee, and Lifebuoy, for Foster Clark's soups and cream custards, and Eastman's Dyeing and Cleaning. These were replaced by pleas to make do and bend, to remember that loose lips sink ships, that walls have ears, that coughs and sneezes spread diseases. Urgent directional markers guided the way to bomb shelters, where huddled families and terrified eyes watched and flinched with each thunderous impact that shook and split the tiles above their heads. On through the tunnels and passages, miles of stained cream tiles, over the bridges that linked the lines, I watched the navy-blue raincoat shifting from side to side until I could see nothing else, my own fears forgotten, my fury less latent than his, building with a passing crush of lives. Onto another section of the Northern Line, the so-called Misery Line, but now the battered decadence of its maroon rolling stock had been replaced with livery of dull graffiti-scrubbed silver, falsely modern, just ordinary. The maroon trains had matched the outside tiles of the stations, just as the traffic signs of London were once striped black and white. No such style left now, of course, just ugly ordinary and invisible ordinary. But he was not ordinary. He wanted something he could not have, something nobody was allowed to take. On through the gradually thinning populace to another standing train, this one waiting with its doors open. But they began to close as we reached them, and we barely made the jump, the three of us, before we were sealed inside. What had he told the boy to make him believe? It did not matter what had been said, only that he had seen the child's weakness and known which role he had to play. Anxious relative, urgent family friend, trusted guide, helpful teacher. To a child like Connor, he could be anything as long as he reassured. Boys like Connor longed to reach up toward a strong, clasping hand. They needed to believe. Out onto the platform, weaving through the climbing passengers, across the concourse at Euston and back down where we had come from, toward another northbound train. We had been traveling on the Edgware branch, but it wasn't where he wanted to go. Could he be anxious to catch a High Barnet train for some reason? By now I had deliberately passed several guards without calling out for help, because I felt sure they would only argue and question and hinder, and in the confusion to explain I would lose the boy forever. My decision was vindicated, because the seconds closed up on us as the High Barnet train slid into the station. By now I had gained pace enough to reach the same carriage, and I stood facing his back, no more than a dozen passengers away, and this time I was foolish enough to call out. My breathless voice did not carry far. A few people turned to look at me with anxious curiosity. One girl appeared to be on the edge of offering her help, but the man I was pointing to had suddenly vanished from sight, and so had the boy, and suddenly I was just another crazy woman on the tube, screaming paranoia, accusing innocence. At Camden Town the doors mercifully opened, releasing the nauseous crush that was closing in on me. I stuck out my head and checked along the platform, but they did not alight. I could not see them. What had happened? Could they have pushed through the connecting door and, God help the child, dropped down onto the track below? They had to be on board, and so I had to stay on. The doors closed once more, and we pulled away again into the suffocating darkness. 6. Kentish Town to South Kentish Town. The tunnels withstood the firestorms above, the tunnels protected, At the heart of the system was the inner circle, far from a circle in the Euclidean sense, instead an engineering marvel that navigated the damp earth and ferried its people through the sulphurous tunnels between iron cages, impervious to the world above, immune to harm. Appropriately, the great metal circles that protected workers as they hacked at the clay walls were known as shields. They protected then, and the strength of the system still protects. The tunnels still endure. He had dropped down to his knees beside the boy, whispering his poisons. I had missed him between the bodies of standing, rocking travellers, but I was ready as the train slowed to a halt at Kentish Town. I was surprised to see that the platform there was completely deserted. Suddenly the landscape had cleared. As he led the boy out, I could tell that Connor was now in distress, pulling against the hand that held him, but it was no good. His captor had strength and leverage. No more than 5 or 6 other passengers alighted. I called out, but my voice was lost beneath the rumble and squeal of rolling steel. There were no guards. Someone must see us on the closed-circuit cameras, I thought, but how would eyes trained for rowdy teenaged gangs see danger here? There was just a child, a man, and a frightened middle-aged woman. I glanced back at the platform exit as the train pulled out, wondering how I could stop him if he tried to push past. When I looked back, he and Connor had vanished. He was below on the line, helping the child down, and then they were running, stumbling into the entrance of the tunnel. We were about to move beyond the boundaries of the city, into a territory of shadows and dreams. As I approached the entrance, I saw the silver lines slithering away into amber gloom, then darkness, and a wave of apprehension flushed through me. By dangling my legs over the platform and carefully lowering myself, I managed to slide down into the dust-caked gully. I knew that the raised rail with the ceramic studs was live, and that I would have to stay at the outer edge. I was also sure that the tunnel would reveal alcoves for workers to stand in when trains passed by. In the depth of my fear, I was colder and more logical than I had been for years. Perhaps by not calling to the guards, by revealing myself in pursuit, I had in some way brought us here, so that now I was the child's only hope. The boy was pulling hard against his stiff-legged warden, shouting something upwards, but his voice was distorted by the curving tunnel walls. They slowed to a walk, and I followed. The man was carrying some kind of torch. He had been to this place before, and had prepared himself accordingly. My eyes followed the dipping beam until we reached a division in the tunnel wall. He veered off sharply and began to pick a path through what appeared to be a disused section of the line. Somewhere in the distance a train rattled and reverberated in its concrete causeway. My feet were hurting, and I had scraped the back of my leg on the edge of the platform. I could feel a thin, hot trickle of blood behind my knee. The thick, brown air smelled of dust and desiccation, like the old newspapers you find under floorboards. It pressed against my lungs so that my breath could only be reached in shallow catches. Ahead the torch beam shifted and hopped. He had climbed a platform and pulled the boy up after him. As I came closer, his beam illuminated a damaged soot-grey sign, South Kentish Town. The station had been closed for almost 80 years. What remained had been preserved by the dry, warm air. The platform walls were still lined to a height of 4 feet with dark green tiles arranged in column patterns. Every movement Connor made could be heard clearly here. His shoes scuffed on the litter-strewn stone as he tried to yank his hand free. He made small, mewling noises like a hungry cat. Suddenly the torch beam illuminated a section of stairway, tiled in cream and dark red. They turned into it. I stopped sharply and listened. He had stopped, too. I moved as quickly and quietly as I could to the stairway entrance. He was waiting for me at the foot of the stairs, his fingers glowing pink over the lens of the upright torch. Connor was by his side, pressed against the wall. It was then I realized that Connor usually wore glasses. You can usually tell the children who do. I imagined they would be like the ones worn by his captor, because I was suddenly struck by how very alike they looked, as though the man was the boy seen some years later. I knew then that something terrible had happened here before, and could so easily happen again, that this damaged creature meant harm because he had been harmed himself, because he was fighting to recapture something pure, and that he knew it could never again be. He wanted his school days back, but the past was denied to him, and he thought he could recapture the sensations of childhood by taking someone else's. I would not let the boy have it stolen from him. Innocence is not lost. It is taken. "You can't have him," I said, keeping my voice as clear and rational as I could. I had always known how to keep my fear from showing. It is one of the first things you learn as a teacher. He did not move. One hand remained over the torch, the other over the boy's right hand. "I know you were happy then, but you're not in class any more." I raised my tone to a punitive level. "He's not in your year. You belong somewhere different." "Whose teacher are you?" He cocked his head on one side to study me, uncurling his fingers from the torch. Light flooded the stairway. "I might have been yours," I admitted. He dropped the boy's hand, and Connor fell to the floor in surprise. "The past is gone," I said quietly. "Lessons are over. I really think you should go now." For a moment the air was only disturbed by my uneven breath and the sound of water dripping somewhere far above. He made a small sound, like the one Connor had made earlier, but deeper, more painful. As he approached me, I forced myself to stand my ground. It was essential to maintain a sense of authority. I felt sure he was going to hit me, but instead he stopped and studied my face in the beam of the torch, trying to place my features. I have one of those faces. I could be anyone's teacher. Then he lurched out of the stairwell and stumbled away along the platform. With my heart hammering, I held Connor to me until the sound of the man was lost in the labyrinth behind us.
"You're the crocodile lady,"
said Connor, looking up at me. "I think I am," I agreed, wiping a smudge from his forehead. Unable to face the tunnels again, I climbed the stairs with Connor until we reached a door, and I hammered on it until someone unlocked the damn thing. It was opened by a surprised Asian girl dressed only in a towel. We left the building via the basement of the Omega Sauna, Kentish Town Road, which still uses the station's old spiral staircase as part of its design. London has so many secrets. The police think they know who he is now, but I'm not sure that they'll ever catch him. He's as lost to them as he is to everyone else. Despite his crimes, and they have uncovered quite a few, something inside me felt sorry for him, and sorry for the part he'd lost so violently that it had driven him to take the same from others. The hardest thing to learn is how to be strong. Everyone calls me the Crocodile Lady. Ramsey Campbell. All for sale. Ramsey Campbell has been named Grand Master by the World Horror Convention and received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Horror Writers Association. A film of his novel, Pact of the Fathers, is in development in Spain from director Jaime Balagueró. The Darkest Part of the Woods is his latest supernatural novel, and he is currently working on another, The Overnight. Campbell's M.R. Jamesian anthology, Meddling with Ghosts, is published by the British Library, and he has co-edited Gathering the Bones with Jack Dan and Dennis Etchison. S.T. Joshi's study, Ramsey Campbell and Modern Horror Fiction, is available from Liverpool University Press, while Ramsey Campbell, Probably, is a large non-fiction collection from P.S. Publishing. The germ of this tale came from our first stay in Turkey, remembers the author, where one morning our hotel in Kuşadası proved to have been surrounded overnight by a market. Another detail dates from the 1980s, when the swarthy proprietor of a large television and video shop on London's Tottenham Court Road, where I was browsing, did indeed take hold of my tits and declare, "You are nice," much to the outrage of my old editor, Nick Austin, when I told him over a Greek lunch at the Lord Byron, now defunct, alas. The first draft of the story was written in the mornings of 2 weeks in August 2001, on the terrace of an apartment in Petra, on Lesvos. Once they were outside the Mediterranean nights, Barry could hear the girl's every word, starting with, "What were you trying to tell me about a plane?" "Just, noticed you on it." "As I said, if you heard, I saw you." "I know, I did hear, just about." While he gazed at rather than into her dark moonlit eyes that might be glinting with eagerness for him to risk more, He made himself blurt, "I hoped I'd see you again." "Well, now you have." She raised her small face an inch closer to his and formed her pink lips into a prominent smile he couldn't quite take as an invitation to a kiss. Not long after his silence grew intolerable, unrelieved by the hushing of the waves that failed to distract him from the way the huge, blurred, scarcely muffled rhythm of the disco seemed determined to keep his heartbeat up to speed, she said, "So you're called Baz?" "That's only what my friends call me, the guys I was with, I mean. I don't know if you saw them on the plane as well."
"I told you I saw you."
Her gentle emphasis on the last word encouraged him to admit, "I'm Barry, really."
"Hello, Barry. Really?"
she said, and held out a hand.
"I'm Janet."
He wiped his hand on his trousers, but they were as clammy from dancing. Her grasp proved to be cool and firm.
"So are you staying as long as us?"
she said, having let go of him. 2 weeks. It's our first time abroad."
"There must be worse places to get experience,"
she said, and caught most of a yawn behind her hand as she stretched, pointing her breasts at him through her short, thin black dress.
"Well, I'm danced out. This girl's for bed."
He could think of plenty of responses, but none he dared utter. He was turning his attention to the jittering of neon on the water when Janet said, "You could walk me back if you liked." As her escort, should he take her hand, or at least her arm, or even slip his around her slim waist? He didn't feel confident enough along the seafront, where the signs of the clubs turned the faces of the noisy crowds outside into lurid, unstable carnival masks.
"We're up here,"
Janet eventually said. The narrow, crooked street also led uphill to his and Paul's and Derek's apartment. Once the pulsating neon and the throbbing, competitive rhythms of the discos fell behind, Janet began resting her fingers on his bare arm at each erratically canted bend. He thought of laying a hand over hers, but suspected that would only make her aware of his feverish heat, fueled by alcohol. He became conscious of tasting of it, and was wondering what he could possibly offer her when she clutched at his wrist.
"What's that?"
she whispered. He'd thought the trestle table, propped against the rough white wall of one of the rudimentary houses that constricted the dim street, was heaped with refuse, until the heap lifted itself on one arm. Apparently the table served as a bed for an undernourished man wearing not even very many rags. He clawed his long hair aside to display a face rather too close to the skull beneath, and thrust out the other hand. "He just wants money," Barry guessed aloud, and in case Janet assumed that was intended as a cue to her, declared, "I've got some." He didn't think he had much. Bony fingers snatched the notes and coins spider-like. At once, too fast for Barry to distinguish how, the man huddled back into resembling waste.
"You didn't have to give him all that,"
Janet murmured as they hurried to the next bend.
"You'll be seeing more like him."
Barry feared she thought he'd been trying to impress her with his generosity, which he supposed he might have been. "We like to share what we've got, don't we, as Yorkshire folk?" Before he'd finished speaking, he saw that she could think he was making a crude play for her, along with emphasizing her trace of an accent, more than she might like. Her silence gave his thoughts time to grow hot and arid as the night, while he trudged beside her up a steep few hundred yards, indeed overtook her before she said,
"This is as far as I go."
She was opening her small, black-spangled handbag outside a door lit by a plastic rectangle that might as well have been a sliver of the moon. "I'm just up the road," he told her. Did that sound like yet another unintentional suggestion? All she said was,
"Maybe I'll see you in the market."
"Which one's that?" She gazed so long into the depths of her bag that he was starting to feel she thought his ignorance unworthy of an answer, when she said,
"What are you going to think of me now?"
He had to treat it as a question. "Well, I know we've only—"
"Denise and San have got the keys. I didn't realize I'd drunk that much. Back we go."
She was at the first corner before he'd finished saying, "Shall I come with you?"
"No need."
"I will, though."
"Suit yourself," she said, and quickened her pace.
He felt virtuous for not abandoning her to pass the man on the table by herself. In fact, that stretch was as deserted as the rest of the slippery, uneven, variously sloping route. The seafront was still crowded, and she had to struggle past a haphazard queue outside the Mediterranean Nights. "I won't be long," she told him. She was. Once he felt he'd waited longer than enough. He tried to follow her, but the swarthy doorman, who'd been happy to readmit her, showed no such enthusiasm on Barry's behalf. Even if he'd had the money, Barry told himself, he wouldn't have paid to get back in. He supposed he could have said that Paul and Derek would vouch for him. That was assuming they weren't in an especially humorous mood. But he couldn't be bothered arguing with the doorman. If Janet's friends had persuaded her to have another drink or two, or she'd met someone else, that had to be fine with him. He did his best to look content as he tramped back along the seafront, and was trudging uphill before he indulged in muttering to himself. He fell silent as he passed Janet's lodgings, the Summer Breeze apartments, on the way to swaying around several jagged, unlit bends that hindered his arrival at his own quarters. Some amusement was to be derived from coaxing the key to find the lock of the street door, and from reeling up the concrete stairs, 2 steps up, 1 back down. Further drunken fumbling was involved in admitting himself to the apartment, where most of the contents of his and Paul's and Derek's cases had yet to fight for space in the wardrobe and the bathroom. At the end of an interlude in the latter, more protracted than conclusive, he lurched through the room containing his friends' beds to the couch in the kitchen area. Without too many curses, he succeeded in unfolding the couch, and having fallen over and onto it, dragging a sheet across himself. Perhaps all he could hear in the street below the window were clubbers returning to their apartments, but they sounded more like a stealthy crowd that wasn't about to go away. He was thinking, if no more than that, of making for the balcony to look, when the slam of the street door sent Paul's and Derek's voices up from the muted hubbub. Soon his friends fell into their rooms, switching on lights at random. "He's here! He's in bed!" Paul announced. "Thought you'd pulled some babe," Derek protested. "She didn't have her key," Barry roused himself to attempt to pronounce. "You didn't see her coming back, then?" "You could have brought her up here, as long as you let us know," Paul said. "Put a notice on the door or something," said Derek. "Next time," Barry told them, not that he thought there was much of a chance. Still, he could dream, or perhaps he could only sleep. He hadn't the energy to ask what was happening outside. The murmur from the street and the blundering of his friends about the apartment receded, bearing his awareness, which he was happy to relinquish. Snoring wakened him. At first only his own. The refrain was taken up by Derek, who was lying on his back, while Paul gave tongue into a pillow. The chorus was by no means equal to the noise from the street. Unable to make sense of it, Barry dragged the floor-length windows apart and groped between them into unwelcome sunlight. Leaning over the rudimentary concrete balustrade, he blinked his vision into focus. The street had disappeared. Or rather, its surface had. From bend to bend it was hidden by the awnings of market stalls and by the crowd the stalls had drawn. Barry supported himself on his elbows, though the heat of the concrete was only just bearable, until he succeeded in dredging up some thoughts. His mouth was dry and yet oily with reminiscences of alcohol. His skull felt baked too thin, but shouldn't he wander down in case Janet was hoping to encounter him? Mightn't she have waited, not realizing he'd given away the contents of his pocket, for him to rejoin her in the Mediterranean nights? He picked his way to the bathroom, and having made space for it, drank as much water as he could stomach, then showered and dressed. "I'll be in the market," he said, receiving a mumble from one of his friends, and an emphatic snore from the other. In the lobby, the owner of the apartments was crammed into a shabby armchair overlooked by a warren of compartments, some lodging keys behind the reception counter. He wore a flower bed of a shirt too large even for him, which framed enough chest hair to cover his bald head. He opened his eyes half an inch and used a forearm to wipe his heavily ruled brow as Barry took out his traveller's checks. "You want pay?" the owner said. "Please." "How much you pay?" "No, we paid in England. My friend Derek had to show you the voucher when we checked in, remember?" When the man only scowled at the beads of sweat his tufted forearm had collected, Barry tried to simplify the point. "The paper said we paid." "Now you pay for things go smash. Nothing smash, money back." "Derek's in charge of booking and stuff like that. You'll need to speak to him," Barry said, knowing that with a hangover Derek would be even more combative than usual. "He's the man in charge." "So why I talk to you?" Barry pointed at the sign beside the pigeonholes. "Traveller's checks cashed."
It says you give money." For a breath that threatened to pop his shirt buttons, the man seemed inclined to misunderstand, and then he thrust a ballpoint bandaged with several thicknesses of inky plaster across the counter. "You put name." Barry signed a check for £100 as quickly as possible. The pen felt unpleasantly clammy, and handed over both, together with his passport. At the merest blink at Barry's signature, the owner ran his gaze up and down him between several glances at the photograph. At last he leaned back, heaving his stomach high with his thighs, to unlock a drawer and count out a handful of large, grubby notes. "You pay me nothing," he complained. Presumably he meant there was no commission. Barry shoved the notes into his shirt pocket. They felt clammier than the pen had, and was holding out his hand when the man dropped the passport in the drawer. "What you want give me?" the owner said, leering at the hand. "I need my passport." "I keep now," the owner said, and locked the drawer. "You want more pay, you come me." "I don't think so," Barry told him, but made for the street. Further argument could wait until Paul and Derek were there to join in. All right, and why not? To support him. As he opened the door, he was overwhelmed by heat that competed with the light for fierceness, by the sullen roar of the fire that was the crowd, by the smell of hot wallets, which were all the table nearest the apartment sold. Its immediate neighbor was devoted to leather goods, too. The stalls were packed so close together that once he sidled between them he couldn't see the sign above the door, the Summit Apartments, though they were well short of the top of the hill. Most of the crowd was making its sluggish way upwards, unlike him. Whenever he glanced about for possible souvenirs or presents, and often when he didn't, stall-holders launched themselves in whatever English they had at him. "Good price," they persisted. "Special for you." Beyond the corner was a clump of stalls blue with denim, and past that a stretch of trademarks, each of them almost as wide as the T-shirts and other clothes that bore them. Which stalls were likely to appeal to Janet? That was assuming she was even out of bed. He wasn't sure how either of them would have reacted to the other in sight of the next expanse of tables, which were bristling with phallic statues and orgiastic with couples, not to mention more than couples, carved from stone. He dodged the sellers as the hot crowd pressed around him, and struggled to the lower bend. Had it brought him back to Janet's lodgings? He was trying to see past stalls heaped with electrical goods, when a stall-holder, or surely an assistant, younger than himself, stepped in front of him. "What you look?" "Summer breeze." The boy made circles with his hands above the stall as if to conjure Barry's needs into view. "Say other." Barry's head was so full of heat and light and clamour that he could think of nothing else. "Summer breeze," he heard himself reiterate. The boy's thin, intense face gave up its frown. "Briefs," he said with a gesture of lowering his own and presumably his shorts as well. "Breeze." Barry jabbed a finger at the building the stall hid, then waved one limp-wristed hand. "Wind," he said, in case that could possibly help. "Here." As Barry grew aware that the exchange of gestures had made the nearest members of the crowd openly suspicious, he saw the boy pick up a pocket fan and switch it on. "No, that's not it," he said. "You'll try," the boy insisted, thrusting it at him. "No, it's wow." Barry meant to wave away the offer, but the whirling blades caught his forefinger. "Watch out, you clumsy bugger!" he cried. The boy turned off the fan, which had developed an angry, rattling buzz, and peered at it. "You break. You pay." "Don't be daft," Barry mumbled, sucking his finger, which tasted like a coin. "Your fault, so forget it." He had hardly presented his back to the stall when the boy raised his voice. "Pay now! Pay!" he called, and other words that Barry didn't comprehend. Barry saw a scowl spread like an infection through the crowd, who seemed united in obstructing him. He was willing the commotion to attract Janet and her friends, anyone who would understand him, when the crowd parted downhill. 2 policemen were heading for him. They wore khaki shirts and shorts, and pistols and holsters on their right hips. Their dark, moist faces bore identical black moustaches. "What is trouble?" the larger and, if possible, even less jovial officer said. "He cut me," Barry blurted, displaying his injured finger, and at once felt guilty. "I'm sure it was an accident, but now he wants me to pay." "You listen." It was only when the policeman confined himself to glowering that Barry grasped he was required to observe the interview with the youth, which involved much gesturing besides contributions from nearby vendors and members of the crowd. The conference appeared to be reaching agreement. by no means in his favor, when Barry tried to head it off. "I'll pay something if that'll quiet things down. It oughtn't to be much." The policeman who'd addressed him brushed a thumb and forefinger over his moustache, and Barry had a nervous urge to giggle at the notion that the man was checking the hair hadn't come unglued. He stared at Barry as if suspicious of his thoughts before growling, "You go other place. No trouble." "Thanks," Barry said, though his unpopularity was as clear from the policeman's face as from every other he risked observing. To retreat uphill to take refuge with his friends, he would have had to struggle through hostility that looked capable of growing yet more solid. He swung around faster than his parched, unstable skull appreciated, to dodge and sidle and excuse himself down to the next bend, where he saw light through a shop. Once he was out of the back entrance, he should be able to find his way to the rear of the Summit Apartments. He launched himself between two stalls piled with footwear and into the building, only to waver to a halt as darkness pressed itself like coins onto his eyes. Outlines had only started to grow visible as he headed for the daylight, so that he was halfway through the interior before he realized where he was. Not in a shop, but in somebody's home. Nevertheless, the contents of the trestle tables were unquestionably for sale, a jumble of bedclothes, icons, cutlery, a religious tome with dislocated pages, dresses, spanners and other tools, toys, including a life-size baby that the dimness rendered indistinguishable from a real one. He couldn't judge how many people were crouched in gloomy corners of the single room. Of the one face he managed to discern, he saw only eyes and teeth. Their dull, hungry gleam prompted him to fumble the topmost note off his wad and plant it between the baby's restless feet as he made for the open at a stumbling run. He barely glimpsed all the denizens of the room flinging themselves at the cash. He'd emerged into more of the market. Only the space just outside the door was clear. Stall-holders and their few potential customers swiveled their heads on scrawny necks to watch him. They looked as uninviting as the tables, which were strewn with goods like a rummage sale. Here were clothes he and his friends might have packed to slouch in. Here were the contents of several bathrooms, shaving kits, deodorants, even unwrapped bars of soap. The stares he was receiving didn't encourage him to dawdle. He set off as fast up the narrow, tortuous, dusty street as his hungover legs would bear. He hoped any rear entrance to the Summit Apartments would be both accessible and open. Though there were alleys between the streets, all were blocked by stalls or vans or refuse. He kept catching sight of the crowd, not including anyone who'd witnessed his difference with the youth. He might have considered dodging through a house to reach his street, but the old people dressed like shadows who were sitting in every open doorway looked worse than inhospitable. At least there weren't many more stalls ahead. The next offered an assortment of electrical goods, cameras, camcorders, and battery chargers, a couple of personal stereos, whose rhythmic whispers reminded him that before he'd gone to university, and after he'd left it as well, his parents had often complained the stereos weren't personal enough. Suddenly he yearned to be home and starting work at the computer warehouse, the best job he'd been able to sell himself to, or even not having come away on holiday with his old friends from school. He glanced past the stall into an alley and saw them. "Paul!" he shouted. "Derek!" as their heads bobbed downhill, borne by the sluggish crowd. They'd looked preoccupied, perhaps with finding him. He would have used the alley if the bulk of a van hadn't been parked mere inches short of both walls. "I'm here!" he yelled, digging the heels of his hands into his chin and his fingertips into the bridge of his nose. "Over here!" he pleaded at the top of his voice, and Paul turned towards him. He would have seen Barry if he'd raised his eyes. Having surveyed the crowd between himself and the alley, he said something to Derek that caused him to glance about before vanishing downhill. The next moment, as Barry sucked in a breath that almost blinded him with the whiteness of the houses, Paul had gone too. Barry bellowed their names and waved until his fingers sprinkled the wall with a Morse phrase in blood. None of this was any use. Members of the crowd scowled along the alley at him, while the vendors around him glared at him as if he was somehow giving them away. As he fell silent, the personal stereos renewed their bid for audibility. Wasn't the one at the front of the stall playing his favorite album? He could have taken it for the stereo he'd left in the apartment. He reached for the headphones, but the stall-holder, whose leathery face seemed to have been shriveled in the course of producing an unkempt greyish beard, tapped his arm with a jagged fingernail. "Bye, you listen," he said. Barry had no idea what he was being told, and suddenly no wish to linger. He might have enough of a problem at the apartments, since he hadn't brought a key with him. Best to save his energy in case he needed to persuade the owner to admit him to his room, he thought as he toiled past the final stall. It was heaped with suitcases, 3 of which reminded him of his and Paul's and Derek's. Of course there must be many like them, which was why he'd wrapped the handle of his case in bright green tape. Indeed, a greenish fragment adhered to the handle of the case that resembled his so much. As he leaned forward to confirm what he could hardly believe, the stall-holder stepped in front of him. He wore a sack-like garment that hid none of the muscles and veins of his arms. His small, dark, thoroughly hairy face appeared to have been sun-dried almost to the bone, revealing a few haphazard blackened teeth. His eyes weren't much less pale and cracked and blank than the wall behind him. "You want?" he said. "Where'd you get these?" "Very cheap, not much use." The man was staring so hard at him he could have intended to deny Barry had spoken. Barry was about to repeat himself louder when he heard a faint sound above the awning and raised his unsteady head to see the owner of the Summit Apartments watching him with a loose, lopsided smile from an upper window. "What do you know about it?" Barry shouted. If the man responded, it wasn't to him. He addressed at least a sentence to the stall-holder, whose gaze remained fixed on Barry while growing even blanker. Barry was about to retreat downhill in search of his friends when he noticed that the vendors he'd encountered in the lesser market had been drawn by the argument, or, to judge by their purposeful lack of expression, by whatever the man at the window had said. "All right, forget it. I will," Barry lied and moved away from them. At first he only walked. He'd reached the first alley that led to the topmost section of the main market when the owner of the Summit Apartments blocked to the far end. Sandaled footsteps clattered after Barry, who almost lost the remains of his balance as he twisted to see the vendors filling the width of the street. An understated trail of blood led through the dust to him. He sprinted then, but so did his pursuers, with a clacking of their sandals, and the owner of the apartments managed to arrive at the next alley as he did. Above it there were only houses that scarcely looked entitled to the name, with rubbish piled against their closed doors, their windows either shuttered or boarded up. A few dizzy, panting 100 yards took him beyond them to the top of the hill. 2 policemen were smoking on it. Though he saw nothing to hold their attention, they had their backs to him. Beyond the hill there was very little to the landscape, as if it had put all its effort into the tourist area. It was the color of sun-bleached bone, and scattered with rubble and the occasional building, more like a chunk of rock with holes in. A few trees seemed hardly to have found the energy to raise themselves, let alone grow green. Closer to the hill, several goats waited to be fed or slaughtered. Barry was vaguely aware of all this as he hurried to the policemen. "Can you help?" he gasped. They turned to bristle their mustaches at him. It didn't matter that they were the policemen he'd encountered earlier, he told himself, nor did their sharing a fat amateur cigarette. "All my stuff is in the market," he said. "I know who took it, and not just mine, either." The officer who'd previously spoken to him held up one large weathered palm. Barry kept going, since the gesture was directed at his pursuers. "You come," the man urged him. Barry had almost reached him when the policeman moved apart, revealing a stout post, a larger version of those to which the goats were tethered. He saw the other officer nod at the small crowd. More than Barry had noticed were behind him. As the realization swung him around, his hands were captured, handcuffed against his spine, and hauled up so that the chain could be attached to a rusty hook on the post. "What are you doing?" Barry felt incredulous enough to waste time asking, before he began to shout, partly in the hope that there were tourists close enough to hear him. "Not me! I haven't done anything! It was him from the summit! It was them! Don't let them get away!" The stall-holders from the cheapest region of the market were wandering downhill, leaving the owner of the apartments together with 3 other people as huge and glistening. The only woman looked pained by Barry's protests, or at least the noise of them. The policeman deftly emptied his pockets, and while the man who'd spoken to him in the market pocketed his cash, the other folded the traveller's checks in half and stuffed them in Barry's mouth. Barry could emit no more than a choked gurgle past the taste of cardboard as the summit man waddled up to squeeze his chest in both hands and tweak his nipples. "You're nice," he told Barry, as he made way for the others to palpate Barry's shrinking genitals, and, in the woman's case, to emit a motherly sound at his injured finger before sucking it so hard he felt the nail pull away from the quick. All this done, the four began to wave obese wads of money at the policeman and at one another. Barry was struggling both to spit out the gag and to disbelieve what was taking place, when he saw 3 girls appear where the houses gave way to rubble. The girl in the middle was Janet. Presumably she hadn't been to bed since she was wearing the same clothes and supporting or being supported by her friends, or both. They looked as if they couldn't quite make out the events on top of the hill. Barry threw himself from side to side and did his utmost to produce a noise that would sound like an appeal for help, but succeeded only in further gagging himself. He saw Janet blink and let go of one of her friends in order to shade her eyes. For an instant she seemed to recognize him. Then she stumbled backwards and grabbed at her companions. The 3 of them staggered around as one and swayed, giggling downhill. If he could believe anything now, he wanted to think she hadn't really seen him, or had failed to understand. He watched the bidding come to an end, and felt as though it concerned someone other than himself, or who had ceased to be. The woman plotted to scrutinize him afresh, pinching his face between a fat, clammy finger and thumb that drove the gag deeper into his mouth. "Will do," she said, separating her wad into halves that the policemen stuffed into their pockets. While she lumbered downhill, the owner of the apartments handed Barry's passport to the policeman who had never spoken to him, and who clanked open a hulk of a lighter to melt it. The last flaming scrap curled up in the dust as the woman reappeared in a dilapidated truck. The policeman lifted Barry off the post and slung him into the back of the vehicle and slammed the tailgate. The last he saw of them was their ironic dual salute as the truck jolted away. Sweat and insects swarmed over him, while the animal smell of his predecessor occupied his nostrils and the traveller's checks turned to pulp in his mouth as he was driven into the pitiless, voracious land. Paul McAuley. The 2 Dicks. Paul McAuley has worked as a researcher and lecturer in biology in various universities before becoming a full-time writer. His novels and short stories have won the Philip K. Dick, Arthur C. Clarke, John W. Campbell, and British Fantasy Awards. His latest novel, Whole Wide World, is a near-future thriller set in London and Cuba. Macaulay's other books include 400 Billion Stars, Fairyland, The Secret of Life, and his acclaimed The Book of Confluence trilogy, Child of the River, Ancients of Days, and Shrine of Stars. I meet up with a bunch of North London writers every other Friday for lunch in Catharsis, the author reveals. I owe the title of the story to one of them, the great American expat, J. Russell. Phil is flying. He is in the air, and he is flying. His head full of paranoia blues, the fear beating around him like black wings as he is borne above America. The revelation came to him that morning. He can time it exactly, 09:48, March 20th, 1974. He was doing his program of exercises, as recommended by his personal trainer, Mahler blasting out of the top-of-the-line stereo in a little gym he'd had made from the 5th bedroom, and in the middle of his second set of sit-ups, something goes off in his head. A terrifically bright, soundless explosion of clear, white light. He's been having flashes, phosphine after-images, blank moments of calm in his day, for about a month now, but this is the spiritual equivalent of a hydrogen bomb. His first thought is that it is a stroke, that his high blood pressure has finally killed him. But apart from a mild headache, he feels perfectly fine. More than fine, in fact, alert and fully awake and filled with a great calm. It's as if something took control of me a long time ago, he thinks, as if something put the real me to sleep and allowed a constructed personality to carry on my life, and now suddenly I'm fully awake again. The orthomolecular vitamin diet, perhaps that did it. Perhaps it really did heighten synchronous firing of the 2 hemispheres of my brain. I'm awake, and I'm ready to put everything in order. And without any help, he thinks. Without Emmett or Mike. That's important. By this time he is standing at the tall window, looking down at the manicured lawn that runs out from the terrace to the shaggy hedge of flowering bougainvillea, the twisty shapes of the cypresses. The Los Angeles sky, pure and blue, washed clean by that night's rain, slashed by 3 white contrails to make a leaning A. A for affirmation, perhaps. Or A for act. The first thing, he thinks, because he thinks about it every 2 or 3 hours, because it has enraged him ever since Emmett told him about it. The very first thing I have to do is deal with the people who stole my book. A week ago, perhaps inspired by a precursor of the clear white flash, Phil tried to get hold of a narcotics agent badge, and after a long chain of phone calls managed to get through to John Finlater, the deputy narcotics director, who advised Phil to go straight to the top. And he'd been right, Phil thinks now. If I want a Fed badge, I have to get it from the man, get sworn in or whatever, initiated. Then deal with the book pirates and those thought criminals in the SFWA, show them what happens when you steal a real writer's book. It all seemed so simple in the afterglow of revelation, but Phil begins to have his first misgivings less than an hour later, in the taxi to LAX. Not about the feeling of clarity and the sudden energy it has given him, but about whether he is making the best use of it. There are things he's forgotten, like unformed words on the tip of his tongue, things he needs to deal with, but he can't remember what they are. He is still worrying at this, waiting in line to the check-in desk, when this bum appears right in front of him and thrusts what seems like an unraveling baseball under Phil's nose. It is a copy of the pirated novel. Phil's simmering anger reignites and burns away every doubt. It is a cheap paperback, printed by some backstreet outfit in South Korea, the thin absorbent paper grainy with wood specks, a smudged picture of a castle silhouetted against the Japanese flag on the cover, his name far bigger than the title. Someone stole a copy of Phil's manuscript, the one he agreed to shelve, the one his publishers paid handsomely not to publish in one of those tricky deals Emmett is so good at. And some crook, it still isn't completely clear who, published this cheap, completely illegal edition. Emmett told Phil about it a month ago, and Phil's publishers moved swiftly to get an injunction against its sale anywhere in the USA. But thousands of copies are in circulation anyway, smuggled into the country and sold clandestinely. And the SFWA, Phil thinks, the science fiction writers of America. Emmett is so right about them, the swine-fucking whores of America. They may deny that they have anything to do with the pirate edition, but their bleatings about censorship and their insidious promotion of this blatant violation of my copyright proves they want to drag me down to their level. Me, the greatest living American novelist. Eric Siegel called me that only last month in a piece in the New York Review of Books. Updike joshed me about it during the round of golf we played the day after I gave that speech at Harvard. The greatest living American novelist. Of course the SFWA want to claim me for their own propaganda purposes, to pump my life's blood into their dying little genre. And now this creature has materialized in front of Phil, like some early virgin or failed species of human being, with blonde hair tangled over his shoulders, a handlebar mustache, dressed in a buckskin jacket and faded blue jeans like Hollywood's idea of an Indian scout, a guitar slung over his shoulder, fraying black sneakers, or no, those were his feet. Bare feet, so filthy they looked like busted shoes, and smelling of pot smoke and powerful sweat. This aborigine, this indigent, his hand thrust towards Phil, and a copy of the stolen novel in that hand, as he says, "I love this book, man. It tells it like it is. The little men, man, that's who count. Right? Little men, man, like you and me. So could you, sign this for me if it's no hassle?" And Phil is seized by a righteous anger and great wrath, and he smites his enemy right there by the American Airlines first-class check-in desk. Or at least he grabs the book and tears it in half, the broken spine yielding easily, almost gratefully, and tells the bum to fuck off. Oh, just imagine the scene, the bum whining about his book, his property, and Phil telling the creature he doesn't deserve to read any of his books. He is banned for life from reading his books. And 2 security guards coming and hustling the bum away amid apologies to the great American novelist. The bum doesn't go quietly. He screams and struggles, yells that he, Phil, is a fake, a sellout, man, the guitar clanging and chirping like a mocking grasshopper as he is wrestled away between the two burly beetling guards. Phil has to take a couple of Ritalin pills to calm his blood down. Then a couple of uppers so he can face the journey. He still has the book. Torn in half, pages frazzled by reading and rereading, slipping out of it every time he opens it, so that he has to spend some considerable time sorting them into some kind of order, like a conjurer gripped by stage flop sweat in the middle of a card trick, before he can even contemplate looking at it. Emmett said it all. What kind of commie-fag organization would try to blast Phil's reputation with this cheap shot fired under radar? Circulating it on the campuses of America, poisoning the young minds who should be drinking deep, clear draughts of his prose, not this piece of dreck. The Man in the High Castle. A story about an author locked in the castle of his reputation. A thinly disguised parable about his own situation, set in a parallel or alternate history where the USA lost the war and was split into two, the East governed by the Nazis, the West by the Japanese. A trifle, a silly fantasy. What had he been thinking when he wrote it? Emmett was furious when Phil sent him the manuscript. He wasted no words in telling Phil how badly he had fucked up, asking him bluntly what the hell did he think he was doing, wasting his time with this lame sci-fi crap. Phil had been stuck, that was what. And he's still stuck. 10, 15 years of writing and rewriting, 2 marriages made and broken, while Phil works on and on at the same book, moving farther and farther away from his original idea, so far out now that he thinks he might never get back. The monster doesn't even have a title. The long-awaited, the brilliant new, the great unfinished, whatever. And in the midst of this mire, Phil set aside the next great novel and pulled a dusty idea from his files, dating back to 1961, for Christ's sake, and something clicked. He wrote it straight out, a return to the old days of churning out sci-fi stories for tiny amounts of money while righteously high on speed, cranked up, cranking out the pages. For a little while he was so happy, just the idea of finishing something made him happy. But Emmett made him see the error of his ways, made him see that you can't go back and start over, made him see the depth of his error, the terrible waste of his energy and his talent. That was when Phil, prompted by a research paper he discovered, started on a high-protein, low-carbohydrate diet, started dosing himself with high levels of water-soluble vitamins. And then the pirated edition of The Man in the High Castle appeared, and Emmett started over with his needling recriminations and insinuations, whipping up in Phil a fine hot sweat of shame and fury. Phil puts the thing back in his coat pocket, leans back in his leather-upholstered first-class seat, sips his silvery martini. The anger is still burning inside him. For the moment he has forgotten his doubts. Straight to the top, that's the only answer. Straight to the President. After a while he buzzes the stewardess and gets some writing paper, takes out his gold-nibbed, platinum-cased cross-fountain pen, the pen his publishers gave him to mark the publication of the 10 millionth copy of the ground-breaking, genre-busting The Grasshopper Lies Heavy, starts to write. Dear Mr. President, I would like to introduce myself. I am Philip K. Dick, and admire and have great respect for your office. I talked to Deputy Narcotics Director Finlater last week and expressed my concern for our country. Things go smoothly, as if the light has opened some kind of path, as if it has tuned Phil's brain, eliminated all the dross and kipple clagging it. Phil flies to Washington, D.C., and immediately hires a car, a clean, light blue Chrysler with less than 1,000 miles on the clock, and drives straight to the White House. Because there is no point in posting the letter. That would take days, and it might never reach the President. All Phil would get back would be a photograph signed by one of the autograph machines that whir ceaselessly in some White House basement. No, the thing to do is subvert the chain of command, the established order. So Phil drives to the White House gate, where he gives the letter to one of the immaculately turned-out Marine Guards. Because of an act of wanton piracy, sir, The young people, the Black Panthers, etc., etc., do not consider me their enemy, or, as they called it, the establishment, which I call America, which I love. Sir, I can and will be of any service that I can to help the country out. I have done an in-depth study of drug abuse and communist brainwashing techniques. Phil, walking up to the White House gates in the damp March chill, handing the letter, written on American Airlines notepaper and sealed in an American Airlines envelope, to the Marine. While still buzzing from the uppers, he dropped in the LAX washroom, and driving away to find the hotel he's booked himself into. Everything going down smoothly. Checking in, washing up in his room, wondering if he should use the room menu or find a restaurant, when the phone rings. It's his agent. Emmett is downstairs in the lobby. Emmett wants to know what the hell he's up to. And suddenly Phil is struck by another flash of light, igniting at the center of his panic, and by the terrible thought that he is on the wrong path. Phil's agent, Anthony Emmett, is smart and ferocious and tremendously ambitious. A plausible and worldly guy who, as he likes to put it, found Phil under a stone one day in the early 1950s, when Phil was banging out little sci-fi stories for a living and trying to write straight novels no one wanted to publish. Emmett befriended Phil, guided him, mentored him, argued with him endlessly. Because, he said, he knew Phil had it in him to be huge if he would only quit puttering around with the sci-fi shit. He persuaded Phil to terminate his relationship with the Scott Meredith agency, immediately sold Phil's long mainstream novel, Voices from the Street, to a new publishing outfit, Dinmart, guided Phil through endless rewrites. And Voices, the odyssey of a young man who tries to escape an unfulfilling job and a failing marriage, who is seduced by socialists, fascists, and hucksters, but at last finds redemption by returning to the life he once scorned, made it big. It sold over 200,000 copies in hardback, won the Pulitzer Prize and the National Book Critics Circle Award, was made into a movie starring Leslie Caron and George Peppard. But the long struggle with Voices blocked or jammed something in Phil. After the deluge, a trickle. A novel about interned Japanese in the Second World War, The Grasshopper Lies Heavy, which received respectful but baffled reviews. A slim novella, Earthshaker, cannibalized for an old unpublished novel, and then stalled silence. Phil paralyzed by the weight of his reputation while the slim oeuvre continued to multiply out there in the world, yielding unexpected translations in Basque and Turkish, the proceedings of a symposium on the work of Philip K. Dick and Upton Sinclair, an Australian miniseries that blithely transposed the interned Japanese of The Grasshopper Lies Heavy into plucky colonial prisoners of war. Phil hasn't seen his agent for 10 years. It seems to him that Emmett still looks as implausibly young as he did the day they first met, his skin smooth and taut and flawless, as if made of some material superior to ordinary human skin, his keen black eyes glittering with intelligence, his black hair swept back, his black silk suit and white silk shirt sharp, immaculate, his skinny black silk tie knotted just so. He looks like a 1950s crooner, a mob hitman. He looks right at home in the plush, candlelit red-leather booth of the hotel bar, nursing a tall glass of seltzer and trying to understand why Phil wants to see the president. "I'm on the case about the piracy," Emmett tells Phil. "There's absolutely nothing to worry about. I'm going to make this," he touches the frazzled book on the table with a minatory forefinger, "go away. Just like I made that short story collection Berkeley wanted to put out go away. I have people on this day and night," Emmett says with a glint of dark menace. "The morons responsible for this outrage are going to be very sorry. Believe me." "I thought it was about the book," Phil says. He's sweating heavily. The red-leather booth is as snug and hot as a glove or a cocoon. "But now I'm not sure." "You're agitated, and I completely understand. A horrible act of theft like this would unbalance anyone. And you've been self-medicating again. Ritalin, those huge doses of vitamins." "There's nothing wrong with the vitamins," Phil says. "I got the dosages from Psychology Today." "In a paper about treating a kid with schizophrenic visions," Emmett says. "I know all about it. No wonder you're agitated." Last week, I understand, you called the police and asked to be arrested because you were, what was it? A machine with bad thoughts. Phil is dismayed about the completeness of Emmett's information. He says, I suppose Mike told you about that. Mike is Phil's driver and handyman, installed in a Spartan little apartment over Phil's 3-door garage. Emmett says, Of course Mike told me that. He and we have your interests at heart. You have to trust us, Phil. You left without even telling Mike where you were going. It would have taken a lot of work to find you, except I just happened to be in Washington on business. I don't need any help, Phil tells Emmett. I know exactly what I'm doing. But he's not so sure now that he does. When the light hit him, he knew with absolute certainty that something was wrong with his life, that he had to do something about it. He fixed on the first thing that had come into his head, but now he wonders again if it is the right thing. Maybe, he thinks unhappily, I'm going deeper into what's wrong. Maybe I'm moving in the wrong direction, chasing the wrong enemy. Emmett, his psychic antennae uncannily sensitive, picks up on this. He says, You know exactly what to do. My God, I'm glad one of us does, because we need every bit of help to get you out of this mess. Now, what's this about a letter? Phil explains with great reluctance. Emmett listens gravely and says, Well, I think it's containable. I thought that if I got a badge, I could get things done, Phil says. The martini he's drinking now is mixing strangely with the martinis he drank in the air, with the speed and Ritalin he took in LAX, the speed he took just now in his hotel bedroom. He feels a reckless momentum, feels as if he's flying right there in the snug hot booth. You've got to calm down, Phil, Emmett says. Candlelight glitters in his dark eyes as he leans forward. They look like exquisite gems, Phil thinks, cut with 1,000,000 microscopic facets. Emmett says, You're coming up to 50, and you aren't out of your midlife crisis yet. You're thrashing around, trying this, trying that, when you just have to put your trust in me, and you really shouldn't be mixing Ritalin and methadone. You know that's contraindicated. Phil doesn't try and deny it. Emmett always knows the truth. He says, It's as if I've woken up, as if I've been dreaming my life, and now I've woken up and discovered that none of it was real. As if a veil, what the Greeks call dokos, the veil between me and reality, has been swept away. Everything connects, Emmett, Phil says, picking up the book and waving it in his agent's face. Loose pages slip out, flutter to the table or to the floor. You know why I have this book? I took it from some bum who came up to me in the airport. Call that coincidence? I'd say it was odd that he gave you the copy I gave you, Emmett says. The agency stamp is right there on the inside of the cover. As Phil stares at the purple mark, he adds, You're stressed out, Phil, and that weird diet of yours has made things worse, not better. The truth is, you don't need to do anything except leave it all to me. If you're honest, isn't this all a complicated ploy to distract yourself from your real work? You should go back to L.A. tonight. There's a red-eye that leaves in 2.5 hours. Go back to L.A. and go back to work. Leave everything else to me. While he talks, Emmett's darkly glittering gaze transfixes Phil like an entomologist's pin, and Phil feels that he is shriveling in the warm darkness, while around him the noise of conversation and the chink of glasses and the tinkle of the piano increases, merging into a horrid, chittering buzz. I hate this kind of jazz, Phil says feebly. It's so goddamn fake, all those ornate trills and runs that don't actually add up to anything. It's like at LAX, the soupy strings they play there. It's just background music, Phil. It calms people. Emmett fishes the slice of lemon from his mineral water and pops it in his mouth, and chews, his jaw moving from side to side. Calms people. Yeah, that's absolutely right. It deadens them, Emmett. Turns them into fakes, into unauthentic people. It's all over the airwaves now. There's nothing left but elevator music. And as for TV, it's the corporations, Emmett. They have it down to a science. See, if you pacify people, take away all the jagged edges, all the individualism, the stuff that makes us human, What have you got? You have androids, docile machines. All the kids want to do now is get a good college degree, get a good job, earn money. There's no spark in them, no adventure, no curiosity, no rebellion. And that's just how the corporations like it. Everything predictable because it's good for business. Everyone hypnotized. A nation of perfect, passive consumers. Emmett says, "Is that part of your dream? Christ, Phil, we really do need to get you on that red-eye. Away from this nonsense before any real damage is done. Back to your routine. Back to your work." "This is more important, Emmett. I really do feel as if I'm awake for the first time in years."
A man approaches their booth, a tall, overweight man in a shiny gray suit and cowboy boots. Black hair swept back in huge sideburns, framing his jowly face. He looks oddly bashful for a big man, and he's clutching something. The paperback of The Grasshopper Lies Heavy. He says to Phil, "I hope you don't mind, sir, but I would be honored if you would sign this for me." "We're busy," Emmett says, barely glancing at the man, but the man persists. "I realize that, sir, so I only ask for a moment of your time." "We're having a business meeting," Emmett says, with such concentrated vehemence that the man actually takes a step backward. "Hey, it's okay," Phil says, and reaches out for the book. The man must have bought it in the hotel shop. The price sticker is still on the cover, uncaps his pen, asks the man's name. The man blinks slowly. "Just your signature, sir. That would be fine." He has a husky baritone voice, a deep-grained southern accent. Phil signs, hands back the book, a transaction so familiar he hardly has to think about it. The man is looking at Emmett, not the signed book. He says, "Do I know you, sir?" "Not at all," Emmett says sharply. "I think it's just that you look like my old probation officer," the man says. "I was in trouble as a kid, hanging about downtown with the wrong crowd. I had it in my head to be a musician, and, well, I got into a little trouble. I was no more than 16, and my probation officer, Mr. McFly, he straightened me right out. I own a cream donut business now. That's why I'm here in Washington. We're opening up a dozen new franchises. People surely do love our deep-fried cream donuts. Well, good day to you, sir," he tells Phil. "I'm glad to have met you. If you'll forgive the presumption, I always thought you and me had something in common. We both of us have a dead twin, you see."
"Jesus," Phil says when the man is gone. The last remark has shaken him. "You're famous," Emmett tells him. "People know stuff about you. You shouldn't be surprised by now. He knows about your dead sister, so what? He read it in a magazine somewhere, that's all."
"He thought he knew you, too."
"Everyone looks like someone else," Emmett says, "especially the dumbass shit-kickers." "Christ, now what?"
Because a waiter is standing there holding a white telephone on a tray. He says, "There's a phone call for Mr. Dick," and plugs the phone in and holds the receiver out to Phil. Even before Emmett peremptorily takes the phone, smoothly slipping the waiter a buck, Phil knows that it's the White House. Emmett listens, says, "I don't think it's a good idea." Listens some more, says, "He's not calm at all. Who is this Chapin? Not one of— No, I didn't think he was." "Haldeman says that, huh?" "It went all the way up." "Okay. Yes, if Haldeman says so, but you better be sure of it," he says, and sets down the receiver with an angry click and tells Phil, "That was Egil Krogh at the White House. It seems that you have a meeting with the President at 12:30 tomorrow afternoon. I'll only ask you this once, Phil. Don't mess this up." So now Phil is in the White House, in the anteroom to the Oval Office, a presentation copy of Voices from the Street under his arm, heavy as a brick. He's speeding, too, and knows Emmett knows it and doesn't care. He didn't sleep well last night. Frankly, he didn't sleep at all. Taking a couple more tabs of speed didn't help. His mind racing, full of weird thoughts, connections, thinking especially about androids and people. The androids are taking over, he thinks. No doubt about it. The suits, the haircuts, the 4 permitted topics of conversation, sports, weather, TV, work. Christ, how could I not have seen it before? He scribbles notes to himself, uses up the folder of complimentary hotel stationery, trying to get it down, to get it straight.
Waves of anger and regret and anxiety surge through him. Maybe, he thinks in dismay, I myself have become an android, dreaming for a few days that I'm really human, seeing things that aren't there, like the bum at the airport, until they come for me and take me to the repair shop, or junk me the way you'd junk a broken toaster. Except the bum seemed so real. Even if he was a dream, like a vision from a reality more vibrant than this, suppose there is another reality, another history, the real history, and suppose that history has been erased by the government or the corporations or whatever, by entities that can reach back and smooth out the actions of individuals that might reveal or upset their plan to transform everyone and everything into bland androids in a dull, gray, completely controlled world. It's like one of the weird ideas he used to write up when he was churning out sci-fi stories. But that doesn't mean it isn't true. Maybe back then he was unconsciously tapping into some flow of greater truth, the truth that he should deliver to the president. Maybe this is his mission. Phil suddenly has a great desire to read in his pirated novel, but it isn't in his jacket pocket, and it isn't in his room. I got rid of it, Emmett tells him over breakfast. You got rid of it? Of course I did. Should you be eating that, Phil? I like Canadian bacon. I like maple syrup. I like pancakes. I'm only thinking of your blood pressure, Emmett says. He is calmly and methodically demolishing a grapefruit. What about all the citrus fruit you eat? All that acid can't be good for you. It's cleansing, Emmett says calmly. You should at least drink the orange juice I ordered for you, Phil. It has vitamins. Coffee is all I need, Phil says. The tumbler of juice, which was sitting at the table when he arrived, seems to give off a poisonous glow, as of radioactivity. Emmett shrugs. Then I think we're finished with breakfast, aren't we? Let's get you straightened out. You can hardly meet the president dressed like that. But for once Phil stands his ground. He picked out these clothes because they felt right, and that's what he's going to wear. They argue for 10 minutes, compromise by adding a tie Emmett buys in the hotel shop. They are outside, waiting for the car to be brought around, when Phil hears the music. He starts walking, prompted by some unconscious impulse he doesn't want to analyze. Go with the flow, he thinks. Don't impose anything on top of it just because you're afraid. Because you've been made afraid. Trust in the moment. Emmett follows angrily, asking Phil what the hell he thinks he's doing all the way to the corner, where a bum is standing with a broken old guitar, singing one of that folk singer songs, the guy who died of an overdose on the same night Lenny Bruce died, the song about changing times. There's a paper cup at the bum's feet, and Phil impulsively stuffs half a dozen bills into it. Bills that Emmett snatches up angrily. Get lost, he tells the bum, and starts pulling at Phil, dragging him away as if Phil is a kid entranced beyond patience at the window of a candy store, saying, What are you thinking? But it's cold, Phil says, and someone like that, a street person, could use some hot food. He isn't a person, Emmett says. He's a bum, a piece of trash. And of course it's cold. It's March. Look at you dressed like that. You're shivering. He is, but it isn't because of the cold. March, Phil thinks now, in the antechamber to the Oval Office, the vernal equinox, when the world awakes. Shivering all over again, even though the brightly lit anteroom, with its 2 desks covered, it seems, in telephones, is stiflingly hot. Emmett is schmoozing with 2 suits, H.R. Haldeman and Egil Krogh. Emmett is holding Haldeman's arm as he talks, speaking into the man's ear something or other about management. They all know each other well, Phil thinks, and wonders what kind of business Emmett has here in Washington, D.C. At last a phone rings, a secretary nods, and they go into the Oval Office, which really is oval. The president, smaller and more compact than he seems on TV, strides out from behind his desk and cracks a jowly smile, but his pouchy eyes slither sideways when he limply shakes hands with Phil. That's quite a letter you sent us, the president says. I'm not sure, Phil starts to say, but the president doesn't seem to hear him. Quite a letter, yes, and of course we need people like you, Mr. Dick. We're proud to have people like you, in fact. Someone who can speak to young people. Well, that's important, isn't it? Smiling at the other men in the room as if seeking affirmation. It's quite a talent. You have one of your books there, I think. Phil holds out the copy of Voices from the Street. It's the Franklin Library edition, bound in green leather, his signature reproduced in gold on the cover, under the title. An aide gave it to him when he arrived, and now he hands it to the President, who takes it in a study of reverence. "You must sign it," the President says, and lays it open like a sacrificial victim on the gleaming desk, by the red and white phones. "I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? The thing that you do?" Phil says, "What I came to do," and Emmett steps forward and says, "Of course you'll sign, sir. It's an honor." Emmett gives Phil a pen, and Phil signs, his hand sweating on the page. He says, "I came here, sir, to say that I want to do what I can for America. I was given an experience a day ago, and I'm beginning to understand what it meant." But the President doesn't seem to have heard him. He's staring at Phil as if seeing him for the first time. At last he blinks and says, "Boy, you do dress kind of wild." Phil is wearing his lucky Nehru jacket over a gold shirt, purple velvet pants with flares that mostly hide his sand-colored suede desert boots, and the tie that Emmett bought him in the hotel shop, a Paisley affair like the President's, tight as a noose around his neck. He starts to say, "I came here, sir," but the President says again, "You do dress kind of wild, but that, I guess, is the style of all writers, isn't it? I mean, an individual style." For a moment, the President's eyes, pinched between fleshy pouches, start to search Phil's face anxiously. It seems that there's something trapped far down at the bottom of his mild gaze, like a prisoner looking up through the grill of an oubliette at the sky. "Individual style, that's exactly it," Phil says, seeing an opening, a way into his theme. The thing he knows now he needs to say, distilled from the scattered notes and thoughts last night. "Individualism, sir. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Even men in suits wear ties to signify that they still have this one little outlet for their individuality." It occurs to him that his tie is exactly like the President's, but he plunges on. "I'm beginning to understand that things are changing in America, and that's what I want to talk to you about." "You wanted a badge," Haldeman says brusquely. "A federal agent's badge, isn't that right? A badge to help your moral crusade?" Emmett and Haldeman and Krogh are grinning as if sharing a private joke. "The badge isn't important," Phil says. "In fact, as I see it now, it's just what's wrong." Haldeman says, "I certainly think we can oblige, can't we, Mr. President? We can get him his badge, as a gift." The President blinks. "A badge? I don't know if I have one, but I can look, certainly." "You don't have one," Haldeman says firmly. "I don't?" The President has bent to pull open a drawer in the desk, and now he looks up, still blinking. "But we'll order one up," Haldeman says, and tells Emmett, "Yes, a special order." Something passes between them. Phil is sure of it. The air is so hot and heavy that he feels he's wrapped in mattress stuffing, and there's a sharp taste to it that stings the back of his throat. Haldeman tells the President, "You remember the idea? The idea about the book?" "Yes," the President says, "the idea about the book." His eyes seem to be blinking independently, like a mechanism that's slightly out of adjustment. "The neat idea," Haldeman prompts, as if to a recalcitrant or shy child, and Phil knows with utter, deep, black conviction, that the President is not the President. Or he is, but he's long ago been turned into a fake of himself, a shell thing, a mechanical puppet. That was what I was becoming, Phil thinks, until the clear white light, and it might still happen to me, unless I make things change. "The neat idea," the President says, and his mouth twitches. It's meant to be a smile, but it looks like a spasm. "Yes, here's the thing. That you could write a book for the kids, for the young people, on the theme of, get high on life," Haldeman says. "Get high on life," the President says. "Yes, that's right," and begins a spiel about affirming the conviction that true and lasting talent is the result of self-motivation and discipline. He might be one of those mechanical puppets in Disneyland, running through its patter regardless of whether or not it has an audience. "Well," Haldeman says, when the President finishes, or perhaps runs down, "I think we're done here." "The gifts," the President says, and bends down and pulls open a drawer and starts rummaging in it. "No one can accuse Dick Nixon of not treating his guests well," he says, and lays on the desk, one after the other, a glossy, pre-signed photograph, cufflinks, an ashtray, highball glasses etched with a picture of the White House. Emmett steps forward and says, "Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Dick and I are truly honored to have met you." But the President doesn't seem to hear. He's still rummaging in his desk drawer, muttering, "There are some neat pins in here. Lapel pins, very smart." Haldeman and Emmett exchange glances, and Haldeman says, "We're about out of time here, Mr. President." "Pins, that's the thing. Like this one," the President says, touching the lapel of his suit, "with the American flag. I did have some." "We'll find them," Haldeman says, that sharpness back in his voice, and he steers the President away from the desk, towards Phil. There's an awkward minute while Egil Krogh takes photographs of the President and Phil shaking hands there on the blue carpet bordered with white stars, in front of furled flags on poles. Flashes of light that are only light from the camera flash. Phil blinks them away as Emmett leads him out through ordinary offices and blank corridors to chill air under a grey sky where their car is waiting. "It went well," Emmett says after a while. He's driving the car Phil hired, back to the hotel. Phil says, "Who are you exactly? What do you want?" "I'm your agent, Phil. I take care of you. That's my job." "And that other creature, your friend Haldeman, he takes care of the President." "The President? He's a work of art, isn't he? He'll win his third term and the next one, too. A man like that, he's too useful to let go. Unlike you, Phil, he can still help us." "He was beaten," Phil says, "in 1960, by Kennedy. And in 1962 he lost the election for governor of California. Right after the results were announced, he said he would give up politics. And then something happened. He came back. Or was he brought back? Is that what it was?" "A wooden horse," Phil says, feeling hollow himself, as empty as a husk. "Brought by the Greeks as a gift." "He won't get beaten again," Emmett says. "You can count on that. Not in 1976, not in 1980, not in 1984. "It worked out, didn't it, you and him?" He smiles, baring his perfect white teeth. "We should get you invited to one of the parties there, maybe when you finish your book. It'll be great publicity." "You don't want me to finish the book," Phil says. He feels as if he's choking and wrenches at the knot of his tie. "That's the point. Whatever I was supposed to do, you made sure I didn't do it." Phil, Emmett says. "Is this another of your wild conspiracy theories?" "What is it this time? A conspiracy of boring, staid suits, acting in concert to stifle creative guys like you? Well, listen up, buddy. There is no conspiracy. There's nothing but a bunch of ordinary guys doing an honest day's work, making the world a better place the best way they know how. You think we're dangerous? Well, take a look at yourself, Phil. You've got everything you ever dreamed about, and you got it all thanks to me. If it wasn't for me, you'd be no better than a bum on the street. You'd be living on a cold-water walk-up, banging out porno novels or sci-fi trash as fast as you could, just to keep the power company from switching off your lights, and moaning all the while that you could have been a contender. Get real, Phil. I gave you a good deal, the best." "Like the deal the guy at the hotel, the donut guy, got? He was supposed to be a singer, and someone just like you did something to him." "He could have changed popular music," Emmett says. "Even as a donut shop operator, he still has something, but would he have been any happier? I don't think so. And that's all I'm going to say, Phil. Don't ever ask again. Go back to your nice house, work on your book, and don't make trouble. Well, if you're not careful, you might be found dead one day from vitamin poisoning or maybe a drug overdose." "Yeah, like the folk singer," Phil says. "Or a car crash," Emmett says. "Like the one that killed Kerouac and Burroughs and Ginsberg in Mexico. It's a cruel world out there, Phil, and even though you're washed up as a writer, be thankful that you have me to look after your interests." "Because you want to make sure I don't count for anything," Phil says, and finally opens the loop of the tie wide enough to be able to drag it over his head. He winds down the window and drops the tie into the cold, gritty wind. "You stupid bastard," Emmett says, quite without anger. "That cost $6.50. Pure silk, a work of art." I feel sick, Phil says, and he does feel sick, but that's not why he says it. Not in the car, Emmett says sharply and pulls over to the curb. Phil opens the door, and then he's running, and Emmett is shouting after him. But Phil runs on, head down in the cold wind, and doesn't once look back. He has to slow to a walk after a couple of blocks, out of breath, his heart pounding, his legs aching. The cold, steely air scrapes the bottoms of his lungs. But he's given Emmett the slip. Or perhaps Emmett doesn't really care. After all, Phil's been ruined as a writer, his gift dribbled away on dead books until nothing is left. Phil thinks, except for that one book. The Man in the High Castle. The book Emmett conspired to suppress, the book he made me hate so much, because it was the kind of thing I was meant to write all along. Because I would have counted for something in the end. I would have made a difference. He walks on with no clear plan, except to keep moving. It's a poor neighborhood, even though it's only a few blocks from the White House. Despite the cold, people are sitting on the steps of the shabby apartment houses, talking to each other, sharing bottles and brown paper bags. An old man with a terrific head of white hair and a tremendously bushy white mustache sits straight-backed on a kitchen chair, smoking a cheap cigar with all the relish of the king of the world. Kids in knitted caps and plaid jackets bounce a basketball against the wall, calling to each other in clear, high voices. There are Christmas decorations at most windows, and the odors of cooking in the air. A good odor, Phil thinks. A homely, human odor. A radio tuned to a country station is playing one of the old-time ballads, a slow, achingly sad song about a rose and a briar twining together above a grave. It's getting dark, and flakes of snow begin to flutter down, seeming to condense out of the darkening air, falling in a slanting rush. Phil feels the pinpoint kiss of every flake that touches his face. I'm still a writer, he thinks, as he walks through the falling snow. I still have a name. I still have a voice. I can still tell the truth. Maybe that journalist who interviewed me last month, the one who works for the Washington Post, maybe he'll listen to me if I tell him about the conspiracy in the White House. A bum is standing on the corner outside the steamed-up window of a diner. An old, fat woman with a mottled, flushed face, grey hair cut as short as a soldier's, wearing a stained and torn man's raincoat that's too small for her, so that the newspapers she's wrapped around her body to keep out the cold peep from between the straining buttons. Her blue eyes are bright, watching each passer-by with undiminished hope as she rattles a few pennies in a paper cup. Phil pushes into the diner's steamy warmth and uses the payphone, and then orders coffee to go, and returns to the street and presses the warm container into his sister's hand. Douglas Smith. By her hand she draws you down. Douglas Smith is a technology executive for an international consulting firm. He lives just north of Toronto, Canada, with his wife and 2 sons. His stories have appeared in more than 30 professional magazines and anthologies in 11 countries and 9 languages, including Amazing Stories, Cicada, Interzone, The Third Alternative, and On Spec. In 2001, he was a John W. Campbell Award finalist for Best New Writer and won an Aurora Award for the Best SFNF short fiction by a Canadian. Like the rest of humanity, he is working on a novel. This is the first horror story I ever wrote, admits the author, and given that you're reading it here, I just may try another sometime. The inspiration for the tale resulted from the hard work in which you can often find writers engaged, staring out a window. Actually, it was the window of a bus. I wanted to write a story about some form of creativity other than writing. Perhaps the constant flow of visual images flashing by the window led to the idea of a visual artist. From there I thought of the portrait artists that I'd often see during visits to Ontario Place, a lakefront tourist attraction in Toronto, and Kath and her situation was born. By her hand she draws you down, with her mouth she breathes you in, hope and dreams and soul devoured, lost to you what might have been. By her hand she draws you down. Joe swore when he saw Kath doing a kid. He had left her for just a minute to get a beer from the booth on the pier before it closed for the night. Walking back now, he could see Kath on her stool, sketch-pad on a knee, ocean breeze blowing her pale hair. A small girl sat on another stool facing her, a man and a woman, parents, he guessed, beside the child. "Kid's not more than 7, he thought. Kath promised me no kids. She promised." The sun was long set, and the air had turned cool, but people still filled the boardwalk. Joe wove through the crowd as fast as he could without attracting attention. Kath had set up farther from the beach tonight, at the bottom of a grassy slope that ran up to the highway where their old grey Ford waited. "Last night tonight," Kath had said when they had parked the car earlier. "It wants to move on. I can feel the change." Joe had swallowed and turned off the ignition. He was never comfortable talking about it. "Where's it headed?" Kath had just shaken her head, grinning. "Dunno. That's part of the fun, isn't it? Not knowing where we're going next. That's fun, isn't it, Joe?" Yeah, loads of fun, he thought now, as he approached Kath and her customers. It had been fun once, when they'd met, before he learned what Kath did, what she had to do. When his love for her wasn't all mixed up with fear of what she would do to someone. Or to him. The child's parents looked up as Joe came to stand beside Kath. The father frowned. Joe smiled, trying to hide the dread digging like cold fingers into his gut. Turning his back to them, he bent to whisper in Kath's ear. That flowery scent she had switched to recently rose warm and sweet in his face. Funeral parlors, he thought. She smells like a goddamned funeral parlor. "Kath, she's just a kid," he rasped in her ear. Kath shook her head. Her eyes flitted from the girl to her pad. "Bad night, I'm hungry," she muttered, ignoring Joe. Joe looked at the drawing. It was good, but they were always good. Kath had real talent, more than Joe ever had. She would set up each night where people strolled, her sketches beside her like trophies from a hunt. People would stop to look, sometimes moving on, sometimes sitting for a portrait. Eventually, Joe and Kath would move on, too. When the town was empty, Kath said. When the thing inside her wanted to move on. They had spent this week at a little New England vacation spot. At least they were heading south lately, he thought. Summer was dying, and Joe longed to winter in the sun. Sleep for Joe was rare enough, since he'd met Kath. Winters up north meant long nights in bars. Things closed in then, closed in around him. On those nights he would lie awake in their motel bed, feeling Kath's stare on him, feeling her hunger. He looked at the sketch, at the child captured there, perfect, except for the emptiness that spoke from the eyes, from any eyes that Kath drew, and the mouth. Where the mouth should have been, empty paper gaped. Kath left the mouth until the end. The portraits always bothered Joe when they looked like that. To him, the pictures weren't waiting to be completed, waiting for a last piece to be added. To Joe, something vital had been ripped from what had once been whole, leaving behind a void that threatened to suck in the world around it. An empty thing, but insatiable, waiting to suck him in, too. "Kath," he whispered, "you promised." She ignored him again. Joe wrapped his fingers around the thin wrist of her hand and held the sketchpad. "You promised." Kath snapped her head around to glare up at him. Joe caught his breath as anger met hunger in her grey eyes, becoming something alive, something that leapt for him. The father cleared his throat, and the thing in Kath's eyes retreated. Kath turned to the parents. "Sorry, can't get her right. You can have this." Tearing the sketch from her pad, she shoved it at the mother. "We gotta go." Kath stood and folded her stool as the child ran to peek from behind the father's legs. Joe grabbed the other stool and the canvas bag that held Kath's supplies. He put an arm around Kath's waist, leading her away. The father started to protest. "But you're almost done. You just need to draw in the mouth." Kath stopped, and Joe swore. He just wanted to get her out of there. She walked back to the man, who exchanged glances with his wife. Kath touched a finger to her lips. "Mouths are the hardest part, the most important part," she said. "Everyone, they say the eyes are the windows of the soul. They say Oh, you got the eyes just right. They don't know. They don't know it's the mouth you gotta get just right. That's what makes a picture come alive. Like it's gonna just start breathing. The father cleared his throat, but the mother tugged at his shirt. Joe grabbed Kath's arm and pulled her away. The man muttered something, but Joe didn't care. He led Kath to a gravel path that switched back and forth up the steep hill to the highway above. Halfway up, an observation area looked down on the pier and the beach and the boardwalk. Kath twisted away from him there. A low stone wall ran around the area's edge, and 2 lamp-posts stood at either end. Putting her stool down under the nearest light, she began setting out her sketches against the wall. Joe dropped the other stool and sat down. The fatigue that lived with him always now rose to engulf him. He felt dead inside, all used up, like the way Kath's pictures made him feel, waiting to be sucked into the void. "We had a deal," he said. Kath sat, looking up and down the path. "I'm hungry." "No kids, remember?" Joe said. "And nobody with a family depending on them." He tried to make his voice sound strong, but his hands were shaking. She opened her pad. "Kind of cuts down the field, Joe." "Use one of the sketches you've got put away." Kath laughed, a bitter, empty sound. Joe imagined the mouths she drew making that kind of sound. Kath looked at him finally. "All gone. Used them all." Joe felt the emptiness again, a void gaping below, drawing him down. He leaned forward, head between his hands, fingers pressing hard on his temples, trying to make his fear go away. "Geez, Kath. All of them?" He searched her face for some hope. Kath shrugged. "Girl's gotta eat." She stared past him, and he heard gravel crunching underfoot. Joe turned, his hand slipping by reflex to touch the switchblade inside his boot-top. A fat man in black pants, white shirt, and paisley tie loosened at the neck, was struggling down the steep path from the highway, a beach chair in each arm. He walked over to the stone wall and put down the chairs to rest. Nodding at Joe and Kath, he glanced at her sketches. He began to turn away, but then looked back. His gaze ran over the portraits lined against the low wall like prisoners before a firing squad. The man whistled. Joe sighed, from regret and relief. Kath would eat tonight. With her mouth she breathes you in. The man's name was Harry. He haggled with Kath over the price, then he sat down, and Kath started sketching. Joe glanced at the 2 chairs that Harry had carried, but he couldn't see a wedding ring, so he kept silent. Kath worked quickly, her hand slashing at the page, pausing only to switch the color of her pencil. When only the mouth remained unfinished, she put the pad down on her lap. Harry looked down at the sketch. "There's no mouth." "Mouths are special, Har," Kath said. She puckered at him, and Harry laughed, a nervous, squeaky sound. Kath touched a finger of her drawing hand to Harry's lips. He gave that little laugh again, but didn't pull away. Kath ran her fingertips slowly over his lips, tracing each curve and contour. Sitting on the stone wall, Joe thought of her fingers on his own skin at night in bed, tracing the lines of his body. Love and fear and lust. With Kath they all mixed together, colors in a picture flowing into each other until you couldn't separate one from another. She lowered her hand to the paper, her eyes still on Harry's mouth. Picking up a red pencil and dropping her gaze, her hand began to stab at the paper in short, urgent strokes. The mouth grew under her fingers as Joe watched. She finished in seconds. Removing the sketch sheet, Kath handed it to Harry. He regarded it for a moment, grunted his approval, and paid her. Portrait under his arm, he picked up his chairs and nodded a goodbye. After watching Harry labor down the path toward the boardwalk below, Joe walked to where Kath sat cross-legged on the ground, her sketch pad on her lap. She carefully lifted a sheet of carbon paper from the top of the pad. A copy of the sketch of Harry she had just rendered stared up at Joe in black and white. No color, thought Joe, as if all the life's been sucked out of it. No, he thought, not all of it, not yet. From her canvas bag, Kath removed a small rosewood box. Its hinged cover carved with letters in a script that Joe thought was Arabic. He'd never checked, wanting to know as little as possible about the thing. Kath opened the lid and withdrew what looked like a child's crayon, but without any paper covering. The crayon was as long as Joe's middle finger, but thicker, and a red so dark it was almost black. Joe remembered drawing as a kid, the crayons, the names of the colors, midnight blue, leaf green, sunshine yellow. He knew the name that this one would have carried, blood red. It glinted in the overhead light as if it would be sticky to the touch, but Joe had never touched it, so he didn't know for sure. He didn't want to know. Hunched over the portrait copy, Kath began to retrace the lines of the mouth with the red crayon, adding color and shading. She worked with almost painful slowness. Joe remembered how once, when she had made a mistake at this stage, the fury had burst from her like a wild thing caged too long. At last Kath straightened. She gave the mouth one last appraising look, then returned the crayon to the rosewood box. Joe walked back to the low stone wall. He knew he would turn back to watch her. He always did. Below, Harry had reached the boardwalk. The big man put down one chair to wave to someone on the beach. Joe's stomach tightened. A woman waved back at Harry, and a small boy and girl ran to hug him. "Jesus, no," thought Joe. He turned back. Kath sat hunched over the portrait of Harry on her lap. Joe rushed to her, praying that it wasn't too late, a prayer that died when he saw the picture. It had started. The portrait's mouth was moving. Fat lips squirming like slick red worms on the paper. A pale vapor rose thin and wispy from those lips. Kath bent her head over the mouth and sucked in that misty thing that Joe never wanted to name. A scream rose from the beach. A woman's cry, a thing of pain and fear. Between her sobs, Joe could hear children crying. He walked back to the low stone wall and looked down at the crowd gathered where Harry had fallen. Joe stood there, stare locked on Harry's still form, feeling the void opening below him again. "Kath, we have to get out of here." Kath didn't answer him. Joe tore his gaze from the scene below and turned back to her. She was standing now, looking south down the coastline. "It wants to move on," she said. "Hope and dreams and soul devoured." Joe drove, staring at the white lane markers slicing the dark two-lane one after another, like brush-strokes by God on a long black canvas. White on black, he thought. The negative image of Kath's secret portraits. Black on white, white on black. Just the red missing. Just that blood red. How long before some cop put it together? A string of deaths, all the victims drawn by a young woman with a male companion. Christ, Harry had died with a sketch in his hand. Kath stirred beside him, and then he felt her stare on him. He could always feel her gaze, like a physical touch, like a brush dipping into him, drawing something from him. "Is that how you do it, Kath? How you take the thing you take? Capture it in your eyes, then cage it through your fingers onto the page? Have you been feeding on me, too?" "I'm still hungry," Kath said. Her voice was small, almost childlike in the dark. He knew what she meant. "We'll hit town soon," he said, but it would be 3 in the morning when they arrived, no one around, no one to draw, and she had no pictures left. Kath said nothing but looked away. After a while, he figured she was asleep. Then he felt her stare again. "I don't want to hurt people, Joe." He swallowed. This was new. She never talked about it, even when Joe did. He should say something now, something smart, something that would lead them out of this. He should, but he had nothing left to say. He could only nod. "I know, babe." "It just gets so hungry. I get so hungry." "I know." "I can't stop it. It keeps pulling me, making me—" Joe could feel her pain in those words, and his fear. "I'm tired," she said. "So tired I wish I could just go to sleep and never wake up." Ever been that tired, Joe?
Joe swallowed again. All the time, he thought. But he just nodded. Kath looked away, and he took a breath as if he was coming up for air.
I'm hungry,
she said again. I know. Her stare settled on him again like a beast on his chest.
I could draw you, Joe.
Joe's hands tightened on the wheel. Kath had said it the way a kid told you she could ride a bike or tie her shoe. The lines flashed by in the headlights. White on black. No red.
Don't even need to see you, she said. Know you so well.
Joe stared at the road. Don't look, he thought.
Know your face like I know my own, she said.
The burden of her gaze lifted. He looked at her. Her eyes were shut and her hand moved in her lap, mimicking drawing motions.
Don't even need light. Could draw you with my eyes closed.
Her hand stopped and she leaned her head back. A few minutes later, Joe could hear her breathing slow and deepen. So there it is, he thought. He always knew it would come to this. This was why he had stayed, even after he learned what Kath did, what she was. Afraid that when he left, when Kath no longer needed him, she would draw him down onto the page from memory, then drink him in like all the others. The road lines flew at him like white knives out of the night, white knives in blackness, just the blood red missing. Taking a hand from the wheel, he felt inside the top of his boot, running his fingers over the bone handle of his switchblade. A few miles down the road, he found a wide shoulder and pulled over, turning off the engine and the lights. Kath still slept. Hands shaking, Joe pulled the knife from his boot. It's self-defense, he thought. But he just sat holding the knife. It was for the best. How many more would she kill? But he still loved her. Could he do it? He was tired, so tired. He leaned back. He only slept now when Kath did, when he didn't feel her stare. He closed his eyes. Her breathing brushed his ears, soft and deep, soft and deep, soft. Joe awoke to the sound of scratching on paper. He looked over. Framed against the moonlight, Kath sat hunched over her sketch pad, her hand moving in short, sure strokes. "Kind of late for drawing, isn't it, Kath?" Joe asked. His throat was dry. He fumbled in his lap for the knife.
"Hungry?"
she said, her voice barely audible. "Dark, too," he said, blood pounding in his ears.
"Don't need light. Drawing from memory," she whispered.
Drawing from memory. Drawing him. He knew she was drawing him. "Don't, Kath." His thumb found the blade's button.
"Tired of being hungry."
She sat back, her gaze on the sketch. Joe couldn't see the picture, but he saw the red crayon in her hand. She'd finished the mouth. "Please, don't do it," Joe said. His cheeks felt cool and wet. Joe realized he was crying. Kath lifted the paper to her face. She was crying, too. "Don't!" Joe screamed. The knife blade clicked open.
"Bye, Joe. Sorry,"
Kath breathed in through her lips. Joe saw a pale wisp rise from the paper and move toward her mouth, saw his hand gripping the knife flash forward, saw the blade slice her white T-shirt and slide between her ribs, saw the red, the blood red, flow over the white of her shirt to blend with the black of the night in the shadows. Kath spasmed and fell sideways onto him, surprise mixed with peace in her face.
"Thanks, Joe,"
she whispered. Her eyes closed and her head slumped back. A wisp of mist escaped her lips. "That's me," Joe thought. Sobbing, he pressed his lips to hers, sucking in the breath in the grey mist from her mouth. Bitter and sour, the thing burned his throat as he breathed it in. Something was wrong. Joe felt a presence of something dark, something hungry. His head spinning, Joe flicked on the dome light. Blood soaked into his shirt where Kath slumped against him, the picture still clenched in her hand. Joe stared at the sketch, a scream forming in his mind. A familiar face stared back at him from the page, a face that Kath knew from memory. The face she knew best of all. Not Joe's face. It was Kath. She hadn't been drawing him. She'd been feeding herself to the thing that had lived in her. Kath,
had been killing herself. The emptiness that was the mouth in Kath's pictures gaped beneath him, and Joe felt himself being drawn down. Lost to you what might have been. A February evening, St. Pete's Beach. Joe sat on his stool, his back to the beauty of a Gulf sunset. His portraits lay strewn on the sand around him like the dead on a battlefield. A woman and man looked them over while Joe waited. The woman held the hands of a little girl and a boy. Twins, Joe guessed. Kids couldn't be much more than 7, he thought. He remembered when that would have meant something to him, before Kath died, before— The little girl tugged on the mother's hand.
"They all look so sad, Mommy."
The mother hushed the child, while the father haggled with Joe over the price. The day had been slow, so Joe agreed to do both kids for the price of one. Joe started sketching. His hand leapt over the paper, and the images of the children grew around the emptiness where their mouths should have been. A tear ran down his cheek, but he kept drawing. He had to. He was hungry. Poppy Z. Brite. O death, where is thy spatula? Poppy Z. Brite has published 4 novels: Lost Souls, Drawing Blood, Exquisite Corpse, and The Lazarus Heart. She has had 2 short story collections published, Wormwood, a.k.a. Swamp Fetus, and Are You Loathsome Tonight, and a collection of non-fiction, Guilty but Insane. She also edited 2 volumes of the erotic vampire anthology, Love in Vain. Wrong Things was a recent collection with Caitlin R. Kiernan, and she has 2 novels forthcoming, The Value of X and Liquor. Brite lives in New Orleans with her husband Christopher, a chef. O Death, Where is Thy Spatula is the second in my series of stories about my alternate life as Dr. Brite, the coroner of New Orleans, explains the author. This was my earliest career ambition, but unlike Dr. Brite, I doubt I could have made it through the organic chemistry courses in medical school. The exquisite cuisine of Devlin Lemon was inspired by many New Orleans restaurants, including Marisol, Lilette, Gerard's Downtown, Dante's Kitchen, and Commander's Palace under the late chef Jamie Shannon, for whom the story was written. The main thing you need to know about me is that I love eating more than anything else in the world. More than sex, more than tropical vacations, more than reading, more than any drug I've ever tried. I'm not fat. I'm actually quite slender, but I can't take credit for any kind of willpower or exercise regimen. The truth is, I'm not fat because I only finish eating things that are really, really good, and there just aren't that many of them, in my opinion. I love eating, as I say, but I'm picky as hell. A French pastry, ethereal manifestation of butter, custard, and chocolate, designed like a little piece of modern architecture. I'm there. A slice of cold pizza. I might nibble at it until my hunger headache goes away, but no more. So, for the tale I'm about to relate, this food love is the central fact of my being. I have a job, coroner of New Orleans, 5 purebred Oriental short-hair cats, a mixed-breed husband, Irish and Jewish, wire-haired. His name is Reginald, but I never thought that suited him, so I call him Seymour. A house, and a hell of a lot of books, but none of that is terribly important here. What's important is that you understand how much I love to eat. All right, the fact that I am the coroner of New Orleans is somewhat important too, but I don't want to put you off right away. Just store that information for future reference. People think New Orleans is a world-class food city. Possibly it is, but only in a very narrow sense. There's a saying that we have a lot of great food, but only about 5 recipes. Gumbo, etouffee, jambalaya, oysters Rockefeller, and I don't even know what the 5th one is supposed to be. Maybe breaded deep-fried seafood, because we certainly have plenty of that. I see arteries full of it on my tables every day. Perhaps I'm being unfair. There are, in fact, a lot of good restaurants here, but most of them, well, Did you ever see that episode of Frasier where Frasier asks Niles, "What's the one thing better than a flawless meal?" And Niles answers, "A great meal with one tiny flaw we can pick at all night?" Most of the places here are like that, except the flaws aren't tiny. I can easily think of 20 places with excellent appetizers, terrific entrees, and dessert lists dull enough to plunge me into despair. Apple tart, bread pudding, the eternal death by chocolate. There's a good French restaurant on Magazine Street where, even though I always pay with my credit card, the waiters refuse to acknowledge my existence. "May I clear that for you, sir?" they say, gazing lovingly at Seymour as they whisk away my salad plate. There's a simple neighborhood place where they used to have perfect fried chicken livers, but they hired a new fry cook, and now, no matter how I beg, the lovely little livers resemble nothing so much as deep-fried pencil erasers. I don't even want to talk about who and what you have to know to get a decent meal at the old line venues like Antoine's. There are problems everywhere. I eat at these restaurants anyway, and most of the time I enjoy them, but there is only one place where I know I can count on a flawless meal, without a peer. Devlin Lemon's little restaurant in the Garden District. It's called the Lemon Tree, and decorated with wrought-iron baskets full of bright yellow lemons with their leaves still attached. In lesser hands it could have some serious cuteness issues. In Devlin's hands you just want to prostrate yourself on the cerulean carpet and cry, "Feed me, you eponymous lemon-stacking brilliant fool." Or at least I do. Devlin came from the frozen north, with a Culinary Institute of America degree and a love for local ingredients. Anything that passes through his hands, a steak, a lobe of Hudson Valley foie gras, an unpasteurized French cheese, is likely to come out tasting good, but he has always reached the apex of his talent with Louisiana ingredients: gulffish, artichokes, Creole tomatoes, andouille and tasso, cane syrup, even Merlotons. I've never met another cook who can make a Merloton taste like anything but a sweaty sock. Devlin bakes them with shrimp, garlic, and a shocking amount of butter until they release a hitherto untold sweetness. All right, you nitpicking foodies. Yes, I am talking to you. I know you've been squirming since you read the words unpasteurized French cheese, and I'm quite aware that these ambrosial creations are legally forbidden to enter the country, let alone appear on a restaurant menu. The only thing I can say is all that's on the menu is not always all you can eat, and a good chef takes care of his regulars. Devlin knows everything I like and hate to eat. He knows that I am genetically disposed to think cilantro tastes like soap, and that I can't stand cauliflower because it reminds me of certain cancers I see. He knows I will not eat amberjack under any circumstances. It was he who told me of the giant worms that lurk in its digestive tract. He knows how dearly I love sorrel, caviar, and clotted cream. At the Lemon Tree, I glance at the menu, but I usually end up telling my wait person, "Ask Devlin what Dr. Brite should have today." Lest you get the wrong idea, nothing has ever happened, as they say, between us. We are both happily married. Any intimacy between me and Devlin is purely about his feeding and my eating. It was May, close enough to my birthday, that I had begun to wonder whether Devlin might find me something special, some Iranian caviar, perhaps, or some really fresh white truffles. I've never considered having my birthday dinner anywhere but the Lemon Tree, and some celebratory tidbit almost always finds its way onto the table. I was at work in the basement of the big stone building at the corner of Tulane and Broad, where I spent a large part of my life. I'd spent the morning posting a young man killed in an automobile accident near the Calliope housing project, gross cranial trauma, and a fat old lady who died in her sleep, coronary event. I was beginning to think about lunch as my assistant wheeled out the last body that had come in the night before, a robbery victim who'd been shot in the head. I saw that the victim was wearing check-patterned chef's pants and work boots, but did not find this surprising. Kitchen workers keep strange hours and are often, wrongly, thought to be carrying large amounts of cash. His shirt had already been removed. At first I could only see that he was a young white man. The gun had been small and his cranium was intact, but even a low-caliber bullet to the head can distort facial features beyond recognition. This is mainly because the hemorrhaging of the brain produces gases that force blood into the tissues, particularly those around the eyes. This man's eyes were swollen shut and looked as if they had been smeared with heavy purple-black makeup. His lips were drawn rigidly across his teeth, and the teeth had dried blood on them. His hair was thickly crusted with blood. Only a few clean strands told me that it had been strawberry blonde. This may have been when the first breath of suspicion touched me, but if so, I did not notice it. I parted the hair with my latex-gloved fingers. "A slightly stellate entry wound behind and below the right ear," I said to my assistant, Geoffrey, who wrote it down. "Stippling of the tissue around the entry wound. No exit wound. The bullet's still in there. What's his name?"
"That's a funny thing," said Geoffrey. "I can't find his report. I'm going to have to call upstairs for the dupe."
"Well, go do it, please. I'll get him undressed." I picked up a pair of scissors and began to cut his pants off. As I did, his left hand slipped off the table and hung over the edge. Rigor had not completely stiffened him yet. Something about that hand caught my eye. A black ink wedding band tattooed around the third finger. Many cooks don't like to wear wedding rings because they can so easily get snagged or lost, so this kind of tattoo is common. Devlin had one. His was done in a distinctive cross-hatched pattern, just like the one on this man's hand. I had opened one pants leg up to the crotch. Then I put the scissors down, moved to the head of the table, and looked carefully into the man's face. A warm rush of adrenaline spread through the muscles of my back as I saw what I had not seen before. The eyeball protrusion, tissue infiltration, and rigor had disguised him, but they could not hide his identity completely. I was supporting my entire weight on the edge of the table when Geoffrey came back.
"I don't have to call upstairs," he said. "I found his paperwork on the floor in the cooler." "Dr. Brite? What's wrong?"
"I know him."
"Oh, hell."
"Let me see that paperwork."
I scanned the police report, but it told me nothing I didn't already know. He had been shot in a robbery leaving the restaurant. He had been dead about 8 hours. He was Devlin Lemon.
"I'm not posting him," I said.
"Well, of course not. We'll get Dr. Garrison to post him."
"Nobody's posting him," I said.
"What?"
"He can't.
We can't. Oh, God." I bowed my head to hide the tears that stood in my eyes. Geoffrey had never seen me cry. No one at the morgue had ever seen me cry. I don't socialize a great deal, but inevitably I had seen acquaintances on my tables before. I see everyone who dies in New Orleans. But none had affected me like this. I took a deep breath. "I have reason to suspect the presence of a communicable disease in this case," I said. It was the only half-plausible reason I could think of to delay the autopsy. "I'm keeping the body here until further notice." "His family won't like that. Geddy said they were already talking about holding a wake."
"I'll talk to them. I have no choice, Geoffrey. If there's a communicable disease involved, I can't release the body yet."
"Well, then, shouldn't we take fluids?"
"Later," I told him. I need to read up on this. We may have to take special precautions." Geoffrey's odd mint-green eyes met mine. He knew I was lying, and I knew that he knew. He trusted me, though. We worked well together, and he could see that I was rattled. He would drop the matter for now.
"Okay," he said. "Are you sure you don't want me to ask Dr. Garrison to speak with the family when he comes in?"
"No, I'll do it. I'll call them after lunch. I'm going to have lunch now." I shut myself in my office just before the tears finally came. I curled up in my chair and hugged myself and cried. More than anything I wanted to call Seymour, but he and his brother were camping in Bogfalaya for 3 days, unreachable. Even if I could speak to Seymour, what would I say? I wasn't sure I could own up to what was in my head right now. I wasn't thinking of Devlin's family, or his youth, or the fear he must have felt when his murderer pressed the gun's muzzle against his skull. I wasn't thinking of Devlin at all, not exactly. I was thinking of the last appetizer I'd eaten at the lemon tree. A disk of beef marrow melting into a fricassee of chanterelles. its flavor brightened by a persillade so finely chopped you could barely see it. I was remembering the scent and savor of this dish. I could only remember it. I could not taste it, for the taste of loss was too bitter in my mouth. When I finally washed my face and went back into the autopsy room, Devlin was gone. Geoffrey had zipped him into a body bag and rolled him back into the cooler. Maybe he'd feel comfortable there, I thought. Except for the presence of corpses, it was a lot like the walk-in refrigerator in a restaurant. Was I losing my mind? It had been years since I thought that way about a dead person, as if he could feel comfortable or feel pain or have an opinion about his surroundings. Cutting open one body, sawing off the top of its skull, folding its face down, lifting the brain from its moorings, had gone a long way toward convincing me that the dead do not care what is done to them. Doing these things thousands of times left me no doubt. I treat them with respect because they still matter to the living, but I no longer imagine them feeling comfortable. Now, though, I was. I got through the rest of the day somehow. I even called Devlin's wife, whom I'd met once or twice at the restaurant. From the sound of her voice, I could tell she had been heavily tranquilized. She didn't argue when I told her I would have to keep Devlin's body for a few days. I expected to get a call from the wake-planning parents or siblings, but it didn't come. I left the morgue in the early evening, as twilight was falling over the city, and drove home. There I tried to eat some dry crackers, gagged on them, and crawled into bed with the cats. A thin, sobbing, unearthly voice was trying to get me to hear it. "I'm hungry," it kept telling the darkness. "I'm hungry." It was trapped there, not knowing where it was or why. I tried to reply, but I could not form the words. I wrenched myself awake, showered, and drove to the morgue hours before my next shift was scheduled to start. No one questioned my presence. They left me alone, assuming I had work to catch up on, which I did in a way. I wheeled Devlin out of the cooler and slid him onto one of the tables, my back muscles knotting in protest. I ignored the pain. After measuring and photographing the bullet wound in his skull, I washed away the blood, used a disposable plastic razor to shave the hair around the area, and inserted a pair of long forceps into the hole. I was afraid that the bullet had ricocheted inside his skull, hiding itself among scrambled pieces of brain, but my forceps traveled a straight track to the region of his cerebellum and found metal. I pulled out a bloody bit of lead with a slightly flattened tip. I caught myself thanking God, or somebody, for my findings. His brain was not destroyed. The bullet had not shattered into fragments I would have to search out. What was I thinking? It didn't matter how little damage had been done. Devlin was still dead. I wondered what was happening to me as I triple-bagged the bullet, put it in a padded envelope, and left the building with it tucked under my arm. I might not lose my job if anyone found out about this, but only because I am a good liar and could probably come up with a plausible reason for my actions. In truth, I didn't know what I was doing, or why. Usually Seymour brings me my coffee in bed, and I drink it with plenty of milk and sugar. This morning I drank it black in a styrofoam cup from a gas station. Then I drove to the French Quarter, parked on Royal Street, and walked to St. Louis Cathedral. I was not raised Catholic, and had never been to a Mass, but I'd lit candles here to ask for various small favors, and they had all been granted. I lit a candle now, stuffing a $10 bill into the collection box, looking into the porcelain faces of Mary and her small son. Then I slid into a pew and sat there for a long time. I did not pray exactly. I didn't know how. Instead, I thought of marrow melting into chanterelles, of whole roasted snapper with wild rice-stuffed figs, of fresh sweet Gulf shrimp on a bed of crispy fried spinach. I tried to remember everything Devlin had ever cooked for me, and as I did so, I slid my hand into the padded envelope and clutched the bullet in its triple layer of plastic. I felt a little better when I came out of the cathedral. By noon, Jackson Square would be full of tacky fortune-tellers, bad musicians, and ugly tourists, but right now it was peaceful. My good mood lasted until I went back to work, looked in the cooler, and saw Devlin there. His face had begun to look haggard from dehydration, and the bullet that had been in his head was now in its padded envelope under the front seat of my car. Nothing else had changed. I don't know what I expected. If prayers could cause the dead to get up and walk away, I would have been out of work long ago. "You look sick," said Geoffrey. "I swear you've lost weight since yesterday." "Thanks." "Why don't you go home? Dix and I can handle things here." "I'm fine," I said. But after lunch, which I could not eat, I felt worse than ever. "Do you really think you and Dix would be all right if I went home?" I asked Geoffrey. "Absolutely. Get out of here and get some rest. And some food," he called after me. "Get yourself a hot meal." "I'm trying," I muttered as I got into my car. Though it was only April, temperatures were already in the 80s, and I wondered if I was really picking up the dark, rich smell of the blood on the bullet under my seat. I did not go straight to my destination. Instead, I stopped at a nice restaurant on St. Charles Avenue and attempted to have lunch. There was nothing wrong with any of the food I ordered, but it all seemed to taste of ashes and decay. The waiter wanted to know if there was a problem. I said I'd had the flu and would take the leftovers with me, and he encased them in a foil swan, which I threw away as soon as I left the place. In 2 days I had managed to eat perhaps 2 grams of food. It was time to seek serious help. I knew enough to stay out of the quarter this time. The places that billed themselves as voodoo shops there were tourist traps, pure and simple. But I didn't know where to go. I had noticed a building on Broad Street, near my workplace, with words like candles and herbs and botanica painted on its side. The woman behind the counter had skin the shade and texture of a Brazil nut. Her eyes were gorgeous, large and tilted, fringed with dark lashes, the irises a color somewhere between green and gold. "Can I help you?" she asked, and I stood there stupidly. I had finally admitted to myself what I wanted to do, and in the same breath I had realized that there was no sane way to ask for it. I didn't particularly care whether I sounded sane, but if I asked how to raise the dead, the woman would probably throw me out of a shop. I didn't know what I was going to say until I heard myself saying it. "I'm a writer," I said, and almost laughed. I had kidded myself that my ramblings had literary merit once upon a time, but those days were long gone. "I'm writing a story in which someone wants to bring a corpse back to life, like they're supposed to do in Haiti. Do you have any information on that?" Those devastating eyes regarded me levelly. "Of course," she said, "there are books. Of course the dead can't actually return to life, you understand that." Perhaps my voice was a little too ragged, the skin around my eyes a little too red. But couldn't these be side effects of late writing hours? "It's only a story," I told her. "Good." She took a book from a shelf near the counter. Its black cover was embossed with a single word, Vaudown. "The recipe is on page 53. You'll recognize most of the ingredients. In fact, you'll find most of them in your kitchen. But you may not have heard of datura, also known as the zombie cucumber." "What's that?" "A powerful hallucinogen, among other things." She took down another book, this one titled Plants of the Gods. "You can learn more about it in here." Where can my characters get it?" "You can't. Not unless you grow it yourself, or find it growing wild. It's illegal." Her eyes shone, and I wondered if she thought she was saving me from something. "Then it won't work," I said. I have killed every plant I ever tried to grow, and the idea of tramping around some wilderness trying to identify a hallucinogenic plant was just silly. I can't even stand to go camping with Seymour and his brother. Nonetheless, I paid for both books, took them home, and spread them out on my desk. As the woman had promised, most of the ingredients in the voodoo, or Vaudown, spell were familiar, but it was obvious that datura was central to the thing. This seemed like an insurmountable obstacle at first. Then I turned to the entry for datura in Plants of the Gods, and I began to wonder. The book told me that datura grows in tropical and temperate zones in both hemispheres, and that all species have tropane alkaloids as their active principles. Organic chemistry was the only part of medical school that I found nearly impossible to get through, and I had studied it so hard that I still remembered most of it. Even if I hadn't, the names of 3 tropane alkaloids were listed in the book: atropine, hyoscyamine, and scopolamine. I handled at least 2 of these compounds on a weekly basis. When a person dies at home, any medications he or she is taking are supposed to be brought into the morgue with the body. We note these medications on the autopsy report, count the pills, and, at least in theory, wash them down the sink. Atropine is the active ingredient in Lamotil, which is used to control severe diarrhea. Hyoscyamine is used in Cystopaz and Uricid, which are used for glaucoma, urinary obstructions, and bowel problems. These 3 drugs come in with bodies all the time. I was certain that there were some waiting to be counted in the morgue right now. Scopolamine is used in transdermal motion sickness patches, which I don't see as often, but it would be easy to get one. I wrote myself a prescription for a scopolamine patch and drove to a Walgreens to fill it. I could write myself scripts for the others too, but Lamotil is a controlled substance. I didn't want somebody recognizing my name and spreading rumors. I'd see if the drugs were available at the morgue. If not, the Walgreens was open all night. I could hardly make myself wait until midnight, but there was no way I could do anything at the morgue before then. Too many people would be there. I gathered the other ingredients I needed and tried to make myself take a nap. But hunger pangs kept me awake. I fed the cats. I read more of the Vaudown book and learned that I was taking an enormous risk, not with Devlin, but with my own soul. I was tampering with the fabric of reality and would eventually have to pay a price. I didn't care. With Devlin dead, I thought I might never be able to eat again, so I would soon be dead too. When midnight came, I forced myself to wait another half-hour. Then I packed up the things I needed and drove to work. I had been afraid that a traffic accident or a house fire would have caused a spate of activity, but everything was quiet. Only the night assistant and the janitor were there. Even so, I wheeled Devlin into the decomp room. He hadn't begun to decompose, but that room could be locked, and there was no window in the door. First, I sewed up the skin over his head wound. I realized I should have done this earlier, as the skin had begun to curl and shrink away from the edges of the wound, but I did as well as I could. I had already cleaned the area around the wound, but now I washed all the blood from his hair, head, and neck. I didn't know what had happened to his shirt, so I had brought in the top of a green scrub suit. Rigor mortis had passed, and his limbs moved easily, but I was not strong enough to wrestle him into the top. I put it on an instrument tray nearby. Finding the Lamotil, Cystopaz, and Uricid had been no problem. I crushed the pills, cut the scopolamine patch into tiny pieces, and mixed them with most of the other ingredients in an organ specimen jar. The copy of Vaudown was open to page 53 on the counter, and I checked the recipe to make sure I had done everything right. I had only the last 2 steps to go. The final ingredient, the text read, is a finger bone taken from a living person. I sterilized my hands, my bone saw, and a heavy kitchen cleaver I'd brought from home. I had been tempted to grab a couple of painkillers along with the other pills, but I was afraid they would make me groggy. I had to be absolutely aware of what I was doing. I splayed my left hand on the steel table, expelled a long breath, and brought the cleaver down on the first joint of my forefinger. This may seem senseless. The spell did not specify which finger to use, and I rely on my hands for my livelihood. Why didn't I choose my relatively useless pinky finger? I'm not sure. I was doing what I felt I had to do. Had been from the moment I first saw Devlin on my table, really. And all I can say is that my pinky didn't feel important enough. I didn't know how the spell would work, if it did work, but I understood that the finger bone had to be taken from a living person because it was a sacrifice. I didn't need the bone saw at all. The cleaver went through the flesh, through the bone, and the joint skidded across the table's slick surface. It would have fallen to the floor if the table hadn't had a raised lip for catching blood and other fluids. I only looked at my left hand long enough to sink a few clumsy stitches into the raw flesh and slap on a butterfly bandage. The stitches were the most painful part of the whole procedure. When I had stopped the bleeding, I turned my attention to the severed joint. The book didn't say anything about meat, blood, or nerves. It said a finger bone, so I used a scalpel to dissect away as much of the other material as I could before dropping the slick little bone into the jar of ingredients. As I mixed everything together, I felt ravenous. Hunger, exhaustion, and shock were preying on me now. I think I believed Devlin was going to get off that table and immediately fix me a nice meal. It was ready. I had done everything else. There was only the last step to go. I tilted Devlin's head back, pulled his lower jaw down, and poured the mixture into his mouth. Nothing happened. Maybe the mixture had to dissolve, I thought. It wouldn't do so on its own, because his mouth was so dried out. I ran some water into the jar and let it trickle between his lips. Still nothing.
"God damn it," I said. "Devlin, you fucking asshole, come back here!"
I guess that was why the title of the recipe was Calling Back the Dead. You had to actually call them, because as soon as I spoke, Devlin opened his eyes. I had the scalpel in my hand, not so much because I was afraid of him, as because I was afraid for him. The book didn't say anything about what the person would be like when they came back. I didn't want a zombie, didn't want him in some mindless state of animated limbo. That would be worse than staying dead, and I doubted very much whether a zombie knew enough to hold a haunch of meat over a fire, let alone make a foie gras crème brûlée. If he was merely animated, if Devlin himself wasn't there, I was prepared to drive the scalpel into the base of his skull, doing essentially what the bullet had done before. I don't know what I thought I would do if that didn't work. But I never had to worry about it, because as soon as he opened his eyes, I saw the man I knew in them, and as soon as his gaze met mine, he said, "Dr. Brite." Then the mixture hit the back of his throat, and he began to cough. Wouldn't that have been cute if I'd brought him back to life only to have him choke on my severed finger bone? "Devlin," I said, "swallow." He did, and the obstruction went down. "I feel terrible," he said. "We need to get you to a hospital." "Where are we? What happened?" "You've been hurt. There was a terrible mistake, but it's going to be all right." And it was. There were questions, of course, but I stuck to my story that I'd found Devlin exhibiting vital signs after 2 days of refrigeration. It was highly unlikely, but impossible to disprove, especially with a man sitting there, breathing and talking. Nobody ever connected my missing finger joint with Devlin's resurrection. I just said I'd had an accident while cutting meat, which was essentially true. Seymour may have been a little suspicious of this story, since he would have expected me to save the severed joint in formalin as a souvenir, but he must have seen that I was in an odd mood when he returned from his camping trip. He asked very few questions. Devlin didn't remember anything after leaving the lemon tree the night of the robbery. The version of reality that most people came to accept, because any other version simply stretched the mind beyond its capacity, was that the bullet had not penetrated Devlin's skull at all, but had worked like a hard blow to the head, rendering him unconscious for a protracted period. Only Geoffrey knew otherwise. He saw Devlin's body up close. He knows very well what a dead person looks like, and he knows me. But he has never said a word. That's one reason he is my favorite assistant. For my birthday dinner, I had a Creole tomato aspic with lump crab meat and sorrel, a dozen Kumamoto oysters topped with Sevruga caviar, a plate of braised veal cheeks so tender they dissolved in my mouth, and a miniature heart-shaped chocolate cake with a chocolate sphere full of raspberry puree somehow concealed in the middle. The last item in particular made me think Devlin knew I had done something more than find him warm on the autopsy table. Like Geoffrey, though, he never said anything. He didn't have to. He continues to feed me all the thanks I need. Dennis Etchison. Got to Kill Them All. Dennis Etchison has won 2 World Fantasy Awards and 3 British Fantasy Awards. His short fiction has been collected in The Dark Country, Red Dreams, The Blood Kiss, The Death Artist, and the e-collection Fine Cuts, a volume of stories about Hollywood available from Scorpius Digital Publishing. Talking in the Dark was a massive retrospective volume from Stealth Press marking the 40th anniversary of his first professional sale, and his latest collection is Got to Kill Them All and Other Stories from CD Publications. As an acclaimed anthologist, Etchison has edited Cutting Edge, Masters of Darkness 1-3, Meta-Horror, The Museum of Horrors, and Gathering the Bones, the latter an international anthology of new stories co-edited with Jack Dan and Ramsey Campbell. He has also recently adapted 150 episodes of the original Twilight Zone television series as radio dramas, released on audio cassette and CD in 2002. When I wrote Got to Kill Them All, recalls the author, the latest American success story was the triumphant return of big-money quiz shows to prime-time network television. Such shows had been enormously successful in the 1950s, until a congressional investigation revealed that some of them were fixed. It turned out that certain contestants, including the scholar Charles Van Doren, were provided with answers in advance to manipulate the outcome and guarantee ratings. When the scandal broke, careers were ruined, and such programs quickly disappeared from the broadcast schedule. Eventually, smaller, less serious game shows reappeared on daytime and syndicated TV, emphasizing humor and celebrity guests, but allegedly serious, intellectually challenging quiz shows remained lost to history for more than 40 years. The first of the new wave of retro quiz shows was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? An American version of the British original, it debuted without fanfare as a low-budget, limited-run replacement series on ABC TV. It became an unexpected hit, scoring such phenomenal ratings that it soon began airing several nights a week, opposite copycat shows on other networks, including a revived version of the infamous 21, another UK transplant called The Weakest Link, and even one simply and shamelessly entitled Greed. At around the same time, February 2000, one could not help but notice that millions of American children had caught Pokémon fever. The word is the name of a wildly popular Nintendo Game Boy game that also inspired a Japanese anime series and a range of trading cards that picture hundreds of cartoon pocket monsters. One of the characters is a boy whose job it is to protect the world by tracking down the bad monsters and defeating them in pitched battles with the good ones he's trained for the purpose. His motto, the signature phrase of the Pokémon universe, is, "Got to catch them all." It did not require much imagination to speculate that some shrewd, enterprising producer might attempt to combine these two hot trends and reach an even larger audience. Replacing the word catch with kill seemed obvious for the story's title, even reflexive to a horror writer. And what would the show be called? Well, green is the color of American money, which is, after all, what commercial television is really about. The sky was getting darker all the time. I set the red can under the glove box and drove away from the pumps, steering with one hand so I could gulp down some of the coffee. Then I hit the brakes before I got to the street. The can worried me. It was still upright, but I heard the gas sloshing. There were a lot of turns between here and the house. What if it tipped over? I'd be sucking fumes before I got home. I reached into the back seat, grabbed the plastic bag from B&B Hardware, and wedged it next to the can. But it wasn't heavy enough. So I had to shut off the engine, climb out, and make room in the trunk, between the spare tire and the suitcase. That way the can wouldn't move around, no matter how fast I took the corners. I turned the key again and headed east on Washington, picking up speed with only one question in my mind. Which of the following is a Burt Reynolds film? A. Cannonball Run, B. Stroker Ace, C. Smokey and the Bandit, or D. The Night of the Following Day? I couldn't remember the winning answer, but it didn't matter now. The gas station was history. The sky was so dark by now that I had a hard time believing it was still early afternoon. The clock on the dash said the same as my watch, a few minutes past 3. Rush hour wouldn't be for a while yet. I changed lanes, weaving in and out, flexing my fingers till the joints popped, the sound like little arcs of electricity below the windshield. I thought I saw a barricade of squad cars at the next corner, colored lights spinning, but it was only a road crew setting out detour signs. Their red vests glowed in the underpass. I shook my head to clear it, and noticed that the coffee was almost empty. I worked my way over between the trucks and sport utility vehicles, heading for Venice Boulevard. It would have been a lot easier to take Sepulveda to Lincoln straight out of LAX. I'd be home now. But this way I had everything I needed. I could do the rest in my sleep. As I turned onto Venice, another question flashed before me. In what film does William Shatner appear? A. The Intruder, B. The Brothers Karamazov, C. Big Bad Mama, or D. Anatomy of a Murder? That one was easy. It was from Day 2, Show 5, the one we had just wrapped. How many hours ago? I could still see the answer on the card in front of me. I pretended to play the game, jabbing the steering wheel as if it were a buzzer. The horn went off, and he glanced up. The first thing I noticed was that he might have been anyone. A beach boy, nothing special, the type you see around here all the time. Sun-bleached hair, sweat collecting in his squinty eyes, and a walk that said he was not going to slow down for anybody. He stepped into the street, and one of us had to stop. I could tell by those eyes it had to be me. He glared back like a hot spot on the glass and didn't move. Then he did something strange. He folded his legs and sat down right there in the crosswalk, daring me to hit him. I didn't, of course. The light was red. I opened the window. "Hey, you want to move it?" He shrugged. Not defiantly. He just didn't care. Cars were stacked up behind me now, and they didn't like this game. The light changed. I heard a horn tapping. For God's sake, I thought. What's your problem? When I leaned out, his eyes got big. God, you're him. I shook my head. Move your ass. Yeah, the guy on green. Busted. I didn't even have my makeup on, did I? No, that was hours ago, in Honolulu. I would have taken it off. I checked the rearview mirror. My eyes were like 2 cigarette burns. I had a hard time recognizing myself. The kid's legs unfolded as he got up, but not to move out of the way. He started walking toward me. He was going to ask for my autograph. The rest of the drivers leaned on their horns. I had to make a decision fast, so I unlocked the passenger door. I'd drive around the corner and dump him off once we were out of the intersection. When he got in, I took a close look at him. New Nikes, clean T-shirt and jeans, no dirt anywhere that showed. He was not a beach bum, and he didn't really have an attitude. He had just plain given up. He probably didn't know he was going to until that moment, and then something, the traffic, the sun, all the people on the street who couldn't care less, made him lose it. Now I could see that it wasn't sweat under his eyes. He had been crying. He closed the door and wiped his face. Shit, I'm sorry. If I'd have known it was you. What happened? I said. Nothing. He tried to laugh to make light of it. My old lady, we had a fight. She kicked me out. Where? Right here in the middle of the street. Told me to fucking split. So I did. I understand, I said. You do? She's a bitch. Well, sure she is. Acts like you're always bothering her, no time to talk. When you call, she's never home. How did you know that? Which is proof that your wife is cheating? A. Staying out all night. B. Mysterious stains on her clothing. C. Phone calls from someone who hangs up when you answer. Or D. Frequent trips to see her mother in the hospital. They're all the same, I said. Think about it. Yeah, he said, as if it had never occurred to him. I guess they are. Now we were close to Admiralty Way and the grid of side streets by the marina. It was hard to tell them apart in this light. Got to bear down, I thought. Where do you want me to drop you? Wait, he said. What do I do? What should you do once you know she is unfaithful? A. Make her account for every hour of her day. B. Hire a private detective. C. Hide a global positioning device in her car. Or D. Kill her. Only one thing to do, I told him, isn't there? How about the corner? It doesn't matter. Where's your house? I can't go back there. Maybe you should. Why? To make it right. I don't know how. Yes, you do. Think about it. Okay, I will. He squinted to the shadowy rows of condos as we neared the end of the boulevard. We both saw sparks of light like tiny fires starting between the buildings. It could have been the sun on the ocean, except that the sky had closed over. I have to let you out, I said. Huh? I can't take you with me, not where I'm going. That's cool. The market, okay? There was a stop-and-start ahead at the corner. I need some stuff. That was cool with me. I could get a refill on my coffee as long as it didn't take too long. I pulled in between a brand-new Land Rover and an exterminator's truck. The mannequin on the roof had a tux and top hat and a big rubber mallet behind his back, and he was standing over an innocent-looking mouse. On the way to the glass doors, I saw the little rat out of the corner of my eye, twitching his whiskers and scooting away over the hood. Go on, I thought. You can run, but you can't hide. Inside the convenience mart, I poured a big 22-ouncer, black. The kid was in the aisle where they keep the dog food and soap and aspirin and Tampax, for when you're running late and she gave you a list and you promised. I popped the lid on the coffee and left a dollar bill on the counter, thinking, which method is best for a crime of passion? A. Gun, B. Rope, C. Knife, or D. Gasoline. Good luck, I said over my shoulder. The kid had a couple of household items in his hands. He must have wanted to do the pots and pans or something as soon as he got home. So he was going to try and make up after all. He could hardly wait. The poor bastard. I went out while he was paying for his stuff. The mouse-mobile was gone. Now a pool-cleaning truck was parked next to me, the kind I'd seen in the marina, sometimes in front of my own house, even though our pool wasn't finished yet. I wondered if it was the same one. If it was, maybe I could do something right here before I drove off and took care of the rest. Let's see, I thought. I hadn't figured on this part and didn't have the right tools for the job. It wouldn't take much to give him a message, say a screwdriver stuck in a side wall, or the radiator, like a note on his windshield, only better. He'd know what it was for, and look around, and I'd be gone. Or I could wait for him to come out and see what his sorry ass looked like. Was he inside? I hadn't noticed. What should you do to her lover? A. Make his life a living hell. B. Tie him up and torture him. C. Castrate him. Or D. Kill him. But this was his lucky day. I wasn't sure. Time to go. The kid walked around and opened the passenger door like he wanted to get in. One question, he said. What? I swallowed hot coffee, put the cap back on, and took out my keys. Can I get on the show? I don't have anything to do with that, I said, revving up. But if you put in a good word— I'm out of here, I said. The sky went black like a shadow had passed over the earth. Night was ready to fall. I could feel it in my head. Close the door. Okay, he said, and got in. Now he thought we were friends. He was really innocent, like the fool in a deck of cards, too busy smelling the flowers to notice that he's walking off a cliff. I didn't want to tell him the whole truth. He wouldn't be able to handle it. I guess you have to be pretty smart anyway. Do you watch the show? Every week? Then you know the rules, I snapped. We were driving again, and traffic was heating up. I couldn't waste any more time. It's not what you know, it's what— You don't know, he finished for me. That's so cool. All those other shows, you have to get the right answer. But on Green, one right answer and you're— History, I said. Look, I have to be somewhere. Sony Studios, Culver City, 7 o'clock, right? Not tonight. But this is Friday. We tape the shows in advance. You do? 5 a day. I just flew in from Hawaii. Yesterday, San Francisco, Atlanta the day before, New York on Monday. A month and a week. Jesus, when do you sleep? It's been a while. He held out his hand. Ray Lands, right? Lowndes. I thought you were alive. He tried to give me some kind of brotherhood handshake, but I got out of it. I used to be. Now they want it every night. We had to get some shows in the can. 'Cause it's so popular? Right. He put his bag of household crap in the back seat, cheered up already, sure everything was going to work out. It didn't take much. Even if she threw him out again, he could sleep under a blanket of stars and eat dates off the palm trees while he figured another way to get her back. That would be cool. Somebody needed to burst his bubble, but I didn't want to be the one. I had things on my mind. What is the best way to obtain satisfaction? A. Catch her in the act and take pictures. B. Expose her betrayal on national television. C. Beat her within an inch of her life. Or D. Tie her up and burn the house down. All right, he said. What? He was still leaning over the seat, and now he had his hand on the plastic bag from the hardware store. You go to B&B, too, over on Washington, right? They have everything. It's great, huh? Great. He reached into my bag and took out the long butane lighter. It balanced across his palm like a combat knife. He fingered the switch, ready to test it. I like these babies, for when you have to start a barbecue. Leave it, I told him. Duct tape, nails, rope. He put the bag back down next to his. Need to fix something? Yeah. At your place? I stopped the car at the last corner. You better get out now. Oh, yeah. He took his bag from the back seat, then hesitated. Need any help? No. A private security patrol car nosed out of the alley by the gate and sat there idling, the guard watching me from behind tinted glass. I hovered for a minute while I downed the rest of the coffee and let it absorb into my bloodstream. I could see the stars already through my eyelids, and then the streaked sky over Waikiki Beach, the way it was outside the window of the hotel room when the storm started moving in, and my hand as I picked up the phone to call her for the 100th time. I felt the rumbling of the surf. It sounded like a car engine. I opened my eyes and checked the mirror. So far there were no other patrol cars rolling up to block the way, only the one in the alley, and while my eyes were closed he had camouflaged the front end so it looked like a trash can in the shadows. I saw waves churning in the marina. The water was blood-red. "You sure?" the kid said. "I'm good with my hands." I would have bet that he was. I considered. If she was alone, I could handle it, and if she was out, that would give me time to get set up while I waited for her to come home. But if she was not alone, there might be complications. "Still want to be on the show?" I said. "Sure. 10 million greenbacks?" "It's easy. All you have to do is give the wrong answer. Prove that you're an asshole, in other words, like everybody else." "I know." "If I gave you something to hold, could you do that and not ask any questions?" "Like what?" "What would you do if you saw a rat?" Kill it, I guess." "That's right. You've got to kill them, don't you?" "Hell yeah." "Then come on." "Where are we going?" "I want you to meet my wife." He swung his legs back in and closed the door. "He'll put in the word?" "Sure." "When?" "Next week." "Cool." We drove around to the multi-level ranch houses at the end of Circle Vista. One thing," he said. "Just so's you'll know. I'm not into anything weird." "That's cool," I told him. "Neither am I." A lemon-colored car was in the driveway. I took the hardware store bag from the back, and as I climbed out, a curtain flapped shut in an upstairs window. The bedroom. "Wait here," I said. "You got it." I started along the flagstone walk to the side of the house. Better check it out, I thought, before you bring the red can from the trunk, just to be sure. Before I got very far, the front door squeaked open, and I heard a voice. "Ray?" I backtracked, holding the bag casually at my side. "Hi, honey." I waited for her to ad-lib an excuse to keep me outside. Her eyes were puffy, almost swollen shut. She hadn't been getting much sleep either. "Ray, I'm so glad you're here." "Are you?" "You don't know." "What's wrong?" "It's Mother." I nodded knowingly. "Your mother, I see. Is she still sick?" "She's gone." "Oh, really? Where did she go?" "She passed away last night. This morning I tried calling you from Kaiser, but you'd already checked out. I don't know what to do. I have to make the arrangements." I dropped the plastic bag and held her off, feeling her wrists trembling, so thin I could snap them like chicken bones. She came at me again and struggled as I pushed her away. Then her face twisted up and she started sobbing. I grabbed her around the waist and lifted her off her feet, carrying her out of the yard before the neighbors could see our hysterical little scene. The only one who saw was the kid. He watched from the car, taking it in. "What's wrong with you?" she screamed as the sirens started closing in. Why is a mouse when it screams? I thought. A. Still shitting me. B. Scared shitless. C. Full of shit. Or D. Shit out of luck. The next thing I remember is this. She got her arms around my neck, and then I wasn't fighting her anymore. I stood there feeling her lips against my neck, and her breath was hot like a child's from the crying, and my eyes finally closed all the way. And when they opened again, it was like I was waking up. I smelled her hair and tasted her skin, and knew where I was. Everything else had been a dream. The sirens receded, and there was only the quiet lapping of blue water behind our house. The weight lifted, and the sky opened, and there was light again, and the pounding in my ears was her heart beating in my chest. Then her legs went out from under her, and I had to hold very tightly to keep her feet from dragging as I pulled her inside. I was sorry the kid had to witness any of this. He would have to walk home from here. I had a vague recollection of the bitter, twisted things I had said to him, and felt ashamed.
Someday he would understand how burned out a man can get when he's really exhausted and wired, and how bent out of shape things seem when you're like that. And maybe he'd forget this day. I had been out of my head. It can happen to anybody, I told myself. Her clothes were so wrinkled she must have slept in them for days on a cold bench somewhere, and her hair had come loose, and there was no makeup on her pale face. I set her on the couch. "I'm so sorry," I said, and kissed her forehead. "I have to call the funeral home." "Let me." "And my brother." "I'll take care of it. Rest." "Where are you going?" "The phone. I'll be right there in the kitchen, okay?" She nodded. I found her brother's number by the phone. No answer. He was probably on his way. I'd try again in a few minutes if he didn't show up. The next thing would be to call the funeral home. I didn't know which one it was. I started back to the living room and heard her cry out suddenly, louder and more desperate. The sound stopped before I got there. The kid moved in front of the couch to block my way. "Everything's cool," he said. "What is?" Across the room the front door was still open. There were spatters on his clean white T-shirt. His bag from the convenience mart lay on the carpet with the contents spilling out. A blister pack of cheap steak knives, a roll of twine, and a dispenser of wide package-sealing tape. In his hand was a pizza cutter. She was where I had left her, only now her ankles were bound together with a twine. A piece of the tape covered her mouth, and one of her arms dangled to the floor. Blood dripped from the wrist. "I was going to save my stuff," the kid said, "for when I get home, but I could tell you needed a hand." I tried to get past him before the room became any blacker. He stepped aside and grinned. "You really got it down, man, about the bitches. I guess I always knew. There just ain't no other way." "What have you done?" "What you said." And he winked at me, his eyes dancing wildly in his skull. "I mean, like, you got to kill them all, right?"